And now we're going to be giving you, as I said, more interviews. And Thembinkosi will be running an interview shortly with the Speaker of the National Assembly, who will outline what this day is about and what is it that you can look forward to.
Of course, Maseko, I'm looking forward to that interview with the chairperson. Viewers at home, those are the scenes that are currently happening outside the Cape Town City Hall. There's lots of activities taking place here. There's lots of media houses. Maseko and Chako have outlined some of the activities that you can expect to see today, but we have another activity, which is the red carpet. And as you can see, we are beautifully dressed by proudly South African designers. I am dressed by Utsile Seflo, Otis Seflo, and the name is Utsile Sifolo. He's the one that designed this. As you can see the outfit, but I'm looking good, and I'm looking at you, Tsepo, looking so well and wonderful.
Of course, I am dressed by the beautiful Palesa Mukubu, and this is Manto, a traditional take on what we have here on South Africa. Of course, it comes with the theme of the SONA 2025, which is formal or traditional.
And I am dressed by Silo, and the brand is called Scalo. As you can see, with the Cape Town wind doing its thing, we are ready and looking forward to be hosting you tonight for the State of the Nation address. It's going to be a day full of events, and as you can see, fashion is also the order of the day, and Parliament has also collaborated with Proudly South African to promote local designers. That is why, as you can see, as we said, that today we are dressed by local designers, and this campaign is also has also run down to MPs where they're encouraged to wear local brands. And as I said, that this evening you'll see them on the red carpet where we will hold the Also, as you might know, that Parliament has been hosting the State of the Nation address from the City Hall since the devastating fires.
Also, stay tuned to Parliament.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Tswingisi. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
In South Africa, and welcome.
We don't have an aircon this time.
Broadcast of Parliament
The
TV
pets.
coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. As we had indicated during the opening, that a number of activities will be taking place, and a number of interviews will also.
She's so
be
excited.
As such, my first interview is with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza. May, good morning and welcome to Parliament TV.
Good morning to you and your listeners at home.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can you provide a difference or give us a difference on between the opening of Parliament address and the State of the Nation address?
Thank you very much. The opening of Parliament address, which is OPA, which happened in July 2024 after the national and provincial elections, gives an opportunity to the President as a head of state to outline the priorities for the 5 years. So it's a long-term view, if one were to call it that way. And then
Thank
State of the Nation address, it's where the President, on an annual basis, tell us what is the priority of government in their current year, but at the same time takes a look at what is happening in the country globally. What is our state as the nation?
This is now the first State of the Nation address for the 7th Parliament and for the Government of National Unity. And you have managed to keep the country informed on all the work that was done behind the scenes. Can you just share with us what is the level of preparedness for Parliament for today's event to ensure that this event runs smooth and is successful?
I must say that we have made preparations, firstly to ensure that President is able to deliver the State of the Nation address, and therefore we have chosen the venue of the City Hall, given that we are still rebuilding Parliament after the fire that broke out then. We also have made sure that we have a viewing facility for our guests in the marquee opposite Parliament so that they too can have a sense of what the President is talking about. We're working with our broadcasters to make sure that the State of the Nation address is broadcast widely, not only on television but also on radio, because it is an important calendar day in the life of all of us as citizens to get a sense from our President on what is the state of our nation, what are the priorities of government, what have they been able to do thus far, even though it's 7 months into office, what do they intend to do going forward for Parliament. That is important because that enables us in terms of our work of oversight and accountability and lawmaking to have an appreciation of what it is that we are going to be doing this year in terms of that work that government will be doing and our side as Parliament in terms of oversight.
Now, Parliament operates within certain rules and regulations. So, what is Parliament procedures and traditions in observing that needs to be observed during SONA, and how do they contribute to the ceremony's significance?
We do have the rules that govern the joint sitting of Parliament, because when Parliament sits, it's composed of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So those joint rules indicate to us that when it's SONA, the only agenda item is the State of the Nation by the President. And therefore, there is no other business that is allowed for the discussion on that day. And procedures of Parliament and rules also enable us to make sure that the debate is handled in a manner that is befitting and in the way in which we're able to reflect on those matters, particularly when we have the debate after the State of the Nation address.
Which then takes me to the next question on the systems that have been put in place to ensure the successful delivery of the State of the Nation by the President.
Well, the systems, obviously, we do have a ceremonial part, which is done by the Defense Force, and the police band would actually play outside. And also we have invited important guests, our former heads of state, who will be here, and citizens. And we have the media who are capturing and informing the citizens about what is doing at every given moment. So from the preparation point of view, I will say we are on course.
SONA 2025 happens 2 months after South Africa assumed the G20 presidency. So how are you going to ensure that the G20 is infused into the programs of Parliament throughout the year?
Well, there will be various activities that Parliament will undertake. Some of them will be roundtables and dialogues to make sure that we engage on the thematic issues for our P20. We will be working together as well with our SADC region and the Pan-African Parliament on some of those issues. And we hope that our citizens also will be able to engage with us on those important issues of equality, sustainability, and ensuring that we build global solidarity.
And this is a great for the country, Madam Speaker. We heard earlier when the DA in particular, which is also part of Government National Unity, made a request for the number of the SANDF members participating in the SONA to be reduced because of the tragedy that happened in the DRC. How did you deal with that request?
Well, we did receive a request, but as civilians, you'll appreciate that we cannot instruct the military. However, we have sent an indication of that request to the military. And it is important for me to indicate that in the response of the Defense Force, they did share with us that actually this ceremony is not of pomp and excitement. It's really about saluting their commander-in-chief. So it shouldn't be viewed as a ceremony for jubilation and celebration.
I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that you provided that clarity. Now, before I let you go, what are your expectations from the President this evening?
Well, as a citizen, I do hope that the President will be able to outline to us what are going to be the priorities of government in this current year in building an inclusive economy. That would be one of my interests, because indeed it addresses some of the challenges that we're facing a country of unemployment, but also how the president will also reflect on issues of nation building, because as much as we are 30 years, we're still a young democracy, and it's still important to be able to build a society that can live in harmony with itself and its neighbors.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for sharing those insights with our viewers. I know you're having quite a very busy day today, but I'd like to wish you a good day. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that was the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, sharing some insights on today's proceedings that will be taking place here at the Cape Town City Hall. And the President is expected to deliver the State of the Nation address at 7 o'clock this morning. Stay tuned. Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much, Mama.
Thank you.
I hope you're going to be a mega clinic.
No, it was
Okay.
fine.
All right. Let me help you this side.
Okay.
Good luck for later today, man. All right, see you.
Yeah.
If you tell me, I'll go. Oh, that one.
Who's young?
3 arms of the state under one.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Otherwise,
I have received a message from the President requesting a joint sitting for the purposes of addressing Parliament. The Honourable the President.
SONA provides the President with an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa, to reflect on a wide range of political, economic and social matters within the domestic and global context, to account to the nation on the work of government and to set out government's program of action.
The society must guarantee the dignity of every citizen on the basis of a good quality of life for every woman, man and child, without regard to race or color or disability.
Traditionally, the President makes key government announcements during this important joint sitting of Parliament. It is a ceremonial joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament, called specifically for the President to deliver his SONA, and no other business may be considered on this day. It is presided over by the Speaker or the Chairperson of the Council, by arrangement between them. During the week following the SONA, a debate of approximately 2 days is held on the SONA. The President is then given an opportunity to reply to the debate on the third day and to close the debate. The President delivers his SONA before Parliament because Parliament is charged with ensuring that the work flowing from the address is implemented. Most importantly, SONA is delivered in Parliament because the priorities pronounced in it have budgetary implications demanding robust oversight, one of Parliament's constitutional responsibilities. This practice of the President delivering a State of the Nation address goes back to the pre-democratic era. One such address is that of former President Mr. F.W. de Klerk, titled Address by the State President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk, DMS, at the opening of the second session of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Cape Town, 2nd February 1990. During this address, former President de Klerk announced that former President Nelson Mandela would be released from prison and all political parties would be unbanned.
the prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party, and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution provides that the President may summon the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces, or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. Joint Rule Number 7, subsection 1A provides that the President may call a joint sitting of the House when it is necessary for the President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament.
Tumamina, I want to be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I want to be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I want to lend a hand.
The official program usually begins with 3 processions. There is the procession of provincial speakers, provincial premiers, and the judiciary proceeding to the Assembly chamber through the main entrance of the National Assembly building. There is the arrival of the presidential cavalcade in the parliamentary precinct. The President aligns, is welcomed by the presiding officers and their deputies, and proceeds to the National Assembly chamber. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession. Guards of honor and eminent persons also line the route to the National Assembly chamber. Junior guards of honor comprise learners from schools around the country. They form a guard of honor from the gates of Parliament when the President disembarks. The selection takes into account rural and urban dynamics. The Civil Guard of Honor, selected on the basis of the parliamentary theme for the year, continues where the Junior Guard of Honor end. The eminent persons are South Africans who have achieved outstanding results in their respective fields or who have been recognized for their contribution to society. Provincial speakers nominate them to be guests of Parliament for the SONA. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, aides-de-camp are attached to the President of the Republic of South Africa at all ceremonies of the state. Their role in the country is limited to ceremonial duties. Once this task has been fulfilled, they are immediately withdrawn. During the SONA, they travel with the President from President's place of residence to Parliament. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession onto a saluting dais on the steps of the National Assembly to receive the ceremonial honors, the Guard of Honor by the National Ceremonial Guard, the 21-gun salute, the national anthem, and a salute flight. They then lead the procession into the chamber and stand guard at the entrance of the chamber. In 1842, the 21-gun salute became the international norm as the highest honor a nation rendered, and it is fired in honor of the President. The first shot of the salute is synchronized to coincide with the playing of the national anthem.
Towards the top, the members of the National Assembly as well as members of the NCOP are ready in the joint sitting.
Members of both houses must be seated before the procession enters. Each of the 9 provinces is represented by its full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members, seated in the removable cross benches. A delegation of 10 South African Local Government Association members also occupy seats in the cross benches. Members' guests, representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, the judges, president, provincial speakers, directors general of state departments, guests from civil society approved by the presiding officers, and staff of the presidency and parliament are accommodated in the National Assembly galleries. The official bays to the right and left of the Speaker's chair are the overflow areas within Parliament. The presiding officers and the President enter the chamber in procession, preceded by the Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod, and followed by the Secretary to Parliament. A new element of the SONA since the birth of democracy is Imbong, the praise singer. Although our parliament is based on the Westminster traditions, Imbongi's praise singing gives Africanness pride of place. Imbongi starts this narration as the presidential procession enters the chamber. The Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod are responsible for compliance with security policy in and around the chamber and galleries. The Sergeant at Arms and the Usher of the Black Rod place the mace and the Black Rod in place before the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP respectively. The mace is a symbol of authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When the Sergeant at Arms carries the mace into the debating chamber and places it before the Speaker of the National Assembly, it means that the National Assembly is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The mace was designed to reflect the history, traditions, and diverse cultures and languages of South Africa. The Black Rod is the symbol of the authority of the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The Black Rod reflects the important role of the provinces in the functioning of the NCOP. When the Usher of the Black Rod carries the Black Rod into the debating chamber and places it before the Chairperson of the NCOP, it means that the NCOP is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The presiding officers, while standing, bows to the left and then to the right in greeting and request a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Once everyone is seated, the presiding officer reads out the notice calling the joint sitting and calls on the President to deliver his address to the joint sitting. No other business may be considered on this day. The President then delivers the SONA and no other debate takes place. On conclusion of the President's speech, the presiding officer adjourns the sitting. Members are required to wait while the procession leaves the chamber. Over the years, this address has set the tone for the goals of the year. It speaks to businesses, civil society, and general public. It gives insight into what we as a nation have achieved and a plan to achieve going forward. Through this address, the first citizen and leader of the nation shines the light on the path we shall be taking and leads us to where we want to be as a nation. More than just the speech, the SONA tells South Africans, as well as the world, why South Africa continues to be the land of possibilities.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. And all eyes are on Parliament today as the President is to deliver the State of the Nation address for 2025. Of course, this is the first State of the Nation address for the 7th Administration and the first since the Government of National Unity. Of course, we are right outside the Cape Town City Hall, and I am joined by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelie Lotriet. Thank you so much for making the time, Deputy Speaker.
Good morning to you, and yes, very exciting day.
Of course, like I said, all eyes on Parliament today, all eyes on the proceedings. What do you see as the most critical responsibilities as the Deputy Speaker?
I think my responsibility is as speakers that we are the presiding officers, and we have to make sure that things proceed according to plan, because we are also hosting. So we're from the legislative sector or the legislative arm. So yes, we have to make sure that everything proceeds orderly and that it is a wonderful day.
And of course, with your history, you've been a Member of Parliament since 2009, and you've served as the DA Shadow Minister of Arts and Culture, Higher Education and Training, and Science and Technology, the DA Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip at some point. Can you highlight some of the differences with the roles that you've played before with the role that you're currently playing as the Deputy Speaker of the NA?
Well, having been in this position for a couple of months now, because I think since we last spoke, I've learned a lot, and it is vastly different from being in the benches to being on the platform and being a presiding officer. So yes, you now have to manage the whole operation of Parliament, which is much more than just specific to a particular party. So yes, much different, different challenges, of course. Not related to a specific portfolio, not related only to one caucus, but you now have to deal with a whole variety that we have in Parliament.
Of course, you did mention that one of your priorities is to preside over proceedings. Tell us about some of those challenges now that you have overcome so far since having been in the office of Deputy Speaker.
Well, some interesting challenges. I think if you follow some of our plenary sittings, you know that members do get very excited, overexcited at points. You have to get them back and control the situation, because people do get quite animated about the whole thing. So yes, that is a very important part of my duties, is to make sure that there is calm in the House, that we can have proper debates, and that everyone has the opportunity to say their say. And it's always tricky to find that balance between when is a member going too far. You have to protect the members, but you also have to protect their right of freedom to speech.
Of course, we are aware that you received a courtesy call from the Ambassador Extraordinary of the People's Republic of China to the Republic of South Africa. Now, in your view, why is it important to enhance parliamentary relations through exchange visits, knowledge sharing and collaboration?
Well, Parliament doesn't function or exist on an island. We are part of a whole global environment, and therefore it is important that we do maintain and encourage these interrelationships between different countries. So yes, I met with the ambassador, the Chinese ambassador, interesting discussion, and I think as a part of the executive of Parliament, it is our duty to make Parliament open so that it is a friendly place. We have to have our international relationships as well, and not only be very parochial and focusing on only one line of work. So that is part of our duties as well, because it's not only the Ambassador of China, I've met other High Commissioners as well, so that is part of the job.
And of course, on the back of public international relations, we know what happened with America recently on Twitter, and the funding that has stopped in terms of that, in that regard. How important is it, in your view, that Parliament ensures that information that is shared with the rest of the world is accurate and reflects what is happening within our government?
I think that is critical. We have come through a an era now of misrepresentations, of fake news. So when we do things, we must make sure that accurate information is conveyed. And in terms of the American situation, we have a responsibility towards the citizens of this country, all citizens. And therefore, we are very concerned about a situation where certain trade agreements could be in jeopardy, where funding is stopped. It is any country's prerogative to decide where their money goes. We cannot dictate. But then it must be based on factual information.
And of course, outside of the branding of the City Hall, there is the P20. And I know that South Africa is taking the presidency for this year. I know that you wrote a piece titled Shaping Global Governance, SA's Vision for the 2025 G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit Presidency. Now, of course, SA has assumed the G20 presidency. What is the G20 and what its significance?
Well, the G20 is a very important structure. It consists of a number of countries saying the G20, but other countries are also included in that. And I think that is the one platform where your global leaders can meet and discuss mainly things on the economic basis. And I think the emphasis, as I said earlier, for South Africa this year will be on solidarity, equality and sustainable development, with climate change being in the forefront. So that is an opportunity for the global leaders to meet in a very specific environment focusing on that. And I think that from my side, my interest will be on the P20, which goes with the G20, and we're looking forward to that, because what we want to do is, and that I also said in Brazil last year when we received the chairpersonship of the P20, is, you know, at the G20, these leaders take decisions, there are agreements, but the question is, is it ever filtered through to parliaments? And is it in the system, in the processes? Do we make sure that it is implemented? And that is what I would like the P20 to do, is to look at ways that parliaments can hold the government leaders to account.
And talking about climate change, of course, we've seen various disasters happening throughout the KZ and the Eastern Cape, infrastructure falling apart. How is it that then the National Assembly, through its portfolio committees and through the systems that are there, ensuring that climate change is tackled and that each stakeholder is on board in terms of ensuring that we use resources better and obviously protect the planet?
Yes, that's very important. Now, South Africa is one of the few countries in the world where we actually have a Climate Change Act. So that's very important. It puts us a bit ahead. But as Parliament, the committees have that responsibility to look at everything that they do. It's not only limited to, for example, the Committee on Electricity or Energy and Mining. It cuts through everything, from agriculture, higher education. All those portfolios have to look at, well, how can we implement this? We have the legislation. Let's make sure it goes down to ground level.
And Deputy Speaker, you recently went to the Speakers Forum induction. And of course, you were accompanied by the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chairperson, and the Speakers of the 9 provincial legislatures. What were some of the key highlights that you took away from the induction?
It was very interesting. It was our first Speakers Forum since this new dispensation, and lots of new speakers. So I think it was very much a situation where we have to get to grips with what is expected of us. But it is a very important forum. That is what I realized, that we have to have regular discussions with the different speakers from the provinces, because we rely on them for public participation and taking Parliament to the people. So they play a very important role, and therefore it is very good if we have this forum that we can actually discuss things. And I think that is what happened on Monday, that we discussed these things of mutual interest, where the problems are, so that we can assist one another.
On a lighter note, we know you for your witty, humorous, almost sarcastic responses in the House. How do you balance the equation in terms of ensuring that there's order, the decorum is kept? However, each and every party, including the minority, debates properly and ensures that their views are heard on a national platform?
I think the first thing is that you must be totally unbiased. Doesn't matter which party, because we all belong to parties. It doesn't matter which party. You do not give one party more leeway than another party. And then you just have to balance. It's always one thing what you want to say, but what you actually should say. So that is the critical thing. Just think before you speak.
And as a citizen, forgetting your office, forgetting the part that you play in Parliament, the part that you've played within the provincial legislature, as a citizen, what are some of your expectations from the President's State of the Nation address tonight?
I would love to hear plans and a firm commitment towards jobs and economic growth, because everything is dependent on that. We cannot proceed as a country, we cannot prosper if we do not have jobs. My heart breaks when the matrics have now received the results. A, they struggle to get places in tertiary education situations. B, we have people who have tertiary education who do not have jobs. And that to me is if we can fix that, that will be wonderful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anneli.
Pleasure.
And that was the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Anneli Lotriet, just outlining her role in the National Assembly and outlining her role here at the State of the Nation address. Of course, the President is scheduled to deliver the State of the Nation address at 7 p.m. right here at the Cape Town City Hall. Stay tuned.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Building our great South African nation together.
The black rod is the symbol of the authority of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. It derives its name from the ebony wood from which the rod is traditionally made. It is carried by the usher of the black rod in the ceremonial processions, such as during a sitting of the House. It is placed upright next to the presiding officer's chair as an indication that the House is formally in session. Similar to the mace, it resembles a nopkiri, an African symbol of defense, authority, and leadership. The black rod stands at a length of 1.1 meter and weighs 8 kilograms. The protea at the head of the black rod is South Africa's national flower. It has 2 rows of 9 handmade 18-karat gold leaves, each representing one of the 9 provinces. The inner core of the protea is made of pure silver and is finished in oxidized silver. The supporting disc below the protea is made of ebony and is connected to the shaft of the rod by 18-karat gold struts. Below the protea is a section of beadwork, which represents South Africa's diverse people and its rich cultural heritage. The shaft of the black rod is made of ebony, the South African coat of arms, made of pure silver and finished in color vitreous enameling, appears twice on the shaft. The shaft is also inlaid with 18-karat gold strips. 2 sets of clasping hands engraved by hand in 18-karat gold also appear on the shaft and symbolize freedom, peace, and cooperation. The national flag appears 3 times on the shaft. The flags are pure silver and are finished in vitreous enameling. 6 gold rings on the shaft of the black rod are made of 18-karat gold. When the National Council of Provinces is in session, the black rod stands in a drum. The drum is a symbol of the African tradition of using drums to call people together for a meeting. It is also symbolic of South Africa's achievement of democracy through dialogue. The drum is made of yellow wood, and the top is covered in springbok skin. Encircling the drum is a pure silver band engraved with images of rock paintings. Placed over these images are further images depicting elements of South Africa's 9 provincial coats of arms in colored vitreous enameling. From the northwest is a calabash gold. From the Free State is a cluster of Orange River lily flowers. From the Northern Cape is a thorn tree. From KwaZulu-Natal is the Strelitzia flower. From Mpumalanga is the red Barberton daisy. The Eastern Cape is represented by the red aloe, indigenous to the Eastern Cape. The Limpopo province is represented by the baobab tree. From Gauteng is the chemical symbol for iron. Lastly, the Western Cape representation is a bunch of grapes. All these come together to epitomize the unity that this nation represents.
State of the Nation address is an address to the nation by the President of the Republic of South Africa as the head of state. It is commonly referred to as the annual opening of Parliament. The President uses this occasion to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead in a wide-ranging address to members of Parliament, which is the basis for executive action during that calendar year.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 14 to deliver the opening of Parliament address. I now call the Honorable the President to address the joint sitting.
It is one of the rare occasions where the three arms of state, the executive, government, the legislature, parliament, and the judiciary, the courts, gather in one place. The executive is represented by the deputy president and cabinet. The judiciary is represented by the chief justice and judge presidents. The legislature is represented by the presiding officers and members of parliament. Since 1994, the tone of the State of the Nation address has been inclusive, joyful, and informal. The opening of Parliament became an opportunity to showcase the country's cultural diversity.
The challenges in Atlantis is about unemployment and housing at the moment, yeah. And we as people, citizens of South Africa, we're very terribly in a pure state because here in Atlantis, no one is working, no one is employed here. Factories came to open here for once a year, 2 times, 2 years, then they leave, without telling us or without paying our people properly. Now they're opening here, they got China's opening factories here, and these factories, they're opening their factories for employment only for foreign people. Because colored people don't get work here, African people don't get work here. They used to struggle and battle to get work. It's only who you know and where you know from, where you come from. Now at the moment, as you can see around you, look around you, you can see people start loitering, asking you for 1 rand for bread, 2 rand for bread, because they're unemployed. And unemployment in Atlanta is a high percentage. And people don't get job here, they don't eat properly here, they don't sleep properly, because there's no houses, there's no work. People only come opening a job for 1 year, and then they leave. So what about us? Who are we? We are the citizens of this land. So how can somebody come from another land? Then he just come to employ himself here, opening a trading business here. As we people of Atlantis, we can also trade. But why must we wait for them to go away to go trade here? Because aware also, what the government is aware of, these people, they're trading here. But while they're trading like they don't trade. Because the actual moment that they're busy trading here, but at the moment they're not busy with trading at least. They're busy with drug smuggling, and the government knows it. So why does the government concern them and not us about the people from South Africa? So we are very upset about it, because what can we do? We can speak about it every day, we can read it on the news every day, but nothing happens. Nobody's concerned about us.
Okay, the challenges is today we talk about the machines and the dealing and how the delivery. The challenges is that going to be there. All our elders here need to see what is it and go back, as that my elders say, that we need to go back to the Bible. And sometimes we go to this is a challenge for us, so we need to look at the challenge. It's about cigarettes, but we don't have the point. The point is about our kids. So we can control the small ones, 4 to 5, you control, but the big ones, they're already smoking, because after COVID, it was hectic. Everybody was doing something to relax. And smoking is not the problem. The problem is how we do it at home and how we treat our children, how we guide them. So sometimes we are weak, and then we send our kids out. You see, because our places are too close, we can't even farm on really. So that's why we are weak, and you can see our people are hungry. So where I'm staying, the kids are very endangered, because there are no fun for them at the weekends. So at the weekends, they are no fun. So where they go to my friend. stand in the shop, they're doing their thing. They go in TikTok, they're doing that talk. And as you go there, my friend like is telling them, oh, you are great, you are wonderful, you are beautiful. Our fathers don't tell it at home, so the other guys on the outside, they will tell it, because if you are hungry, you will need. And that's what I wanted to say, and I'm from SONA. Thank you to be in George.
We are from the Rastafarian community, so the challenges we have there in our community, the challenges from the youth, you see, because we are like a coach, you see, like a soccer sport coach, you see. Challenges we have there, we have youths there around in our community, but the finance, you see, the finance the youths is heavy, see, to taking the youth out, you see, because there is a German, you see, he do development, like soccer development for the youth, you see, but to come there is, for transportation is money for transportation there to come. So I see what is happening, there's a lot of talent of the youths there, you see. The stadium start to close because the stadium is in development now, you see. But the youth, they still keep on using the fields, open fields there for practicing and like that. But the challenge for I&I is only this what I need. We need like sponsorship for development. Only we want Parliament for Sport. You must sponsor, you see, maybe if you can sponsor maybe transportation. It is the challenge I have. Only it's a challenge I have there. To bring the youths, keep the youths busy, to not taking part in crime, you see, someone. That is what I can do.
And all eyes are on Parliament today. It's the 6th of February, and the State of the Nation address is set to be delivered by President Cyril Ramaphosa at 7 p.m. Of course, we're outside the Cape Town City Hall, where we are hosting the State of the Nation address, the first State of the Nation address of the 7th administration, and the first one under the government of national unity. Now, in line with that, I am joined by Mr. Les Govender, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Thank you so much for joining us, Deputy Chair.
Good morning to you, and good morning to your wonderful listeners out there.
Of course, Deputy Chair, I think let's highlight the NCOP for today. And just tell us what your role as the Deputy Chairperson entails.
Well, the NCOP has a very vital role to play in the governance of our country. And the NCOP really is the link between the national government as well as the provinces. As you will know that in the NCOP we have representatives from all 9 provinces, equally representing those provinces. And so we ensure that the executive statements that are made by the Deputy President, by the ministers, actually find expression on the ground to benefit the people of our country.
And of course, you were an MPL previously in the KZN. Can you just explain to us briefly what the distinction is between the role that you played within the KZN and the role that you find yourself as the Deputy Chairperson today?
Well, as a member of the KZN legislature, where I was for the last 15 years, we focused mainly on the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal. But now that I'm in this position as the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, and I must say that it is the first time that a member of another party is serving in this position, I now have a greater responsibility in terms of ensuring that all 9 provinces do receive equal attention from members of parliament, from the local government, municipal level, because we oversee all 3 spheres of government. And that is why last year we had a 3-sphere planning where we ensured that all 3 spheres of government came together to ensure that they work in synergy and not work in silos, to ensure that service deliveries actually takes place.
And of course then with that forum where you connected and ensured that all 3 spheres of government are together and that the goal is the same, how does the NCOP then support and strengthen provincial and local governments?
Well, the mere fact that we bring them together for them to share their ideas in terms of what they want to roll out, what sort of projects they've got planned, and ensure that the budget that is allocated to those projects indeed find expression so that people on the ground get the sense that government is indeed effective in providing services to them. Very often you find that money is budgeted for a particular project, for example, to build a school, and then you find that 2-3 years down the line you go to that particular area and nothing much has happened. So now we are saying to the representatives from the different provinces, when we have the provincial week, you need to go to those areas where the MEC or the minister said that there will be a project. Go and see whether that project is actually taking off, what are the timelines, how far they've gone, how much of money has been spent, so that we then keep track to ensure that projects do benefit the people.
And of course, Deputy Chair, in the monitoring of the implementation of these projects within provinces and local municipalities, how is the NCOP ensuring modernization and advancement of its work in making sure that key issues such as service delivery in provinces are addressed on a national level?
Well, you know, in terms of modernization, now that we have connectivity, especially that reaches deep rural areas, people from there can relate to us, talk to us via social media even, to say, look, so-and-so minister made a promise that they will build a clinic in our area, but nothing has happened. So even if we don't go there physically, we have eyes and ears on the ground through digital technology. People can communicate with us, and then we can send the representatives from those provinces to go out there, have a look, and then give us report backs, so that we know that people are actually benefiting. Otherwise, we find that projects are promised to people as it was done in the past. People feel that government is letting them down, and we want to ensure that that doesn't continue in this 7th administration.
And of course, keeping in line with ensuring that provinces are on board with what Parliament's goals and key priorities is. You attended the Speakers Forum just recently, where you had the presiding officers of the National Assembly and yourself and the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. What were some of your key takeaways from that induction?
Well, at that Speakers Forum, we had various role players that were there. And we ensure that those role players who make commitments especially will know that they are not just going to come and make that kind of commitment and there will be no follow-through. They know now that there will be follow-through from the Speaker's office as well as from our office in the NCOP. We will be following through on the commitments that they have made to ensure that we become an effective government, a government that actually cares for people and provides the kind of services. Because the budget that's going to be rolled out in a few days' time by the Minister of Finance, we want to see that there is equitable share across the board, and also at the same time that money is used effectively to benefit the people of our country.
And in line with following up with the provincial legislature, how does the NCOP then monitor the implementation of policies, ensure that there is consequence management, especially in cases of maladministration within provincial legislatures, within local municipalities, and the issue of service delivery?
Well, we want to see that there is consequence, because very often we find that consequence management becomes a buzzword, and that must not continue. We need to see that those people who are mismanaging funds, who are squandering funds, who are even stealing funds meant for the people of our country, they need to be brought to book. And very often we hear that so-and-so has been accused, so-and-so has been suspended, but it doesn't go beyond that. But now we want to ensure that those that are accused are fully investigated, that they are taken to court, and people need to be jailed if they are found to be guilty of that kind of theft of money that is meant for our people. And remember that our people out there are suffering, especially when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, housing, and various other government departments. So we need to ensure that this sort of theft of government funds that belongs to our people cannot continue. And then there must be consequence management that has the kind of teeth that will ensure that people do not continue with this kind of behavior.
Lastly, Deputy Chair, as a citizen of the Republic of South Africa, as somebody who lives here, somebody who has experienced some of the issues that are underlying our societies and communities, what are some of the key issues that you think the President ought to address this evening at 7 p.m.?
I think the key issue that the President needs to address is the issue of unemployment, especially amongst our youth. We have thousands of youth out there who are qualified, they want jobs, they want to work, but there is just no opportunity for them to work. So I would like to see that the President creates an environment where we can attract foreign direct investment, we can attract countries and big conglomerates to come and establish businesses, not only in the big hubs, but establish businesses and industry in the rural towns. It has always been the policy of the of the IFP to deliver in the rural areas, create jobs there so that people do not have to migrate from the rural areas into the cities, live in squatter camps, raise children in squatter camps. We want to see that job creation becomes a priority. Once you provide jobs for people, it'll have a roll-on effect in terms of ensuring a better life, in terms of ensuring that people own homes, they are able to circulate money within the country. So the job creation is something that also will address the social ills that we find out there, where crime. People who don't have jobs, they will go and they have to feed their family, so they will go and steal, they will do whatever it is. So job creation is something that, for me, is going to be top of the list.
Thank you so much for the time, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Keep the smile on your face throughout this day and enjoy the day with us.
Thank you. And that was the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Les Govender, outlining some of the key issues that he feels the President should outline in his strategy this evening at 7 p.m. Of course, we're still outside the City Hall here in Cape Town. We are awaiting the President to deliver the State of the Nation address, the first for the 7th administration and the first under the Government of National Unity. Stay tuned, you're on Parliament TV.
Well, we have the rules in order to regulate business. The Constitution states that the legislature, which is Parliament, has the power to regulate its own business and to ensure that procedures, processes, and internal arrangements are in place so that members can conduct their business in an orderly function, but also to ensure a level of predictability in the manner things are done. And that's in essence why we have the rules. Well, State of the Nation Address has been convened in terms, among others, of Rule 7, Joint Rule 7. And that's important because each of the two houses has got a set of rules. But for a joint sitting, including the State of the Nation Address, you have joint rules that are meant to regulate business in a joint sitting. So the rules that relate to the convening of the sitting itself will apply. The rules of debate will also apply. The rules that deal with order in public meetings will apply to ensure that principles of order, the decorum of the House, such are adhered to. So those rules will be applicable. There were amendments in 2015 of the joint rules, and those amendments were basically to improve the joint rules to deal properly with issues of decorum in the House. Because at the time it was identified that there needed to be some work done on the rules so that they are able to address some of the issues that have arisen before and that were arising at the time and that might continue to arise. So the rules were amended in 2015 to take care of that. And as and when there is a need to update the rules, to adjust the rules in order to respond to current issues, the rules will be revisited and they will be amended. And the amendment of the rules is done by, depending on which set of rules, is done by the House. Like any other sitting, there must be a notice of the sitting. In this instance, the notice was published last year already, following on the correspondence from the President. And we ensure that that chamber is ready to accommodate the members. In other words, the sound, the procedural aspects are attended to, and the House, the chamber is ready for business. I mean, this being a joint sitting meeting, it's NA members, NCOP members. There must be enough in terms of space to accommodate both these houses. So we attend to those, among other things. There's a whole range of work that is attended to behind the scenes to ensure that the members are able to conduct their work properly and with all the information that they need at their disposal. Remember, this State of the Nation address will be followed by a debate the following week, and that debate will last for 2 days, and following the debate will be a reply by the President. So it's not just about Thursday, it's a process that will culminate in the reply by the President. House officials, or what we refer to as table officials, they are there to assist the Speaker, to assist the members, to enable them to conduct their business. So we would do things like monitor the time. We would be able to track the items being dealt with. We would ensure that the necessary documentation is available. But most importantly, we are there to ensure that the House conducts itself, its business, in terms of the Constitution and its own rules. So we would ensure that if a bill comes before the House, you have the necessary quorum for that bill to go through. You would ensure that as members debate, we assist the Speaker or the presiding officer to ensure that principles of decorum are adhered to. So our duty there, we are advisors. Primarily, we are there to advise. The presiding officer is the one who runs the business of the House, but we must ensure that the presiding officer is adequately assisted in terms of the advice that we give to the presiding officer.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with the reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. And as we said earlier on, we're coming from you live from the City Hall, Cape Town City Hall, where the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa, will be delivering the State of the Nation address this evening at 7 p.m. My name is Masuho Dlula, if you've just joined us, and I'm here in studio with Advocate Mudibeli Pindela, who's the Secretary to the National Council of Provinces. Welcome to the studio, Advocate Pindela.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dlula.
Okay, can you please just give us an outline of what is the role of the National Council of Provinces?
The National Council of Provinces in general?
Yes, just in general, for the ordinary South Africans to understand what the NCOP is all about.
The National Council of Provinces is there to represent the interest of the provinces in the national sphere of government. In other words, what it must do is that whatever is done at national level, it must make sure that the interest of provinces are represented in the work of government. And it must also ensure that the representation of the views of the provinces. The marquee is shaking, it's very windy.
It's wind in Cape Town. We're having a very windy day. Yes, we apologize for the sound in the background. It might be the wind.
Yes, and that is why it has the representation from the provinces. Each province is represented by 10 representatives, and each delegation of the province is headed by the Premier. So that is how we make sure that the interests of the provinces are taken into consideration in the national sphere of government. So,
okay, sorry to interject, you can proceed.
So the delegates should from time to time go back to their provinces so that they should know what the interests of their provinces are, so that when we have debates in the National Council of Provinces, when laws are passed in the National Council of Provinces, they must make sure that those interests are taken into consideration in the national sphere of government.
Okay, you're talking about that the National Council of Provinces is representing the provinces, and we know that maybe ordinary South Africans might not be aware of the type of bills, the Section 75 and the Section 76. Can you please just briefly outline to us what is the main difference between the Section 75 bills and the Section 76 bills, and also tell us how the NCOP, what is the process in passing the Section 76 bills in the NCOP?
The so-called Section 75 bills in terms of the Constitution are bills that are set not to affect provinces. In other words, those are bills that can only be passed at national level between the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. And in doing that, even if at national level the provinces do not play a role on those bills that are set not to be affecting provinces, the National Council of Provinces must make sure that the interests of provinces are taken into consideration when passing those bills. If you take, for instance, a bill dealing with defense, that's a bill that can only be dealt with by the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. But the National Council of Provinces, even if that is the matter that a provincial legislature may not pass law on, the National Council of Provinces must make sure that even if it's a defense bill, the interests of the provinces are taken into consideration. It might be that there's a proposal to build, for instance, a base in a province. But if that is done, the National Council of Provinces must make sure that the interests of provinces are taken into consideration, even if the provinces may not be required to comment on that bill. But if it's a bill affecting provinces, like let's take, for instance, a social development, a bill dealing with social development, or a bill dealing with basic education, provinces will have a say in ensuring that their interests are taken into consideration. We will ask the provinces, for instance, when that bill comes to the National Council of Provinces, we will ask the provinces to express a view on that bill. And when it comes to voting, the vote depends on what a province say insofar as that bill is concerned. If the province does not want to vote against, in favor of that bill, the province will instruct its own delegates not to vote in favor of that bill. Unlike when we are dealing with the so-called bills not affecting provinces, the Section 75 bills, under those circumstances, each permanent delegate, each delegate, including special delegates, have got one vote. Each one of them has got one vote. And they do not vote in terms of the mandate of the province, in terms of the instruction of the province. They vote in terms of, perhaps in terms of their own conscience, or in terms of the instruction of their parties. Okay. Whereas on bills affecting provinces, the Section 76 bills, they act in terms of the instruction of the province.
Okay, Advocate, you talk about they get the voice of the people, the provinces. What is their stand on a certain bill? So how do they do that? How do they get the feedback from the provinces? What is the process or a mechanism that the institution as NCOP applies to ensure that there is a response from the provinces?
We have what we call the mandating process, and that is why I was talking about the instruction from the province. So in terms of the mandating process, when we receive a bill affecting provinces, the so-called Section 76 bills, they are referred to these sections because they follow the procedure outlined in the Constitution in terms of those sections. So if it's a Section 76 bill, if you want to know how to deal with it, you go to the Constitution, and Section 76 will tell you how to deal with that particular bill. So when it comes to the National Council of Provinces, the National Council of Provinces also refers that bill to the provincial legislatures, so that the provincial legislatures can then go back to the people and facilitate public involvement, listen to the views of the people of the province, and consider those views. Those views that make sense, the provincial legislature will take into consideration. Those that do not make sense, of course, it will not take into consideration. But it must make sure that it considers the views expressed by the people that it would have consulted. And once that has been done, then a provincial legislature will say to the National Council of Provinces, we have consulted with the people, we have taken the views of the people into consideration, and we are proposing the following insofar as this bill is concerned. we will wait for your response insofar as what we have submitted to you is concerned. Then it goes into a committee. Then the committee considers the position of a province, what the province or the position of the provinces, what the provinces are saying insofar as that bill is concerned. Then the committee comes up with a report, and that report goes back to the provinces again, to the provincial legislatures. Now for the provincial legislatures to give us the final position of a province insofar as that bill is concerned. A province may say, we want to vote in favor of this bill, or we don't want to vote in favor of this bill, we want to vote against this bill, or we are not going to vote on this bill, we're just going to abstain. We do not have any position on this bill. So the delegates representing that province cannot act outside the mandate of the province or the instruction of the province. If the province says you are going to vote against this bill, the permanent delegate representing the province in the National Council of Provinces will vote against that bill, irrespective of whether his or her party believes differently insofar as the vote is concerned. Because what matters on those bills affecting provinces, directly affecting provinces, what matters is the voice of the province and not the voice of a party.
Okay.
Whereas if it's a matter concerning defense, for instance, it would be the voice of the party that a delegate would listen to. If the party instructs him or her, or if he or she feels that I should vote against this bill, he or she will vote against that bill. Just to take it further, or just to conclude on that point, if it's a bill affecting provinces, each province has got one vote. So you'll get 9 votes.
Yeah.
So for a bill to pass, then the majority would be 5 votes.
Yeah.
So if 5 provinces vote in favor, then the bill will be passed. If 5 provinces vote against, then the bill will not proceed. But whereas insofar as bills not affecting provinces are concerned, you'll have ideally 90 votes if you have a full representation of all the delegates in the House. And for a bill to pass, you need the majority of at least if 1/3 should be present as a quorum, then you need the majority of the votes cast in order for a bill to pass.
Okay. Because we've got Section 75 and 76 bills, so let's say in a situation where the NCOP and the National Assembly are disagreeing on a bill after voting, what is the process that takes place?
You see, that's another distinguishing feature between bills affecting provinces, Section 75, and bills not affecting provinces, Section 76. The National Council of Provinces, insofar as bills not directly affecting provinces, the so-called Section 75 bills, the National Council of Provinces, if it rejects that bill, the National Assembly may still pass that bill.
Okay. So basically, because it's 75, the NA has, let's say, powers to decide what to do with the bill.
They can still pass it even if the National Council of Provinces has rejected it.
Okay.
If it's a bill directly affecting provinces, or a so-called Section 76 bill, if the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly do not agree on a bill, let's say the bill has been passed by the National Assembly, it comes to the National Council of Provinces, the National Council of Provinces says, no, we don't agree with the National Assembly. Then we form what we call a mediation committee.
Okay.
The mediation committee consists of representatives from the National Assembly, representatives from the National Council of Provinces. It's 9 aside, 9 members of the National Assembly, 9 delegates from the National Council of Provinces. And then they sit down, they look at the bill. They may pass the bill as agreed to by the National Assembly, or they pass the bill as agreed to the National Council of Provinces, or they may agree on the bill as agreed to by the National Assembly or by the National Council of Provinces, or they may come up with a different, totally different version of a bill. So if they agree, then the bill is passed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in a case where they come up with a whole different bill, what is the procedure from there?
If they come up with a completely different bill, it should go back to the National Assembly, then come to the National Council of Provinces. If they pass it, then that's the bill that would have been passed. So the National Council of Provinces can amend a bill directly affecting provinces. It can effect amendments. It can say to the National Assembly, we are amending this bill, and this is the version of the bill that we are passing. And as I've indicated, if the National Assembly does not agree with the amended bill, then we form the mediation committee. Whereas insofar as bills not directly affecting provinces, or the so-called Section 75 bills, the National Council of Provinces may only propose amendments. So it cannot amend that particular bill. It cannot change it.
Okay.
But it can propose changes to that particular bill.
Okay. We always hear during House sittings of notice of a motion or motion of a notice, and it creates confusion because we sometimes don't know which is which. Can you please just explain to us what is a motion of a notice or a notice of a motion, and what is the relevance of both to the proceedings of the House?
The notices are request to the House, for the House to do something on a particular matter.
Okay.
But we also have motions without notice. Those would be, for instance, congratulatory motions where a member stands up in the House and say, I move that the House congratulates Bafana for qualifying in the CAF competition, for instance.
Okay.
And then the House takes a decision on that. But notices of a motion, it would be instances where a member stands up in the House and say, I am giving you notice that in the next sitting, I am going to move that we debate a particular matter. So a notice of a motion would be to give members an opportunity to prepare for a debate on a particular subject matter. Whereas motions without notice is where a member stands up in the House and say, I move that the House congratulates, or a House passes a motion of a motion of condolences to a particular member, or that the House congratulates, as I have indicated, a particular member, a particular team in the country, or a particular member of a society for achieving a particular something. Yeah.
Okay. We know that public participation is a very important aspect when it comes to passing laws. Are there any plans in place or measures in place currently that ensure that we are moving with the times in terms of technology, where people can participate in parliamentary, in SOP proceedings or general parliament proceedings digitally, whether through YouTube or however? Are there any measures currently in place to facilitate that?
Look, the technology is good. We know that most people in South Africa, for instance, own cell phones and this and so on and so on. But we can't solely rely on technology for the purposes of facilitating public involvement. There's also a need for members to go out to all the corners of the country to make sure that they consult with the people, they facilitate public involvement in the processes and proceedings of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. So even if there's technology, but that physical contact sometimes also becomes important. During COVID, we relied on technology, but it may not be the sole vehicle for facilitating public involvement. Yes, Parliament has got those facilities of ensuring that technologically people are consulted and so on and so on. But there might be other people who do not have access to technology, for instance. There are people where the connectivity, for instance, would be an issue. So there's still a need to go out and consult with the people. And it cannot be an excuse that because of connectivity, people could not participate in the processes and proceedings of Parliament. So we have also take into consideration all those things.
Yeah.
People may not have data, for instance.
Yeah, it's very
people
expensive.
may not have access to Wi-Fi, for
Wi-Fi.
instance. So sometimes when you are staying in the city, you take those things for granted. That at any
They're
time,
easily accessible.
at any time when I want to connect, even if I don't have data, I can go and sit in a cafe somewhere. I will have access to Wi-Fi from that cafe and this and so on and so on. You know.
Okay.
But there's also a need, I think, for instance, for the purposes of development, to look at making this the technology available to even people even in the rural areas. Yeah.
Okay, what challenges would you say the NCOP faces in promoting public participation? And are there any plans or efforts to enhance public participation, if there are any challenges?
Yeah, look, the main challenge might be the financial resources.
Yeah.
But the courts have said, and in particular the Constitutional Court has said, that we can't forever be using a lack of financial resources as justification for failure to facilitate public involvement. Because in most instances, when you're talking about the processes and proceedings of Parliament, and particularly insofar as these questions are concerned, the first question would be, how much did it cost you to facilitate public involvement on this particular bill? And if you say it cost us about 10 million or so, people would say, but that's a lot of money, you could have done something about it. You see, not taking into consideration that if you fail to facilitate public involvement, then you would have failed to comply with your constitutional obligations. So it's very important that whilst we are thinking about resources, but the resources, the money that we spend on facilitation of public involvement should not be uppermost in our minds. The question really should be whether we have facilitated public involvement and so on and so on. Then the secondary question might be that how much did it cost you? We know that democracy is not cheap.
Yeah.
So we have to allocate resources to ensure that we facilitate public involvement. Facilitation of public involvement, of course, because of our history, lies at the heart of our democratic practices. If you do not facilitate public involvement, if you don't involve people in the lawmaking processes, your laws may may suffer the legitimacy crisis, because people would say we were not involved in the making of these laws, and therefore we will not respect them. We do not accept them. We're going to challenge them. You see. So, if you involve people in every step of the way, people will say, yes, we have participated in the making of this law. We know how this law was arrived at, and it is our law. We own it, and therefore we will honor it. We will make sure that it is implemented. We will respect it, and so on and so on. You know.
Okay. Now, because Parliament also has a role, the responsibility to conduct oversight on the executive, what are the mechanisms that the NCOP uses to ensure that the priorities that are going to be set this evening, or that were set, let's say, last SONA by the President, are implemented? Are there any mechanism that the NCOP has to track that?
Well, if the President delivers the State of the Nation address tonight, then we will also have, it will be followed by the budget by the Minister of Finance. Then it will be followed. That will be followed by the budget speeches of each department. Each department would then have its own strategic plan. It will have its own APP. It will have its own budget. The APP would be how do you break down your strategic plan in your annual performance plan to make sure that you implement what you have said you are going to do insofar as your strategic plan is concerned. And the strategic plans of the departments must reflect what the President has said is going to be achieved during the course of this financial year. So if the Parliament must make sure that each house, the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces, must ensure that whatever the departments submit to the houses reflect what the President has said would be done, and what the Minister of Finance had said insofar as the allocation of finances is concerned. So we will have committee meetings to look at the plans of the departments. Then once the departments, once the budget has been approved, then the committees must also go out and make sure that they oversee what the departments have said they are going to do. If for instance, the Department of Water and Sanitation says we are going to build a dam somewhere, a committee must go out and satisfy itself that that dam has been constructed or is in the process of being constructed. The members also, or the delegates in the National Council of Provinces, may also ask questions to members of cabinet. They may ask questions to the president. They must ask questions to the deputy president, and they must hold the president, the deputy president, members of cabinet to the answers that they would have provided in the house. You have mentioned motions. They can also use motions to extract responses from the executive. So there are different methods of conducting oversight.
Okay, there's a flagship program that is done by the NCOP, which has been doing over the past parliaments, called the Provincial Week. What would you say are some of the wins that the NCOP has taken out of those programs?
What in the normal course of events, or in the ideal situation, what the president says in the House today should filter down to the provinces. Yeah. So when the provincial legislatures host their state of provinces addresses, when the premiers address the legislatures on the state of the provinces addresses, and by extension addresses the people of the province, there should be some resonance with what the president has said in the State of the Nation address, so that whatever the president has said insofar as matters affecting provinces are concerned, those things are implemented at that level. Yeah. So it's very important that there should be a thread that runs from the state of the province, from the State of the Nation address into the state of the province address, and that should also go down to local government, so that there's some resonance insofar as all the matters that the president, or all the policy pronouncements that the president would have made in the state of the nation address. So when we undertake a provincial week, the purpose of a provincial week, because each delegation now goes back to its own province. For instance, the permanent delegates belonging to the province of Mpumalanga, belonging to the province of Northwest, belonging to the province of Gauteng, they will go back to their own provinces, not as a committee, but as the delegates emanating or coming from that particular province. And the purpose really is to ensure that there is that synergy between what is done at national level and what is done at provincial level and what is done at local government level. So we do that in conjunction or in consultation with the provincial legislatures as well as organized local government, so that we must ensure that there is common thread running through the three spheres of government in the spirit of cooperative governance.
Okay, thank you so much, Advocate Pindela, for your time. We really appreciate it. You're still joining us live from the Cape Town City Hall, where the President will be delivering his State of the Nation address. Stay tuned for more interviews.
Yeah, it has been a week.
President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The most challenging things in my community is our youth and the joblessness, because the children is sitting around, and even when they go to school, most of them, they drop out. My worries is even 3 children. What they are going through, and the reason that they are in the street is the parents. So smoking and drinking is not good for South Africa, for any woman, especially for mothers, because I'm worried about the children and about the children's future. If a mom doesn't look out for a child, what happens with their child? He became nothing in life. He will just sit and he will be a gangster, he will rob, he will smoke, he will drink, he will do drugs. And that is the worrying thing. What happens to our children? Is there a future for our children when mothers are drinking the way they are drinking in South Africa and the way they are treating their children? They don't care about the children. And that is the most problem in my community that I'm worried about. Even our youth, there's nothing from them. When they finish school, there's no job to go to. You can apply and apply and apply and nothing happened to them because they sit around. Now they became what? Drug addicts. They sit around the house. Then they started to steal. And this is where they end up in jail or dead on the end. So if I were the president, I would look at their challenges. And I think they must also change the law about 18 to 35 because most of the children, they don't work for the parents. And then the parents above 35, they struggle. They don't get anything. 350 is not enough for them to be supported. Why not take the 350 and open fabrics or do something with it? Create jobs for people. Don't give them 350. 350 is nothing. It's just a meal for now, but not even for the whole day. So why not change that thing and bring something in that is workable for the people?
And welcome back to Parliament TV. You're still tuned in for the hashtag SONA 2025. And of course, the President is to deliver the first State of the Nation address since the establishment of the 7th administration. We're outside the Cape Town City Hall. There is music outside with the Wynberg High Jazz Marimba Band, and they are keeping everybody entertained outside.
And as Tsebo had just said, there's quite a number of activities that are currently taking place right behind us here at the Cape Town City Hall. And indeed, we're waiting for the President to deliver the State of the Nation address, his first of the 7th Parliament under the Government of National Unity, which will be delivered tonight at 7 o'clock.
And if you just joined us, we've been having a series of interviews with various presiding officers of Parliament, where Tsebo earlier on talked to the Deputy Speaker and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and Tebigosi talked to the Speaker of the National Assembly, where they just basically outlined what is it they are looking forward to hearing the President saying this evening, and also what the State of the Nation address signifies and what it stands for in our country. And also earlier on, we did mention that we are dressed by different local designers as a mission to promote the local designers and local designers in South Africa. And I'm dressed by Uskalo, and you're dressed by?
I'm dressed by Utis Flo. It's owned by Utsile Sifolo, and it's from Johannesburg. Hence, I'm having this look today, this majestic,
the majestic look.
Today.
We can all attest to that.
And I am dressed in manto by the beautiful Balisa Mukubung. Of course, this is a take between traditional and the modern women, and that is what I'll be looking like today.
And also this afternoon, you will also, members of Parliament will also be held accountable as to are they wearing local. You will see them earlier on the red carpet, where the fashion police will hold them to account as, are you wearing local?
And I think it is very important that that accountability takes place, because it's happened on several occasions, even during the previous SONA. Remember that even though it's President Ramaphosa's first SONA in the 7th Parliament, but he has delivered previous SONA because he was the President in the previous administration. And he has emphasized the support for local brands, that we need to dress local. And we also had the Speaker during the course of the week when she was briefing the media.
Yes.
Look, the aim is to get as many members of Parliament to wear local, so that we can promote our own designers instead of,
And of course, because a lot of people have their reservations when it comes to the fashion show, because they feel like, you know what, there's so many issues in South Africa, social, economic issues, there's unemployment, there's poverty, and they feel like having members parade themselves in fashion and in designer wear, it's sort of like a smack in somebody's face, somebody who is impoverished, somebody who is unemployed. However, I always emphasize that it's important that we do this because we're supporting the very designers that are keeping the factories open. We're supporting the very people that work within these factories within the textile industry, and that is why it's important to keep on having the conversation about wearing local and supporting local designers.
And continue to also follow us on our social media platforms, and also you can check also the Proudly South African social media platforms to see all the local designs that will be worn today. And also, earlier on, actually it was yesterday, as I was walking here, I overheard a conversation where there was a gentleman who said that, what is the point that this address by the President, the people who are going to be inside and who are going to be listening are the people who work with him, and the public don't have access. But now, because I thought about it, that, that was my moment to say to them, Parliament is very intentional about having public participation elements to Parliament and giving access, people, ordinary South Africans, access to Parliament, facilitating public participation through different processes.
which is why we're bringing it live to them. We have Parliament TV that's bringing that will be bringing that address by the president to the president while sitting at home. So you don't even need to be here for this wind and that's the weather. Yes, the weather, the sun is out, but it's very windy outside. So we've made it easier for people to watch. We also not only limited to Parliament TV, we have our social media platforms. We have aligned our handle at Parliament of RSA. So all the activities of today, the viewers at home can follow them here on Parliament TV. And then they will not feel left out on the activities of today. Yes, President will be talking to will be addressing the nation, but in the presence of the members, in the physical presence, maybe if I should put it that way, of the members of Parliament, the guests, and the special people that have been invited. But the President will be delivering the State of the Nation address to the nation more than anything, because apart from us just showing the State of the Nation address, but we also have other media channels, and trust me, all the media houses today are showing the State of the Nation address.
And in addition to that is that school children have also been afforded an opportunity to come and witness the State of the Nation. Right now we've got a marimba band that is performing outside, and later on we'll have junior guards of honor who will have an opportunity to do a guard of honor as the President is being ushered into the National Assembly well, because the City Hall has now been officially declared Parliament precinct. And besides that, we've got a very interesting element which has been with us since the dawn of democracy, which is an imbongi, where a praise singer ushers the president in praise singing, and the languages have people must not be shocked today when it's closer, saying because it's Cape Town, it's closer. No. The languages rotate every year, and this year we've got the honor of doing the praise singing in isiXhosa.
And it's being done by a 19-year-old from
Yes.
Aidutwa, deep in the rural villages of the Eastern Cape. So it would be good to hear how the young lady is going to usher the president in.
Definitely.
Of course. And we are coming to you live from Cape Town City Hall. And tonight marks a major moment in our democracy as we witness the first State of the Nation address of the 7th Democratic Parliament. It's an opportunity to reflect on our past, assess the present, and look towards the future. But before we delve into today's coverage, it's important to make a moment to retrace our steps. How did we get here? The journey of Parliament over the past 30 years and how it shaped the nation we live in.
That's right, Chepo. The first democratic parliament elected in 1994 was historic. It was about laying the foundation of a new South Africa after decades of apartheid rule. Its primary focus was clear: dismantling apartheid-era laws and enacting transformative legislation to build an equal democratic society. It was a parliament tasked with nothing less than rewriting the country's future.
And at the heart of that process was the drafting and adoption of the 1996 Constitution, the document that enshrines the principle of our democracy, equality, and human rights. This was a defining moment, ensuring that South Africa was governed by laws that protect all citizens, regardless of race or background.
And beyond constitutional development, this parliament was also responsible for dismantling the racial disparities. We saw legislation aimed at reforming housing, education, healthcare, and employment, all designed to level the playing field after centuries of systematic inequality. It was about ensuring that democracy wasn't just a political concept, but a tangible reality for all South Africans.
And let's not forget the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, perhaps one of the most critical initiatives of that first parliament. The TRC was tasked with investigating human rights violations during apartheid, giving survivors a platform to share their stories and fostering a process of national healing. It wasn't a perfect process, but it laid the groundwork for reconciliation in a deeply divided country.
Then, of course, there was the question of the economy. Parliament had to develop new economic policies addressing poverty and inequality through land distribution and social welfare programs. It was also about building the institutions of democracy, which of course later on we'll have an opportunity to talk to heads of Chapter 9 institutions, and strengthen the judiciary, who also the members of the judiciary will also be attending this evening. They will also be sitting in the City Hall when the President addresses the nation. And ensuring media freedom, and of course Parliament taking its media freedom very seriously by ensuring that today all the media houses that have requested to be here are here and they've got space. And putting systems in place to prevent any return to authoritarianism.
Of course, that was the first democratic parliament. Let's focus on the second democratic parliament, which took place between 1999 and 2004. From 1999 to 2004, South Africa had already made significant strides, but new challenges emerged. One of the biggest was the HIV/AIDS epidemic, which had become a national crisis.
Yes, and Parliament had to step up with legislation, budget allocations, and public awareness campaigns to combat the crisis. This period was heated with debates over government responses, but it was clear that addressing HIV and AIDS had become a key priority for Parliament.
Land reform also became a major focus. Parliament continued grappling with issues of restitution, redistribution, and security of tenure. The legacy of land dispossession under apartheid remained a deeply contentious issue, and the debates of this era set the tone for future land reform policies.
Constitutionally, this parliament also saw amendments that strengthened democratic institutions, including the formal establishment of the Public Protector and the South African Human Rights Commissions. And as Maseko had indicated, the heads of those institutions were expecting to speak to them later. And those bodies continue to play a crucial role in ensuring government accountability.
And economically, while there was growth, income inequality remained a concern. But one of the major democratic milestones of our period was the year 2000 local government elections, which cemented the decentralization of power, strengthening democracy at the grassroots level.
And now by the time we reached the third democratic parliament, which was between 2004 and 2009, the focus was on tackling long-standing social and economic inequalities. Parliament had to legislate solutions for housing, healthcare, education, and employment equity.
And oversight also became a bigger priority. Parliament played a more active role in scrutinizing government spending, holding ministers accountable, and investigating allegations of corruption.
Public participation also gained traction during this period. Parliament made deliberate efforts to bring public consultations and community outreach into the legislative process.
And economic development remained a key focus, with policies aimed at stimulating job creation, poverty reduction, and land reform. Parliament also strengthened South Africa's international role, becoming more active in regional affairs and promoting democracy across the continent. And also, as we know, that South Africa this year is the chair of the G20, and we'll also be hosting the G20 summit together with the P20 summit.
And to get to the fourth democratic parliament, which took place between 2009 rather in 2014, which was marked by some major developments, starting with a new focus on youth development. The government launched initiatives like the National Youth Development Agency. We scheduled to speak also to the chairperson of the NYDA, Ms. Luwaka, to tackle youth and employment. I'm sure she'll give us more insights on how NYDA has done in terms of tackling youth and employment.
And of course, we had the 2010 FIFA World Cup. How can we forget
what
that? The feeling is here. It was a beautiful time to be alive.
And those born in 2010 are probably 15 now.
Wow.
Wow.
Time really flies.
Wow.
And the Tintswalos are how old this year?
The Tintswalos are turning 31.
Wow. Time really flies. And the 2010 FIFA World Cup, which Parliament had to oversee in terms of funding, infrastructure, and long-term economic impact.
And of course, with all the celebrations with the 2010 World Cup, at the same time, service delivery protests were on the rise, highlighting frustrations with local governance. Parliament had to respond to these issues while also deepening South Africa's engagement in global and regional affairs.
And now the fifth democratic parliament, which was between 2014 and 2019. By the time we entered the fifth parliament, governance and accountability were at the center of discussions. Parliament focused on oversight and transparency, scrutinizing government actions, investigating corruption, and ensuring public funds were used effectively.
There was also a greater push for public involvement in legislative processes, ensuring that citizens had a voice in policy making.
And internationally, South Africa deepened its engagement in global forums, addressing issues like sustainable development, climate change, and peacekeeping efforts.
And then the sixth democratic parliament, which had to deal with some of the biggest crises in recent history, I meant to say. Economic transformation and job creation became priorities, and as the country struggled with unemployment and inequality.
There was also a renewed push for improved education, healthcare, and social services. And Parliament played a key role in expanding access to basic services like housing, water and electricity, which came with its own unique challenges and shaped the political landscape that led to the 2024 elections.
And from a governance perspective, fighting corruption and strengthening institutions remained high on the agenda. Alongside South Africa's role in global affairs, significantly, South Africa hosted the BRICS Summit during the 6th Parliament, and it will be the first African nation to host the 11th G20 Summit in 2025.
And of course, during this era, that is the time when the whole world was dealing with COVID-19, yes, which of course brought transformation on also how Parliament operates without, to ensure that business of Parliament does not stop.
And it changed how things are normally done, because we moved from traditional ways of attending meetings and sitting in meetings to, yes, virtual platforms. Yeah. There was a lot of change that came with the 6th Parliament.
And we see that also with the sittings and the plenaries also. We have hybrid plenaries now, and sometimes they're even online. And it's because of what COVID brought, and people had to find alternatives as to how the government should go forward. And Parliament's work had to go on, regardless of what was going on.
And it was also during that 6th Parliament that unfortunately Parliament was gutted by fire, which is, yes, why we find ourselves sitting here today at the Cape Town City Hall, which of course, as Master Fred earlier indicated, being declared a parliamentary district.
Yeah, and earlier on when I was speaking to Advocate Pindela, he also indicated that as much as we are moving, we are digitalizing everything, we also must forget not to lose the human element. That is why even when we do public hearings virtually, and what we must remember, the makulos in the rural areas who do not have access to data. Yes. And of course data is expensive, as people have already, everyone on social media, always the topic is how much data is expensive. So we are moving with the times, but also we must not, as a parliament, exclude those who are marginalized and do not have access to such facilities.
As such, Parliament the previous weekend, they had tobacco bill public hearings, and they were physical. They were held in a number of provinces. I'm aware about one that took place in Free State the previous Saturday, the last Saturday, as well as in George the Sunday. And I happened to have to attend the one that was in George. It was, as we're saying, about the old people that are not able to follow the things with the relevant technologies and all that. So it was great also to see that they had come out in numbers to express their views on the legislative making process of Parliament.
And it does not come without any challenges as well, the digitalization of everything, because there's also network problems. Because you can be in a rural area now, the problem is the connection. You can, yes, have the data, but the problem can be the connection. And as you know that now, Parliament is also moving to the dome, which has been constructed now in the parking, in New Mester parking, where it's going to hold, the National Assembly will be holding its sittings, and also the debates and the replies will be held in the dome from next week, Tuesday until Thursday. So looking ahead for the 7th Democratic Parliament, which we're in now, and which was established last year in July, so we're here at the 7th Democratic Parliament. The road has not been easy, and many challenges remain. But tonight's State of the Nation address will give us insight into the path forward, and also tell us how will Parliament shape the next 5 years.
And that's what we're here to unpack during our coverage. You can join the conversation on social media using hashtag SONA2025. And of course, we're outside the Cape Town City Hall. And let's take a look at outside, where we have the Wynberg Girls Band, Jazz Marimba Band actually, and they are entertaining the people outside. Now, with that, of course, we are awaiting the President to deliver the State of the Nation address later on at 7 p.m. Now, upcoming is some more interviews to ensure that you stay informed. And, of course, you can join that conversation. Use the hashtag SONA2025. Follow, like, and subscribe on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. And have your say, because it is indeed your Parliament, your voice, your future. Stay tuned.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Topo Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Sifran. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The spirit with which South Africans have turned from division and conflict to knitting the fabric of a normal society has become a source of pride to us as a nation.
The State of the Nation Address, or SONA, is called in terms of Section 42, subsection 5 of the Constitution by the President of the Republic. It is a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament and one of the rare occasions that brings together the three arms of the state under one roof.
I have received a message from the President requesting a joint sitting for the purposes of addressing Parliament. The Honourable the President.
SONA provides the President with an opportunity to speak to the nation on the general state of South Africa, to reflect on a wide range of political, economic and social matters within the domestic and global context, to account to the nation on the work of government and to set out government's program of action.
The society must guarantee the dignity of every citizen on the basis of a good quality of life for every woman, man and child without regard to race or color or disability.
Traditionally, the President makes key government announcements during this important joint sitting of Parliament. It is a ceremonial joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament called specifically for the President to deliver his SONA, and no other business may be considered on this day. It is presided over by the Speaker and or the Chairperson of the Council by arrangement between them. During the week following the SONA, a debate of approximately 2 days is held on the SONA. The President is then given an opportunity to reply to the debate on the third day and to close the debate. The President delivers his SONA before Parliament because Parliament is charged with ensuring that the work flowing from the address is implemented. Most importantly, SONA is delivered in Parliament because the priorities pronounced in it have budgetary implications demanding robust oversight, one of Parliament's constitutional responsibilities. This practice of the President delivering a State of the Nation address goes back to the pre-democratic era. One such address is that of former President Mr. F.W. de Klerk, titled Address by the State President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk. DMS, at the opening of the second session of the 9th Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Cape Town, 2nd February 1990. During this address, former President de Klerk announced that former President Nelson Mandela would be released from prison and all political parties would be unbanned.
The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution provides that the President may summon the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business. Joint Rule Number 7, subsection 1A provides that the President may call a joint sitting of the House when it is necessary for the President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament.
Tumamina, I want to be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I want to be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I want to lend a hand.
The official program usually begins with 3 processions. There is the procession of provincial speakers, provincial premiers, and the judiciary proceeding to the Assembly chamber through the main entrance of the National Assembly building. There is the arrival of the presidential cavalcade in the parliamentary precinct. The President aligns, is welcomed by the presiding officers and their deputies, and proceeds to the National Assembly chamber. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession. Guards of honor and eminent persons also line the route to the National Assembly chamber. Junior guards of honor comprise learners from schools around the country. They form a guard of honor from the gates of Parliament when the President disembarks. The selection takes into account rural and urban dynamics. The Civil Guard of Honor, selected on the basis of the parliamentary theme for the year, continues where the Junior Guard of Honor ends. The eminent persons are South Africans who have achieved outstanding results in their respective fields or who have been recognized for their contribution to society. Provincial speakers nominate them to be guests of Parliament for the SONA. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, aides-de-camp are attached to the President of the Republic of South Africa at all ceremonies of the state. Their role in the country is limited to ceremonial duties. Once this task has been fulfilled, they are immediately withdrawn. During the SONA, they travel with the President from President's place of residence to Parliament. The aides-de-camp lead the presidential procession onto a saluting dais on the steps of the National Assembly to receive the ceremonial honors, the Guard of Honor by the National Ceremonial Guard, the 21-gun salute, the national anthem, and a salute flight. They then lead the procession into the chamber and stand guard at the entrance of the chamber. In 1842, the 21-gun salute became the international norm as the highest honor a nation rendered, and it is fired in honor of the President. The first shot of the salute is synchronized to coincide with the playing of the national anthem.
You are the top. The members of the National Assembly as well as members of the NCOP are ready in the joint sitting.
Members of both houses must be seated before the procession enters. Each of the 9 provinces is represented by its full quota of 6 permanent and 4 rotating members, seated in the removable cross benches. A delegation of 10 South African Local Government Association members also occupy seats in the cross benches. Members' guests representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, the judges, president, provincial speakers, directors general of state departments, guests from civil society approved by the presiding officers, and staff of the presidency and parliament are accommodated in the National Assembly galleries. The official bays to the right and left of the speaker's chair, other overflow areas within parliament. The presiding officers and the president enter the chamber in procession, preceded by the sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod, and followed by the secretary to parliament. A new element of the SONA since the birth of democracy is Imbong, the praise singer. Although our parliament is based on the Westminster traditions, Imbongi's praise singing gives Africanness pride of place. Imbongi starts this narration as the presidential procession enters the chamber. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod are responsible for compliance with security policy in and around the chamber and galleries. The sergeant at arms and the usher of the black rod place the mace and the black rod in place before the speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP respectively. The mace is a symbol of authority of the Speaker of the National Assembly. When the sergeant at arms carries the mace into the debating chamber and places it before the Speaker of the National Assembly, it means that the National Assembly is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The mace was designed to reflect the history, traditions, and diverse cultures and languages of South Africa. The black rod is the symbol of the authority of the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The black rod reflects the important role of the provinces in the functioning of the NCOP. When the usher of the black rod carries the black rod into the debating chamber and places it before the chairperson of the NCOP, it means that the NCOP is formally in session and that its proceedings are official. The presiding officers, while standing, bows to the left and then to the right in greeting and request a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Once everyone is seated, the presiding officer reads out the notice calling the joint sitting and calls on the president to deliver his address to the joint sitting. No other business may be considered on this day. The president then delivers the SONA and no other debate takes place. On conclusion of the president's speech, the presiding officer adjourns the sitting. Members are required to wait while the procession leaves the chamber. Over the years, this address has set the tone for the goals of the year. It speaks to businesses, civil society, and general public. It gives insight into what we as a nation have achieved and a plan to achieve going forward. Through this address, the first citizen and leader of the nation shines the light on the path we shall be taking and leads us to where we want to be as a nation. More than just the speech, the SONA tells South Africans, as well as the world, why South Africa continues to be the land of possibilities.
Get it. I might as well just take it off then, because it's going to. Welcome back, and as you said, we are coming to you live from the Cape Town City Hall, where the President of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering the State of the Nation address this evening at 7 p.m. I'm joined here in studio by Mr. Masibulele Xaso, who's the Secretary to the National Assembly, which is another House of Parliament. Welcome, Mr. Xaso.
Thank you so much.
Can you just briefly outline to us what is the role of the National Assembly and also of your office as the Secretary to the National Assembly?
Well, the mandate of the National Assembly is to we elect the President of the Republic. We make laws for the Republic, or we exercise oversight over the executive and hold the executive accountable. So oversight over the implementation of the laws, oversight over the implementation of policies of government. Of course, there is an interrelationship between the laws and the policies. And that's in essence what the National Assembly does as a house. So our role, of course, as the administration, is to enable the National Assembly to do exactly that, and to do it within the law. And the exercise of oversight takes, and holding executive accountable takes various forms, whether it is through debates. For instance, next week at 2 o'clock on Monday, there will be a debate on the tragedy in the DRC where we lost soldiers. Yeah. That's an accountability mechanism. Members will be asking questions. The executive will be there to respond to those questions. And there's also a purely question procedure where members can ask questions, usually on Wednesdays. The executive answers questions. That includes ministers, the president, the deputy president. And of course, as you may be aware, members can also go do site inspections as part of their oversight responsibilities. So the House is there to ensure that what government has committed to is realized. Is there to ensure that what the Constitution says about the state and its responsibility towards its citizens, the House constituting the representatives of the people, is there to ensure that the interests of the people are realized. Because remember, we are both a participatory and representative democracy, which means that we have got members of parliament representing their constituents. We've got members of the public also who participate in the affairs of parliament. So the National Assembly, in a nutshell, does that. Of course, we also have international responsibilities. I mean, if you take the theme of Parliament this year is harnessing international diplomacy with a view to strengthen global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. So we can't be removed from the international platform. Yeah. And the House is responsible for that. We ratify international conventions. In other words, we say whether we agree or we don't agree with them. And of course, the NA is one House of Parliament, but I don't want to get into that space because you asked me about the NA. So the things that we do, the laws that we do, most of them, there are exceptions, most of them would go to the other house, which is the National Council of Provinces. Yeah.
And you are talking about oversight. That is, Parliament has the responsibility to conduct oversight, and you facilitate that as the National Assembly. Now, we generally know that there are usually budget cuts, and Parliament is not an exception to that. So how does the NA ensure that with the budget cuts that are put in place, it does not compromise oversight?
I think one mechanism of the vehicle that the NA uses largely to realize its oversight obligations is committees of Parliament. Yeah. They are the substructures of the House. They work for the House. They are created by the House, and they report to the House. Now, it is in the work of committees that, of course, there will be prioritization of issues to ensure that we deal with priority matters. I mean, if you look at the medium-term development plan of the country, inclusive economic growth, job creation is a priority, eradication of poverty, and managing, well, it says tackling the cost of living is a priority. Issues of food security, building an ethical developmental state, those are priorities that have been highlighted by the president, among others, at the time this 7th parliament started. So you would imagine that as we navigate our way through the 7th parliament, the committees of parliament will focus on those priorities, among other things. Yeah. There's various other things. You've got the National Development Plan, which creates a whole range of other targets that we must meet. But as part of prioritizing our tasks, you would expect that committees of parliament will focus on this, what the government has set itself as priorities, to make sure that we are able to achieve. Because if you can address issues of economic growth, and job creation, you've dented a lot of the problems that we have in the country. If you deal with the issues of eradication of poverty and tackling the cost of living, so you'd have done that. So, in a nutshell, Parliament has a responsibility to prioritize it, because we can't do everything.
Of course, definitely.
We can't be all over the place. At a given point, we must focus. So we have created what we call a oversight priority plan, which, among other things, takes care of what I've just said. Yeah.
Okay. 2019-2020 brought COVID-19,
yes,
and which introduced now things going more digital, where Parliament said on YouTube digital platforms, use digital platforms to meet. So how does the NA ensure that technology is used effectively, but without compromising the procedural integrity?
Look, we do utilize technology. That was more pronounced during COVID, obviously.
Yeah.
Because COVID, with its own limitations, did not prevent the NA from conducting its business. In fact, COVID pushed us to a level I guess we were reluctant to get to.
Yeah.
Where we now know that you can actually conduct a meeting virtually. You know, you conduct meetings virtually. So the NA uses that. Sometimes we do hybrid sittings.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do even virtual meetings of committees. So the fact that members are abroad or are in other provinces conducting oversight does not prevent Parliament from conducting its business. So you can still call meetings virtually to discuss, because when you are in a virtual sitting or hybrid sitting, it carries the same weight constitutionally as a physical sitting of the House. So we use technology for that. And of course, when we had a building, we also had electronic voting mechanisms, and we're working on that even now, that we can be able to vote electronically. We don't have it at the moment. As you know, we don't have a building yet.
Yes. Yeah.
But we are confident that come 2026, we shall have one. Yeah.
Okay, and also this use of technology, how has it changed the way you engage with the public?
We're not there yet.
Okay.
I must make that concession, but we have something called petitions, where members of the public can petition Parliament. You know, when you petition, you make a demand, not in a rude way.
Yes. In a polite manner.
In a polite manner, you make a demand on something, service delivery, and what have you. We do that manually at the moment. So we are trying to automate that, so that there can also be, what do they call this, real-time interaction with members of the public. They can communicate things to us, and we are also able to update them on an ongoing basis as to where their issues are. We are developing the system, working with our ICT people, and we think that is going to be a game changer in terms of just accelerating accessibility of Parliament to the members of the public. The Constitution enjoins us to be transparent, to do things transparently. And that entails also being accessible.
Yeah.
That's why our meetings are accessible, so that people can know what you decide and also how you have arrived at that decision. So that's why transparency becomes important, and accessibility, not just of meetings, but also of information that Parliament holds.
Okay. We know that public participation is the core of Parliament processes. Now, we know that several laws have come back, acts have come back and declared by the Constitutional Court to be unconstitutional because they do not go through the correct public participation processes.
Sure.
Are there any plans to enhance public participation in the National Assembly?
Parliament has a public participation model, very comprehensive in terms of what needs to be done. And we don't need any new things, except to make sure that we implement that public participation model. Because public participation must be meaningful, and we must be able to justify our actions. So that model talks about informing the public, talks about consulting the public, among other things, talks about involving the public, talks about giving feedback to the public. So if we can just master those basics. Of course, there have been court cases that have given guidance in terms of what needs to be done. So even that is still within the ambit of that public participation model. So we just need to do those things right. Of course, issues of capacity have been a concern because mobilization has been a factor where you are not able to sufficiently mobilize the people that you want to engage. So we're working on strengthening administrative mechanisms, including resources, human resources, to enable us to do that. Otherwise, members are ever ready to conduct public hearings.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Klaso. We are still coming live from Cape Town City Hall. As we said that later on, the President will deliver the State of the Nation address. Stay tuned for more interviews that are coming up.
President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back, and if you've just joined us, we're coming to you straight live from Cape Town City Hall, where the President of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering the State of the Nation address this evening at 7 p.m. I'm sitting here in studio with the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Olile George. Welcome to the studio, Mr. George.
Welcome, and welcome to all the parliamentary TV viewers.
Can you briefly outline to us the role and responsibilities of your role as the Secretary to Parliament?
The role of the Secretary to Parliament is multifold. It is striking the balance between managing political functions of the institution of Parliament, and that political function covers both houses of Parliament in terms of the National Council of Provinces and National Assembly, meaning the core business of the institution, the functioning at committee level, which are those engine rooms for Parliament. My role is to ensure that committees of Parliament function effectively by ensuring that they are resourced appropriately, they are supported administratively properly, but also to ensure that in that process we ensure we strike the right balance between promoting executive scrutiny over departments that account to Parliament, but also equally ensuring that we afford fair opportunities to the general public to be aware of what is happening in Parliament, to be able to build capacity to influence what is happening, but also, most importantly, to own their Parliament, so it is not detached from people. At the second level, similar to the National Assembly, the same political support program, the Secretary of Parliament has to ensure that things are done, and when decisions are taken, to ensure that they are implemented and followed up, right through up until petitions by communities and Parliament becoming responsive to those issues. That's the role. The second aspect of the role is around running the administrative machinery of Parliament in all its facets, to make sure that behind what you see in the theatre of play, whether it's in the House or joint sitting, single House, committees, public hearings, the machinery of Parliament is fully capable of providing smooth support around that. The Secretary of Parliament must do that. The stakeholder relation, the complex array of stakeholders we have, that role encompasses the Secretary becoming a pivotal interface of Parliament with the general stakeholders that relate to Parliament, be it civil society, be it business community, be it diverse sectors, whether it's organized formation, women's formation, labor, business, and international community, which is part of Parliament. And lastly, to manage the interface between the executive at the level of how to make sure that when laws are passed by Parliament, the Senate Parliament must make sure that the judiciary is aware of those laws that have been passed by Parliament, and also the executive at the level of the President. We are able to say these are the bills enacted by Parliament. The President must be informed duly to ensure that he assents to those laws. So those are the issues that a secretary becomes the entry point and the exit point in the institution.
Okay, and how does your office facilitate, because we know that transparency and accountability is very important. So how does your office ensure that it facilitates accountability and transparency in Parliament's work?
Accountability is a key aspect of the role of an institution like Parliament.
Yeah.
Because firstly, before it exists, it becomes a shell. For that shell to have life, you breathe life through electoral democracy, meaning the people electing their public representatives. The Constitution enjoins us to make sure that the National Assembly represents the aspirations of the people. In other words, in a political party system like us, where it is proportional representation, parties contest power, they get voted in by people, and then the share of their vote in the total pool becomes reflected. Party A gets 10%, Party B 6%, 1%, 30%, 40%. So when it exists then, it becomes the hallmark of how they will discharge their responsibilities. And if they discharge their responsibilities, they are first playing their role to be accountable to those that voted them. Secondly, they hold the executive to be accountable so that they truly act as public representatives, where people otherwise would not be able to call the president to account, call the minister to account. Parliament is able to do that on behalf of the people.
And we know that public participation is a very important aspect in the parliamentary processes. So what are the mechanisms that are there in place to ensure that public participation is conducted correctly and effectively?
Parliament has reviewed its public participation strategy and ensure that it must have a fairly balanced approach in terms of the revised public participation model. And that model is multi-tiered. The first part is through people communicating to Parliament their views on issues. If we start a bill, we are able to advertise the bill publicly for people who are able to read and see what is advertised. They are able to make comments and make submissions. Those hearings are run by committees of Parliament. So if it's a bill on education, the Committee on Education will be able to do that. The second aspect is when committees themselves then go to citizens. So they run what is called public hearings. Yeah. They will run according to sections selected in each province in the language of the people in that province to say, this is a bill on national health insurance. What is this animal called NHI? What are your views about it? What is the value of this bill? And how do we incorporate your comments to make sure that it represents the views and wishes of the people? The third aspect of public participation is when people come to events like this, where they are able to, leading up to SONA, to make comments using all various channels and platforms to make those comments. And the fourth aspect is when Parliament goes to the people, now as an institution. National Council of Provinces go to people once or twice a year, where it will go and hear directly from citizens through what is called Izimbizos, where people will come in numbers, tell their parliamentarians, this is what is happening on water, this is what is happening on electricity, on roads, we need this, and so on and so on. And Parliament takes those views, comes back through committee system, matters that pertain to health, they go to health, housing, social grants, and process those and takes them to the executives. So that's the balanced nature of public participation. But of course, it is not exhaustive, because in a modern changing world, you must then go to other aspects and say, is it possible that we must continue to go to town halls?
Yeah.
When people today needs to send a Twitter, they want to send a Facebook, they want to send a LinkedIn comment.
Yeah.
The youth community, how do you engage them? Because they will say it's boring to go to a city. How do I go and sit for 2 hours there? Tell me what the bill is, summarize it in 4, I will tell you what it represents or what we need. So we need to make sure that we remain relevant to the changing nature of the population, to continue to be responsive, but also act in a manner that is inclusive.
Do you think that running public participation in the form of public hearings is practically is practical in terms of capacity and funding?
Capacity is always a challenge all the time because of the varying nature of the expectations of the people. So you may wish to do all 9 provinces, as an example, and in each province consult, if there's 5 districts in Limpopo, you go to each of them, in Vembe, in Capricorn, in Sekukune, and Makado, all of those areas. But you'll find that with funding constraints, you can do maybe 3 regions if you do public participation in a physical form. However, if you go today, you've got people following up young people. It's called social influencers. So if they can command 14 million people, Jub or whatever the name is, or young people who fill up the stadium, FNB, you must be able to say, how is it possible that a Caspanyo vest is going to fill up a stadium at FNB 80,000 in 3 hours, and then our commentary through public hearings only 2,000 people? Are we correct in the deployment of our strategies? Or we should also say, in addition to public hearings, where we target people who may be immobile in rural areas and townships, can we instigate young people to be interested in parliament? So our communications team is grappling with those questions to make sure that at any given time, a true measure of meaningful participation must be such that we've got 64 million people in South Africa. So where is the threshold where we can say our consultation was genuine? Is it 20 million of those? Is it half of those 32 million? And for me, I would like to see more than 40 million South Africans commenting. So if you have got telemobile companies, Vodacom, MTN, sharing amongst themselves 37 million subscribers, 44 million, what stops us from using those platforms? And say to everyone, we run a poll now, do you think NHI is relevant to you? What else can Parliament do? Just imagine how we can harvest views of Africans just by that only. So we've got to rationalize our approach to conversations such that we tap into the rich capacity that exists in the social media and also in the telecoms media to make sure that we can be able to say genuinely our public participation is mass-based, but it is inclusive in all its aspects.
And as the big boss in Parliament, what challenges would you say Parliament administration currently faces, and what are the plans to address that?
It's certainly capacity, research capacity that goes beyond traditional forms of researching, where people only do research. If committee says, please go and check for us any aspects of public health elsewhere, so I go to desktop as a researcher, bring that. We want proactive research, where people go out before they are being asked. So if Parliament is going to send a committee on minerals and energy to go in mining communities, we should be able to have our researchers going to Marikana. They must go to Tlokwe area and say, to these areas, there's a mining taking place. What are the views of the communities working in mining areas? So Parliament is going to come here. What concerns you have about your housing? What concerns do you have about conditions of service there? And so that when Parliament comes, we already have rich data around that area. That's what I call proactive research. So that researchers don't sit here. Researchers must be on the ground and bring issues. If there's a hospital in Baragwana, where is the biggest hospital in Africa that has 2 million people on it. So the question is, how many beds do we have? What nutrition are those people exposed to in the morning? What blankets are they sleeping on? What beds? Do we have rats running around people? You don't want a situation where we say publicly, the Committee on Health is going to go to Bara to inspect. And all what they do, they clean and spruce it up. And then direct members where to go. But if we have got researchers of Parliament that go to the queue where people come to pick up chronic medication and hear the views of people that they are being counted up to 20 a day and then they cut off. Then they must drive to their own area, Protikland, Lamini, they borrowed 60 rand. Do we know about that as Parliament? So if you have an administration that is activist-oriented, it will use data insights where they go to the ground and pick up issues and begin to feed committees with insight. Those are the kind of situation that I'm gearing our administration to go into, so that they are alive to live the realities of our people and start acting as such, not office-bound people, where they strike the right balance to be out there and start feeling that you don't need a bester to escape in Bloemfontein, and then you have a hearing. You must be able to have staff of Correctional Services Portfolio Committee to go there and start knowing the conditions of prisoners, conditions of prison warders, and whether this situation is conducive for people, and start saying to the committee, before you call the Minister of Correctional Services, be aware this is what is happening to Kronstadt Prison or Kalakabusha in KZN. When they come, ask them these questions. So you need a proactive form of oversight, and you need an administration that is geared and agile to play that role. So my task is to recruit people that are more oriented, outbound orientation, that understand the public perspective around these matters, and they must live it themselves.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you all the best in achieving the vision that you have about Parliament. You are still watching Parliament TV, coming live from Cape Town City Hall as we wait for the President to address the nation this evening at 7 p.m. Stay tuned for more.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Topo Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Sipran. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m, and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Building our great South African nation together. The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa consists of two houses, the National Assembly as well as the National Council of Provinces. The National Council of Provinces, or NCOP for short, is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. This is done through participation in the national legislative process and by providing a national forum for consideration of issues affecting provinces. The NCOP also ensures that local government concerns are represented at the highest level. The NCOP consists of 9 provincial delegations nominated by the provincial legislatures and a delegation from the South African Local Government Association, or SALGA for short. Each provincial delegation has 10 members made up of 4 special delegates drawn from the provincial legislature, including the Premier of the province or a person designated by the Premier as head of the delegation. These delegates may change from time to time. In addition to that, there are also 6 permanent delegates. This means every province is equally represented in the NCOP. Similar to its counterpart, the NCOP has office bearers who are responsible for overseeing the duties of the House. Chairperson and 2 deputy chairpersons manage the work of the NCOP and preside over debates, making sure that delegates can speak freely while remaining within the rules. Of the 2 deputy chairpersons, one is a permanent deputy chairperson who is elected for 5 years, while provincial premiers take turns being deputy chairpersons for a year. A provincial whip organizes the work of each provincial delegation. Parties with at least 7 permanent delegates and who do not have members functioning as provincial whips are also entitled to a party whip. The NCOP considers, passes, amends, proposes amendments to, or rejects legislation. It must consider all national bills. The NCOP has oversight of the executive within its role as the representative of the provinces. The NCOP may require a cabinet member, an official in the national government or a provincial government to attend a meeting of the council or a committee of the council. The NCOP also conducts oversight visits to the communities in order to ensure that they get direct information on the needs and challenges of the people. All these efforts to make your future work better.
And you are still watching Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 and all Parliament platforms on social media at Parliament of RSA. Join that conversation using the hashtag SONA 2025 and tell us what your expectations are and what you think the President should focus on during his State of the Nation address, which is scheduled to begin at 7 p.m. tonight. Of course, the rules of the NCOP make provision for 2 House chairpersons to assist the chairperson and deputy chairperson in performing their duties. The responsibilities include coordinating the work of the select committees, preparing reports on legislation and committee activities, monitoring executive compliance with committee recommendations, and ensuring effective oversight. They also play a key role in facilitating the drafting of select committee budgets, strategic planning, and ensuring that members receive the necessary support to fulfill their parliamentary duties. Now, joining us now to provide more insight into this important function is the House Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Dennis Ryder. House Chairperson, thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me on. Good morning to everyone watching.
Of course, I've mentioned all these important aspects that come with the function that you play. What are some of the challenges that you've experienced since the beginning of the NCOP last year?
So I think that it's been a baptism of fire for me. I've come in as a member of the Government of National Unity, and I can say quite openly that there's never been a Democratic Alliance House Chairperson of committees before, so it was a little bit difficult. No one to give me the inside track and give me too much advice. Although I must be honest and say that the previous House Chairperson, although he came from a different party, has been very accommodating and has given me some good insights. We chat infrequently, but occasionally when I need a little bit of help and guidance. So yes, Mr. Jama Nyambi has been a great assistance to me as well. I have a wonderful team in my office who support me well as well. But I think that one of the biggest challenges that we've had is that over the years, the committees of the National Council of Provinces have fallen into a trap of repeating the work that is being done in the National Assembly. So not specifically following the very different and separate mandate that the National Council of Provinces has. So rather than being just another mini version of the National Assembly, replicating their work, one of the things that we're trying to do is to ensure that the committees actually follow through on their commitment to the provinces and ensuring that our relationships with the provinces are enhanced. We had a very constructive speakers forum earlier on this week where we had engagement with the speakers of the different provinces and this was emphasized that we need to ensure that we cooperate much more closely with the provinces. We build that relationship. We don't continue with the image of being the big brother that's on our way out to provinces to make sure that they're doing their work and act as a policeman, but rather that we go to provinces, find out what their issues are, and act as, I guess it's the meat and the sandwich between the two slices of bread, between provinces and national government, ensuring that we are the bringing their message to national government, and where provinces are failing, take national government's message to the provinces. But ultimately, our goal is to find ways to help the provinces to do their work better. So if there are any legislative hurdles that they're struggling to get over, or impediments that are preventing them from doing their work, let's find those legislative hurdles and impediments. Let's try and see if we can fix them and make sure that provinces can work better for the people of South Africa, because that's ultimately what we're doing our job for.
Now, the last conversation we had was on the 18th of July, 2024, during the opening of Parliament address, and you had highlighted how passionate you were about the work on the ground. Tell me, how does your role then facilitate oversight, accountability, and public participation in the broader sense, and especially ensuring that there is service delivery in provinces and local municipalities?
Well, I think that one needs to strike a balance between oversight in the office, receiving reports, interrogating the reports, discussing the reports, calling experts to come in and give us advice, but then also going and seeing for yourself. So my father was a great proponent of the theory that one should manage by walking about. And if you can be out there on the ground, Helen Suzman was another one that said, if you want to know something, go out and see for yourself.
Of course.
So going and seeing for yourself is incredibly important. It doesn't help to arrive on the ground and just be pulled hither and thither without having a plan. So doing that preparation, getting those reports in, interrogating those reports up front, so that you go out and you are informed. It helps you to know what you look for. It helps you to ask the right questions when you get on the ground. So it's all about balance. It's all about doing your work here in Parliament and then following it up with a correct on-the-ground oversight and engaging with people. So I do think that often parliamentarians have a bit of a barrier between themselves and the people that put us in office. Breaking that down is important, and ensuring that we have proper, deep discussions with members of the public, because after all, it's them who are experiencing government service, or the lack thereof. It's them that we are here to serve. It's them that government is supposed to serve. And we need to hear from the horse's mouth, as it were, directly from the public, what the issues are, what's working and what isn't working, and where the blockages are in the system, that we can help unblock them, because that's our job. We are legislators.
And on the back of that, of course, now we're highlighting oversight and public participation. I know that the NCOP had taking Parliament to the people just last year. What were some of the challenges that the NCOP discovered within the different provinces?
So taking Parliament to the people, we went to KwaZulu-Natal province last year, and I think that it was an eye-opener for many of us, and we saw the impact of some of the legislative changes that had happened, and it's something that was quite stark for me. I sat then on the Finance Committee, as I still do now, and one of the big issues that we picked up was that the changes to the health promotions levy had a direct impact on many of the subsistence sugarcane farmers in KwaZulu-Natal. So the impact of the health promotions levy, while the intentions were all good and sound, the impact of that legislation had a profound effect on the people of KwaZulu-Natal where we were, and it hadn't been taken properly into account. Now, I'm not saying that we should do away with the health promotions levy. I think that's a discussion, a much broader discussion. But there should be mitigation put in place to ensure that those subsistence farmers are either assisted to replace their income through farming something else, or should be guided in such a way that they can start doing things that ensure that their livelihoods can be sustained. To just take away a livelihood with the stroke of a pen is a very difficult thing for the people on the ground to swallow. So I think, again, balance is key. Let's do the health promotions levy to ensure that we are encouraging healthier behavior, okay? But think about the impact that it has on the other hand, and ensure that there are mitigating steps taken for the small guy who's farming on his 1 acre piece of land, and also for the bigger sugar farmers across the board. Everyone needs to know and be taken on board. We had those discussions when we took Parliament to the people.
Yes.
It was important. It helped us to come back and have proper, honest discussions here and think about how we're going to be dealing with it in the future.
And now, focusing on accountability then, is the House of the view that there is adequate consequence management in local municipalities, especially when it comes to issues of maladministration?
Absolutely not. I mean, I don't think anyone in their right mind can say that consequence implementation. I'm not a big fan of the phrase consequence management because that kind of indicates that you're putting a bit of a spin on it. No, consequence implementation is what needs to happen, and it hasn't happened. And I mean, we've seen the recycling of senior office bearers as they get caught out in one position, they get transferred into another. And there is not consequence implementation happening at local government in enough places. In other places it works quite well, and I think that there are lessons to be learnt from successful municipalities, and there are a number of municipalities that are operating very successfully across the board. So from the small little municipalities right up to metros, where people are making a success of it. Those models need to be scrutinized and understood properly so that can be rolled out. But I do think that more consequences, and the Auditor General and I have had extensive discussions about this too. And really, the fact is that those consequences are not finding their way down. The legislation's in place for it to happen, but the implementation of the legislation is where we've fallen flat.
And of course, as a South African citizen who lives in the streets of South Africa, who is familiar with the issues that we have, there's crime, there's poverty, there's unemployment, what are some of your expectations from the President's State of the Nation address tonight?
I think the reality that we find ourselves in South Africa at the moment is that the growth that we've experienced over the last few years in our economy has just been insufficient to sustain the growth in our population and the demands of our citizens.
Of course.
And, money makes the world go round. It's not all about money, but it's about quality of life. And unfortunately, the reality of the modern world is that one needs money in order to survive. So I think that it's really important that we address issues of the economy, that we start looking at ways to get more and more people into jobs. And ensuring that we are driving growth wherever we possibly can. Drive legislation that's going to bring growth, not kill growth. Drive legislation that's going to enable the private sector, I beg your pardon, enable the private sector to grow the economy, give people jobs. Let's get money into the system. Let's give people salaries and wages. Let's get people spending and improving their quality of life. That's the bottom line. So. I think that, if someone has the ability to make an honest living, they're not going to be doing the crime that you spoke about at the start. And I think that that's the issue, is that we need to create a place where people can live happily because they are comfortable with their state of income, and they can be, providing for their families in an honest way. Because I think most people default to an honest position when they possibly can.
Thank you so much, House Chair.
It's been a lovely discussion. Thank you, Tsepo. Thank you, everyone.
Of course, that was the House Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, responsible for committees, Mr. Dennis Ryder. Now, stay tuned. You're still watching Parliament TV as we anticipate the much-anticipated State of the Nation address that the President will deliver at 7 p.m. tonight. Stay tuned.
The first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with the reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
This is the activity outside the Cape Town City Hall as the nation awaits the president, who is scheduled to deliver the State of the Nation address, the first one in the 7th administration, and of course the first one under the government of national unity. Now you can keep that conversation going using the hashtag SONA 2025 and follow, like, subscribe on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. And if you want more information on the work of Parliament, more information on on SONA. And more information on the work of committees, please visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za. Have your say, because it is your parliament, your voice, your future. Now, committees are regarded as the engine of Parliament. This is mainly due to the fact that most of the work of Parliament takes place in the committee meetings. Committees also play a very important role in the process of building democracy and involving the public in the processes and activities of Parliament. Now, to speak more about this, of the work of committees in relation to the State of the Nation address, and of course in relation to the work of Parliament, I am joined by the House Chairperson in the National Assembly responsible for committees and ICT, Mr. Cedric Frolick. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning.
Now, Chair, let's explain to the audience what your role entails as the House Chairperson of the National Assembly.
The Speaker, after the election of the House Chairpersons, assigned specific responsibilities to us. And in terms of my responsibility, it is to deal with committees, to oversee the committees, to see that they implement and execute programs that they're supposed to do. But she also added one or two other things, which is public participation, which is key in the work of committees and in the lawmaking process, as well as sectoral engagements, engaging with different sectors in society, who also plays a very critical role to inform us in making better decisions.
Now, with that then, you just mentioned the importance of your role. Can you just explain how it facilitates oversight, accountability and public participation, especially in relation to the work of the portfolio committees?
In terms of the different portfolio committees, that is the portfolio committees of the National Assembly and the joint committees between the National Assembly and the NCOP, is to see that they have a program. That they have a program, if legislation is referred to them, that they must process it at a in a reasonable space of time, but also to conduct oversight through the committees on line function departments of the government. That means keeping the ministers accountable and responsible for their executive action. Committees also play a key role in dealing with the budgetary process, where they oversee and monitor the budget and expenditures of specific departments. And then lastly, they engage communities. They go out to communities, they undertake public hearings, and come back, produce reports, and table it in the House for consideration.
Of course, we must apologize to viewers with all that sound. There is a lot of wind here in Cape Town as we anticipate that SONA that's going to happen at 7 p.m. Now, House Chair, with that then, how is your office then facilitating modernization and advancement in the work of the National Assembly and its committees?
We are moving away from a paper environment. There's too much paper, and in terms of the climate change commitments that the government and Parliament have, is that we must reduce our carbon footprint. And one way of doing so is to come up with more innovative solutions. We are, for instance, in terms of the new strategic plan, going to implement a few new innovations. And that is the electronic monitoring of the processing of legislation, right from the point of inception up to the point where the legislation is finalized by Parliament and submitted to the President for consideration. Also in terms of coordinated oversight with the National Council of Provinces and the provincial legislatures. Over the years we have seen, we get to something that people call, we have an oversight stampede. But this stampede is taking place not evenly across the country. There's a big focus on some of the urban centers and also the peri-urban areas. And then you find there's other areas in the country that's virtually left untouched in terms of oversight. So with coordinated oversight, we will implement a specific ICT solution to ensure that we collaborate with one another so all our people get a fair chance to interact with Parliament.
And of course, just last year, there was budget cuts when the Minister of Finance announced and he delivered his speech. How are these budget cuts affecting the work of Parliament, and what are some of the challenges that you have found since the establishment of the 7th administration?
In terms of the establishment of the 7th administration, we could once again see how the budget of Parliament is not sufficient in executing its mandate. So that's an ongoing discussion that we have. There is a reprioritization taking place from the Secretary to Parliament internally so that more resources can be made available to committees. And there has been a slight increase in the amount that has come to committees. And that gives us a better opportunity for committees to develop an annual plan that is properly costed and activities that are properly budgeted for. But it is an ongoing discussion and conversation that we have, because we cannot afford that in terms of the Constitution, Parliament, who must play this critical oversight role and holding the executive accountable, is underfunded.
Yes, yes.
If you compare it to some of the big departments, then the allocation to Parliament is really very small and insufficient to effectively execute that constitutional responsibility.
And I guess viewers can appreciate then that Parliament is going to plead then to Treasury and to the Minister of Finance to look over the issue of budget and maybe even allocate more money so that Parliament can secure its mandate and ensure that everything goes well?
Absolutely, that is what is being done. The presiding officers and the Secretary to Parliament is busy with that constant discussion with the Minister of Finance. But also we need to look internally in Parliament to see where can we function better, more efficiently, more effectively to avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Now with that, I know that one of your key functions is to preside over proceedings during plenaries. And you're known as very strict, very strict during those proceedings. So I just want to know then, how do you maintain order and decorum, but by also balancing that even the minority parties are able to voice out their opinions on a national spectrum?
It's important as a presiding officer that you are led by the rules of the House and to apply the rules evenly, fairly and unapologetically. It doesn't matter to who it is who is in the House. It's also important not to get emotionally involved and participatory in the debates that are taking place. That is why there's party whips who will call points of order when needed to, and then you'll respond to it, but not to become part of the debate itself. It's also important to prepare properly before you get into the chair when you preside. You must follow the discussions. You must also preempt what could possibly happen. So it's not as easy as getting up, sitting and presiding. It needs thorough preparation and a good, sound knowledge of the rules and also the conventions of the House.
And of course, with that then, House Chair, looking at the issue of going back, in fact, to oversight, accountability and public participation, do you think that technology could be used more to ensure that, for example, now with the budget cuts, to ensure that there is still accountability, there's still oversight, there's still public participation, however, in a way that is budget friendly and even using technology?
South Africa and in Africa, the majority of the people are young people. And the outdated modes of interaction is not assisting us in making relevant laws and interventions that is geared towards the entire population. Let me use one example. We are busy developing with a new innovation that instead of saying, and this is what is still being done in Parliament, and I'm continuously interacting with the divisional manager to say that advertisements in the print media is a waste of resources. The majority of people don't read the print media any longer. So we must come up with new innovative approaches, working with PCS, that's Parliamentary Communication Services, to make use of social media platforms, to make use of radio, especially in areas where it's very difficult for our people who are rural to interact and to get information. So we must move away from the old stereotypes of trying to get information. The ones who read newspapers is a very small percentage in South Africa. The poor can't even afford to buy a newspaper. If they must have a choice between buying a newspaper and putting food on the table, they'll put food on the table. And we must make broadband available, more freely available, increase the bandwidth, and also make it easier for even people who are unemployed. Because unemployed people have access to electronic devices, either their own or in the family, but they don't necessarily have the money to buy data to get the necessary information. So those are areas that we need to concentrate on and expand upon to make access to democracy easier for the ordinary person.
And of course, then touching on that, can you then explain what some of the key legislative priorities for the National Assembly this year are to ensure that you achieve some of the goals that you just mentioned?
Well, in the National Assembly receive a legislative program from the executive, right? And that program is usually fine-tuned. There was a cabinet Logotla last week.
Yes.
So whatever was discussed there, the president will probably refer to it this afternoon or this evening in the State of the Nation address, and we pick it up from there. But internally, in terms of our own processes, that doesn't require legislation. It requires a different way of doing things.
And then just lastly, just as a citizen of South Africa, what are some of the key issues that you feel that the President should include in his State of the Nation address as part of his government implementation plan that you face on a daily basis, or people around you face on a daily basis?
During the election campaign, all of us went out campaigning. And what is glaring in our eyes as public representatives, at least for me, is poverty in our communities. How people have got trapped into poverty. So the interventions that are necessary, hopefully the President will expand on that, interventions by government to ensure that the most vulnerable in society gets assisted by the plight that they are in. But going with that is youth unemployment in South Africa.
Yes.
It's a ticking time bomb, and we need specific interventions to deal with youth unemployment. The third one is the criminality that our communities at local level are subjected to by different types of gangs, extortionists. It's not safe for a young girl or a woman even during the day, it's not even during the night anymore, to walk in the streets of a township or in any area. GBV is prevalent in society, and more direct interventions is needed. We need to sharpen the tools in dealing with gender-based violence. And then lastly, climate change is affecting the most vulnerable in society more, proportionally more than other citizens. And at local government level, we would like to see what are the measures that the President will announce in terms of climate change, responsibilities of provinces, but especially local authorities, so that we can prepare ourselves better to adapt, but also to move away just from a disaster management to disaster risk reduction. And that's opportunities where jobs can be created for local communities itself.
I can't resist, and I'm going to ask you. So with regards to the American issue, we know that X was alive with possibilities just a week ago. I just want to know, in your perspective, how important is it, and what role should Parliament play in ensuring that information regarding South Africa's government, South Africa's parliament, and the legislature as a whole, the information that is shared is accurate throughout the world, and it's not misinformation or false information? How important is that role?
Parliament, in terms of international relations, takes a cue from the government's policy. What is our policy on international relations? Communicate that policy clearly and unambiguously with the nation, in constituencies, but very important, the attack that we are currently seeing is not only against South Africa from the Trump administration in the United States. It's basically the Trump administration across the world, getting involved across the world. That is why parliamentary diplomacy is important. That when we act and interact with colleagues on a bilateral level or a multilateral level, that we continuously bring the same message across. It is very disheartening that certain sectors in the South African society find it fit to have interacted, even with the Trump administration, during and before the election campaign, to say, and to spread disinformation around the expropriation of land. It's very disheartening to see that South Africans go around and actually spread misinformation. And that can be interpreted, as one political leader said, it can be interpreted as being treasonous. If you go around the world, spread wrong information, and now you have a superpower in the world, and I don't even think they read the Expropriation Act that is there, and try to meddle in our affairs. So it's important for us as South Africans to realize we are first and foremost South Africans. We are not citizens of the Trump administration in the United States.
Now, bringing it back home, of course, Parliament is collaborating with Proudly South African to ensure that people support the local textile industry and local designers. Just want you to mention, how important is it then to support local, and how is Parliament contributing to that within its work to ensure that the local textiles and factories are not closed?
What is important is, and there's a lot of work being done by the committee together with the Department of Trade and Industry, as well as small business development, to promote and protect small businesses from these shocks that you are talking about. Because when these shocks come, it affects the smaller business person more, and it is a lot quicker to feel the pain of having your business shut down.
Of course.
And that is why the Committee on Small Business Development is regularly undertaking oversight visits, also to see that there's greater South African ownership at local community level. In terms of spaza shops, I can say that members of Parliament are encouraged, for instance, that when they buy clothing is to buy local. And I still wear shirts that I went here down the road to Adley Street, where somebody made this African shirt for me 20 years ago, still fits, it's more durable, it lasts longer, it stays fashionable than some of these other products that comes into our country. We must be proudly South African and buy South African.
And we can expect that when we see you today, you'll be wearing local.
I only wear local clothes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And of course, that was Mr. Frolick, the chairperson of the National Assembly. Of course, a very important discussion, especially when it comes to the work of Parliament and its committees, and ensuring that there is a program that is set in place to ensure that you at home participate in the work of Parliament and participate in the processes that have been implemented within Parliament and its committees. Of course, we're still anticipating the first State of the Nation address of the 7th administration that President Cyril Ramaphosa will be delivering at 7 p.m. tonight. Of course, we've asked you to join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2025. Follow, like, and subscribe on all social media networks at Parliament of RSA. And let us know, what do you think that the President should outline in his strategic plan for the country, in his plans for you sitting at home, because ultimately this is a plan for the year and it affects you directly. Of course, you're still tuned into Parliament TV. Stay tuned, we have more.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Parliament consists of two houses, namely the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. The two houses of Parliament conduct their work in plenary sessions, joint sittings and in committees. Working in committees allows Parliament to increase the amount of work that can be done, ensure issues are debated in more detail than in plenary sessions, and provide a platform for the public to present views directly to members of Parliament, something which is not possible in a plenary sitting of Parliament.
From Agri-SA, Mrs. Harley Stacky is going to do the presentation.
Now, what we must keep in mind is what the Constitution requires of this committee. Now, first off, Section 59, subsection 1A, says that the National Assembly must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and its committees. So it is very important to remember that this is an obligation of the National Assembly as a whole. This is then also repeated, not repeated, but the same requirement is placed on the National Council of Provinces in Section 72, and it reads very similar to Section 59.
The different committees have various functions which include monitoring and oversight of the work and the budgets of national government departments, considering and amending bills, and may initiate bills, consideration of private members and provincial legislative proposals and special petitions, consideration of international treaties and agreements, examining specific matters of public interest, taking care of domestic parliamentary issues.
Parliament said that the right to public participation had been given effect to by the committee, and that the CRC report was neither binding nor determinative, in that it was not final. It still had to be sent to the two respective houses for further deliberation.
Portfolio committees are appointed from among the members of the National Assembly to shadow the work of the various national government departments. The role of portfolio committees is to consider bills, deal with departmental budget votes, oversee the work of the department they, and make recommendations about any aspect of the department, including its structure, functioning, and policy. Select committees are appointed from among the members of the National Council of Provinces to shadow the work of the various national government departments and to deal with bills.
We've gone through a whole process in phases. Phase one was the fiscal framework and revenue proposals as part of the national budget, which was adopted. The second phase was the Division of Revenue Bill, 76 legislation, which we also took to our 9 provinces, provincial legislators, having conducted public hearings, public participation, brought back with negotiating and final mandates being adopted in the NCLP. And now we are at phase 3, where budget votes has been presented to select committees and debated in the House. And today we are concluding the whole process, phase 3, where we deal with the appropriation bill as the bill, and which will then be tabled in the NCLP.
Because only 54 of the 19 National Council of Provinces members are permanent delegates compared to the 400 of the National Assembly, the select committees oversee the work of more than one national government department. The National Assembly Standing Committee on Public Accounts, known as SCOPA, acts as Parliament's watchdog over the way taxpayers' money is spent by the executive. Heads of government departments and institutions are regularly called by this committee to report and account for expenditure.
General thinking is on where the capital is going to be found and how urgently it can be found and how that gets us to a solution. The same question is true of Transnet, I believe, Minister. We can change management and do all of these things that we like.
We will hold accountable the executive on the basis of its own commitments and its own interventions. The IMTT is one such intervention which was presented here, and we will deal with the ESCOM matter. It's not negotiable. So I raise this to say I quite frankly do not have the time nor the energy to be sidetracked and for the committee to be sidetracked to now deal with an issue of absenteeism. The fundamental issue is the issues at hand, and that issue is the municipal debt.
The Standing Committee on Public Accounts can recommend that the National Assembly takes corrective actions if necessary. The National Assembly has a number of internal committees that deal with matters affecting the running of Parliament. The committees normally consist of senior members of Parliament. Amongst these are the Rules Committee and its subcommittees deal with the House rules, the budget of the House, support for members, internal arrangements, and the powers and privileges of members. The Program Committee that plans the work of the Assembly, the Disciplinary Committee, and the Committee of Chairpersons. The National Council of Provinces has its own domestic committees, the Rules Committee and its subcommittees who deal with the NCOP rules, the NCOP budget, parliamentary privileges, internal arrangements, international relations, and delegated legislation. The Program Committee plans the work of the NCOP, and the Committee of Chairpersons makes recommendations about the functioning of committees and other NCOP.
And the 30th of July, plenary has also been scheduled, and the purpose is to consider the votes and schedules as well as the appropriation bill.
Parliament or one of its houses may appoint an ad hoc temporary committee when a special task must be done. When the task is complete, the committee is dissolved. The National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces together appoint a number of joint committees. For example, the Constitutional Review Committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and the Joint Standing Committee on Defense are statutory committees. This means that they are established by the Constitution or by an Act of Parliament, as well as in terms of the rules of Parliament. Committees are proportionally representative of the parties in Parliament. Committee meetings are open to the public, but may be closed if there is a good reason to do so. Committees have the power to summon any person to appear before them, give evidence, or produce documents. They may require any person or institution to report to them. Committees may also receive petitions, representations, or submissions from the public. Each committee is headed by a chairperson. The work of committees is not restricted to government. They may investigate any matter of public interest that falls within their area of responsibility. The committees play a very important role in the process of building democracy and involving the public in the processes and activities of Parliament.
The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Well, welcome back. You're still watching the build-up show of Parliament TV to the State of the Nation address, and what you've just seen now on your screen are some of the activities that are currently happening outside the Cape Town City Hall. In South Africa, the media play a crucial role in protecting and advancing our democracy and keeping the people in touch with the processes that Parliament has put in place. I am now joined by the parliamentary spokesperson, Mr. Mutabo Mulap. Mr. Mulodo Mutabo, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Us on Parliament TV.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the viewers at home.
Thank you very much. Can you just take us through some of the preparations that go into place when you're preparing for this big event?
Yes. No, today, I think what we need to emphasize to the viewers at home is that it's a culmination of months of intensive work. It is a process of preparation that would have started last year, immediately after the opening of Parliament address. You remember that following the elections in 2024, we had the first sittings, and then we had the opening of Parliament address, so around June. Only 2 months of reprieve, and then we started with the preparations for the State of the Nation address. So the State of the Nation address, especially since the fire accident at the Precincts of Parliament that, amongst others, gutted and destroyed the National Assembly chamber. The preparations, therefore, have become quite complex, become quite, very involved, because coming here at the City Hall, you have to convert the entire City Hall and the area around it, including the parade where we are, into the proper precinct of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. So the issues of branding, those are the issues that you have to start on time to make sure that there is a proper consultation. The issues of public involvement as well as stakeholder and media involvement, there is a lot of work that needs to be done around that in terms of issuing invitations, ensuring that there is a particular way of ensuring fair representation of various sectors of our society. It is a preparation that Parliament does not conduct alone or engage in, undertake alone. You have to do that. We do that with the other arms of the state, particularly the executive arm of the state, because that is the head of the executive is the one who, in his capacity as the head of the state, will be presenting the State of the Nation address to the three convergence of the three arms of the state. So there is a lot of consultation and involvement with the executive arm of the state. Of course, the judiciary as well, they've got a role to play. They are part of the procession of the three arms of the state. That will include the legislature as well as executive. You've got also consultation and working together with the various provinces, because they are also part of the constitution or the makeup of Parliament, through, of course, the National Council of Provinces, and of course the local governments, the local sphere of government as well. You have to involve all that. So it is a very involved process that has got various levels of, administrative, political, stakeholder, and all those. So it's quite a very involved process. But we are happy with what we've been able to achieve, and the point where we have arrived today, a few hours before the President delivers the State of the Nation address. We can say that with confidence that it's all systems go. Yesterday, the presiding officers had a media briefing where they have, where they communicated and addressed the public about all the things that will be happening, and to confirm that we are ready as Parliament to host the first State of the Nation address of this new 7th term of Parliament.
We've seen quite a number of few media houses here in the outside of the City Hall. Take us through the application process. How did the application process work? And how many applications did you receive, and how many applications were approved? And if there were any that were not approved, what would have been the reasons for the non-approval?
Yeah. The media plays a very critical, important role in an event like the State of the Nation Address, because they assist in terms of ensuring that whatever that is happening here is communicated and disseminated to the people of South Africa. So it is important that we involve them, we involve the stakeholders, and we must emphasize that the media, in fact, constitute a very significant category, portion of the various categories that attend the State of the Nation Address, because we have received, we have extended invite to the media, of course, way in advance last year already. We then, open for the applications, online applications. So on average, every State of the Nation Address will get over 1,000 applications, and out of which we normally will confirm the accreditation, those that we regard as a genuine bona fide media. There will be about 850 or so. So for instance, this State of the Nation Address, we have identified about 850 that we can safely say that they are real members of the media that will be, because some of the applications, to answer another of your question, is that there will be people who are not the real media practitioners, and there will be others who are freelancers, but they are not applying under a particular known media house. So that poses a challenge in terms of accrediting those. But generally, the majority of those who apply, we provide them with accreditation. It will just be a handful of those that are not real journalists. And then, of course, others who might be flagged for security reasons, like you've got a criminal record that when the state security looks at it, it is somebody that might be undesirable for them to be in an event like this for the safety of the rest of the guests that are attending here.
850 is quite a huge number.
Yeah.
Do you have mechanism in place to ensure that the media houses that are in attendance adhere to Parliament's rules and regulations?
No, absolutely. We have got, in fact, a dedicated media marquee, where, because due to space constraints in the chamber inside the City Hall, we only allow about 11 to 16 members of the media to sit in the chamber, including your photographers that, because of space constraints, we encourage them to engage in rotational during the conducting of their business, so that they give each other opportunity to capture the proceedings in the House. The rest of the media, they will be accommodated in the media marquee, where they will be comfortable in terms of access to Wi-Fi. They will have their desk and tables to file stories, and of course they will be able to have to watch the proceedings across the street on the big screen. Sound, clear sound and everything. So it is even much more comfortable, I must say, than sitting in the main chamber of the House.
Now, you've said, you've spoken about the media involvement. Now, let's get to the public. How does your office ensure that members of the public also become part of the State of the Nation Address?
And a very important part of the State of the Nation Address is public participation, because public participation is an obligation that is placed on the shoulders of Parliament by the Constitution. We are the only institution in the entire makeup of the state that has got the responsibility in the Constitution to facilitate public involvement or public participation. So we take that very seriously, and there are various elements of the State of the Nation Address that will show the participation of the members of the public. In terms of guest selection, we make sure that we have got a significant number that represent members of the public, various stakeholders, so that there is a fair representation of the society of South Africa, as I've said in my opening remarks. We also invite what we call the eminent persons, which are the people who are playing a very meaningful community as change makers within their communities, engaging in various activities that are benefiting the community, or that will have a proven track record of having served South Africa even to either during apartheid or so in a way that advances the cause and assist the members of the various communities, on some of the things. So they are chosen in conjunction with the provincial legislatures. So it's a way of recognizing them, but also it's a way of bringing them to Parliament so that they represent that particular, those people who are working in such kind of environment. We also have young people, because young people are the future leaders. So you need to involve young people early enough. So we have got the primary school, high school learners who we invite to form part of the junior guard. So they will be part of the guard that will also include the military when the president arrives, to wave at the president interacts with them, etc., before observing the 21-gun salute. We do have also, you will have seen during the course of the morning, learners from Wynberg Girls High School. They come and render, this is the second year that they are coming to perform, the band, marimba and musical band performing various songs during the morning sessions of today's proceedings. So it's very important to involve young people, to inspire them and for them to educate them about the makeup of the state, how Parliament operates, how is it operating constitutionally in relation to the other arms of the state, which is the executive and the judiciary, the rest of the provinces and the local sphere of government. So there is things that some of them are being taught in school, but it is also helpful that they come here and they see them, how they are unfolding in an event like this. So that will educate them, inspire them, and make them to understand how the system of governance in South Africa works. So those are the very important aspects, relating to the public participation in this event.
I'm very happy, Mr. Mutabo, to hear that you're speaking about the involvement of young people. And as presenters of Parliament TV, we've been informing members of the public to follow these proceedings on all parliamentary social media platforms. So as the young people are the main users of these social media platforms, how does the engagement go, or how do you respond to the issues that have been raised through our social media platforms, including our hashtag for this year's SONA, which is hashtag SONA 2025.
Yeah. No, but, thanks for indicating that as well, because there are various means and platforms that we open for public engagement. So it's not only physical. What I was referring to is physical public involvement, but there is also public involvement through various platforms. Your social media platforms. We have got TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. We've got, your YouTube platforms, all these WhatsApp chatbot, etc., that, enables members of the public to express their views about the state of the. One of the most important questions that we have asked on our social media platforms is to say, if you were the president, what is it that you will say to the nation? What are the things that you will include in your State of the Nation address? And we have seen very interesting, constructive, creative, wonderful input and participation by the members of the society. And those are not the things that we take lightly, because we will compile all of them and give them to various committees so that they can be able to be considered as in the course of the work of the institution.
I know that there is a Parliamentary Gallery Association that is located within the institution. Can you briefly speak on the relationship between PGA and your office?
PGA is an important stakeholder. We work with them for around the State of the Nation address. So when we select a certain number of journalists to be seated in the chamber, those 11 to 16 that I've spoken about, we do that. We don't sit alone and decide, because we might not be objective. We might maybe be accused that we've taken this and that journalist because we like them, etc. But we go to them to say that which are journalists that you want us to place in the public gallery, and they provide us with that. We have a regular engagement with them regarding issues of, because they are based in Parliament, and we have to create conditions for them to be able to cover the proceedings of the both houses, including their committees, without any challenges. So one of the provisions of the Constitution, it says Parliament has an obligation to facilitate media access. So meaning that the media must be allowed to be part, because the proceedings of Parliament, of committees, of the houses are open and to the public in terms of openness and transparency and public accountability principle. So that is the regular interface that we enjoy, and relationship that we enjoy with. It's not that it's always good and happy, but we manage it because we might disagree, but at the end of the day we have to work together, because they are a bridge that we need in order for the proceedings that are taking place in Parliament to reach the people of South Africa. And if you look at the members of the PGA, they are more knowledgeable about the systems, the function and the technicalities of the operations of Parliament than those who are outside. So they are very important stakeholders in terms of providing proper, factual and accurate context and reflection of what is unfolding in Parliament.
Mr. Mutabo, thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was Mr. Mutapo, the spokesperson of Parliament. This morning we have heard from Parliament's leadership from the preparations made towards this first SONA of the 7th Parliament to reflections of the first 6 months of the 7th term of Parliament and expectations and plans for 2025. There's still a lot more to come. We'll turn our focus now on institutions supporting democracy. So please don't go anywhere.
South Africa's parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Still watching the live broadcast of the build-up to the 2025 State of the Nation address. And as you can see on your screen outside, it is the Cape Town City Hall, where the President is expected to deliver the State of the Nation address at 7 o'clock this evening. And thank you so much for staying with us on Parliament TV. The National Council of Provinces is one of the two houses of Parliament. It is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. This is done through participation in the national legislative process and by providing a national forum for consideration of issues affecting provinces. We are now joined by the Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Kenneth Muwei-Mang. Good afternoon, Chief Whip, and thank you so much for joining us on Parliament TV.
Good afternoon, and also greetings to the viewers of Parliamentary TV.
Before we start with our convo, I'd like you to just briefly explain to our viewers what is the role of the Chief Whip in the National Council of Provinces.
Mainly the role of the Chief Whip in terms of the rules of the House is responsible for ensuring that in terms of programming we have a consistent and a systematic program. Secondly, our role is to ensure that we coordinate the work of the provincial whips so that we are able to ensure that there is order and discipline in terms of members of our permanent and special delegates. Thirdly, in working with the chair of the House, we are also responsible to ensure that the speakers list is in order. We are also mainly also responsible to ensure that in preparing for the House, the decorum of the House, there is order in the House, but more than that, coordination of the provincial whips also in terms of ensuring that special delegates at all times are able to be part and parcel of the House, because the House is constituted by both a permanent and special delegates. The permanent delegates are 54, and then we then have 4 special delegates, which in totality takes it to 90. But in addition to that, we also have SALGA represented by 10 members. The role of the whip is to ensure that at all times there is clarity in terms of ensuring that there is no duplicate of the work of the National Assembly in the House, because as you have correctly pointed out, our work is to ensure that both the provincial and local government interests are on the agenda of National Parliament. So at the level of ensuring that the rules of the House are also adhered to, the Chief Whip plays a critical role. But more than that, what is quite critical also is to ensure that in terms of debates, there is coordination, there is correlation between parties that are represented in the House. There will be party whips, there will be provincial whips, there will be a whip of representatives. So therefore, at all times, we are able to ensure that the coordination from the provincial whips, the party whips, and also the chief whip, and also the programming whip, there is harmony in terms of the work that we do.
I hear that the NCOP has already a huge role to play. They have the responsibility to ensure that the interests of provinces and municipalities are raised in the legislative sector. So what role then does the NCOP play in ensuring that the provinces' voices are heard and their concerns are addressed during the State of the Nation address?
We have, in terms of the delegation or the composition of the State of the Nation, we will have 400 from the National Assembly, then we'll have that 90 from the National Council of Province. That 90 will be led by 9 premiers, because the 9 premiers lead the delegation of the National Council of Provinces from various provinces. So we are not only just listening to how the president is going to articulate in terms of the 3 priorities that he set out in during the opening of parliamentary address. What will be quite critical is the implication and the ramifications thereof as to the provinces and also to the local government matters. So therefore, in the participation during the debate, we are going to have our premiers also taking part. And by so doing, they will then be able to elevate the issues from provinces on the national agenda. But more than that, they are much more interested in the implications of the medium-term development plan as far as provinces are concerned, because our role will be to ensure that in pursuance of the medium-term development plan, the provincial and local government matters are an integral part of those priorities as articulated in the medium-term development plan.
And that leads me to my next question. I'm happy that you mentioned the issue that you've raised now, because I would like to know what mechanisms that you have in place as the NCOP to hold the executive to account, especially in relation to the commitments that will be made today during the State of the Nation address.
There are various mechanisms that we use. Amongst them is written questions, written replies, is oral questions, is oral reply, is also the ministerial briefings, but in relation to the legislation that will be passed to implement the medium-term development plan. In terms of our processes, particularly in relation to legislations that affect provinces that are categorized as Section 76 bills, there are 2 processes, both the negotiating and the final mandate from provinces. So if Parliament is in a process of processing a bill, all 9 provinces are expected to give input in relation to that bill. So the first leg will be public, inviting public to make their views clear. Thereafter, then the committees and the legislature must be able to process the negotiating mandate so that they are able to interact with various provinces in relation to a particular section or a particular part in the bill that they might find it necessary to be able to engage with other provinces. Then thereafter, the last leg will be the final mandate. So once the final mandate has been given, then we are then able to ensure that they are constituted under the report to the House, to the National Council of Province, where then the plenary will then be able to pronounce on that. But what is quite critical is that if a province did not have an opportunity to give a final mandate, it means in the House that province will be muted. They won't be able to express themselves because they don't have a mandate from their provinces.
Are there any implications for that when there's no mandate from the province, which then means the voice of the people will not make it to the NCOP? What are the implications for that when the province is not there?
In most cases, you would need 5 to 6 provinces to be able to pass the bill in the House. If, let's say, 5 provinces have not had an opportunity to give their mandate, so it means that bill cannot be passed by the House. So that's why at all times we need to make sure that the provinces are able to give a mandate. We have a minimum at least 5, but because we believe in public participation as part and parcel of participatory democracy, we want to ensure that at all times we have 9 provinces giving their final mandate and negotiating mandate.
I think it's really very important to have all those 9 provinces giving their final mandate. Now, what are some of the key legislative priorities for the NCOP in the coming 2018, taking into consideration that you've been in office since July last year? The President is yet to outline the government's priorities for the year, but what is your key legislative priorities for this year?
There are 2 main bills that falls under one of the priorities that the President has articulated in relation to building a capable and developmental state. In this regard, the bills that are before us is the bills from the Public Service Administration, the Public Service Administration Amendment Bill, which is quite important because it falls within the context of creating a single public service, but at the same time norms and standards across all our 9 provinces, across all the 3 spheres are quite important, so that we are then able to ensure that where there's a skills gap in the local government, it must be much more easier to transfer the skills from national parliament to local government. Currently, we do not have the mechanisms to do that. So these 2 bills will mainly be aimed at ensuring that we professionalize the services, public services, to ensure that we reinforce the norms and standards, but more than that, the creation of a single public service. We also want to make sure that we do not have political office bearers in respective political parties that are also having a political that are political heavyweight over ministers. At the local government level, you can't have a municipal manager and a director being part of the top 5 of any political party. So the national government is also following suit, so that we are able to make sure that we depoliticize the administration.
You've spoken a lot on public participation processes, but now you just spoke about the bills that you currently have before the National Council of Provinces. So what are some of the strategies that you're planning on embarking on in terms of fulfilling this role of public participation in relation to those bills?
We usually would invite National Department to come and brief the committees. Then thereafter the permanent delegates must go and brief their provincial legislatures. And then thereafter, then the provincial legislatures will then invite public comments, either through community radio station or through local newspapers, national newspapers. And thereafter, those views will then be processed to ensure that they are then processed by a committee with a view to ensure that you even go to an extent of also inviting public hearing from those inputs that were submitted by various organs of civil society, whether it is the CBOs or the NGOs.
I'm happy to hear that Parliament takes serious the participation of the public, especially in the legislative processes. So we'll be on the lookout for those public hearings as the year goes.
Yes.
And just as a parting shot, today's SONA takes place 2 months after South Africa assumed the presidency of G20. How is the NCOP going to ensure that the G20 activities are infused in its programs, and particularly in its committee programs?
Yes. The NCOP is an integral part of the PGIR, which is the Parliamentary International Relations Forum. That's where the NCOP is able to make various input in relation to a number of forums. But more than that, we also have a select committee on international relations because we operate on clusters. But more than that, we have had an opportunity in the past to participate in BRICS forum. And the fact that the President has clearly articulated how as a country we are going to use our presidency to advance not only our interests as a country, but also the continent, because as the NCOP, we also agreed that the route to the global politics is through Africa. But more than that, the fact that we need to ensure that the intercontinental free trade benefits not only our country but also other provinces. I believe the G20 is an ideal platform to be able to afford us as a country to show what we can do. Of course, as a country, our guide to international relations is clearly articulated in Chapter 7 of the National Development Plan. And key to our international relations is progressive internationalism, is respect to Pan-Africanism, but also through the non-aligned movement, because as a country, there's a lot that we learned during the anti-apartheid struggle. So therefore, Ubuntu is intrinsic and also an integral part of our international relations policy, precisely by virtue of the help and assistance that we received from many of our countries during the darker days of our country.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip, for firstly sharing some of the work that is done by your office and also sharing some insights into the work of the National Council of Provinces. And I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you well for today and for 7 o'clock.
Thank you. Also, let me express my appreciations to the viewers of Parliamentary TV and their capable team that will be able to ensure that our SONA is well covered throughout the country.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Well, viewers, that was the Chief Whip in the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Kenneth Mwemang, talking to Parliament TV and sharing some insights on the work that is done in the National Council of Provinces. The State of the Nation address will be delivered at 7 p.m. tonight by the President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, to a joint sitting of Parliament here at the Cape Town City Hall. Join the conversation on all our social media platforms using the hashtag SONA2025. We'll be back with more interviews after this.
As Rastafari, we are herbalists, we are natural people, and most of the time we are not allowed to enter certain places. For instance, in the mountains, for we are the people of the nature. We live in the mountains, we dwell in the mountains. That's where we get mostly from our herbs from. But in most cases, we're not allowed to go there unless you have a permit. And as Rastafari, truly inhabitants of this land, original, we don't need papers or anything permits to dwell in our own land. We must have more freedom between one another, because we still oppress one another because the way we live, because of how they call it, xenophobia and these kind of things. We discriminate one another, we chase one another. We all black people, we all African people, and these people come to South Africa to learn from us how we survive as people here. And them go well with I and I. They learn from I and I, and they mingle with and become one with I and I, because we are one people. No need to chase them away if there was no borders, because we was the first one who traveled across countries. But now we've been kept up in our own country, according permits and what you call it, visas and all the kind of papers that come from the white man. The white man bound us with papers. They give us money, so we can be bound within this system of them. They don't give you free opportunity to can own your own land, to can cultivate and increase in the benefits of the land. But they don't give us such opportunities. We can't live our own life in our own land. We are like foreigners in our own land. We love calling Westerns. Look how people is like Western people. There is no tradition, no culture, African tradition, no African culture that is pure African, no more.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilia Ntweni-Tsipran. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m, and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Van die onderwys wat vir my baie
wat my groot passie is huistaalonderrig. En ek voel ons leerders in ons skool, maar ek weet ook buite ons skool, het die behoefte om onderrig in hulle huistaal te ontvang. En as mense dan die literatuur lees rondom huistaalonderrig, dan is daar baie bewyse van hoe dit vir kinders eintlik die beste tipe onderrig gee. So ons het in ons skool en baie ander skole het kinders wat in 'n tweede of 'n derde taal skool gaan. En een van die uitdagings is om so iemand te sien dat hulle volle potensiaal bereik terwyl hulle nie in hulle huistaal skool gaan nie. So huistaalonderrig is vir my baie groot probleem wat ek raak sien in die onderwysstelsel. En 'n ander probleem is vir my, of 'n ander uitdaging, is dat 'n mens op die hoërskoolvlak kry mens kinders wat nie genoeg leesvaardighede het nie goed genoeg leesvaardighede het nie, en nie goed genoeg leesbegrip het nie. En wat ek van hou om te sien is wat hulle al op die laerskoolvlak, graad 1 vlak geïnkorporeer het, is 'n goed bewyste curriculum, leeskurrikulum, die Fundawande leesreeks, waar die kinders regtig die fundamentele beginsels van lees aanleer. En op hoërskoolvlak sit ons baie keer met 'n uitdaging om dit aan te spreek, want ons het nie dieselfde tipe programme wat ons met ons kinders op die hoërskoolvlak kan doen nie. Vir my is dit, as ek die president sou wees, sou ek die droom van die onderwysdepartement en die regering, toe ons net in 'n nuwe regeringsbestel ingekom het in 1994, sou ek wil versterk. Ons het gegaan van 'n genasionaliseerde onderwysstelsel, waar 'n mens kinders gehad is wat gedwing is om na 'n sekere taalskool te gaan, gegaan na waar elke gemeenskap vir sy skool se kinders 'n skool kon skep. En die leerliggame is ondersteun om vir hulle skool en hulle gemeenskap te sorg. En dit het 'n wonderlike effek gehad op ons gemeenskappe. En ek sal graag dit wil beklemtoon, dat die regering se wil is om vir gemeenskappe te bemagtig om hulle eie kinders se behoeftes te bevredig. En daarmee saamkom 'n huistaalonderrig. En daarmee saamkom goeie ondersteuning wat lees en begrip betref en beheerliggame wat die mag het om dit uit te oefen.
Parliament TV, and if you just joined us, my name is Marie and we are coming to you live from Cape Town City Hall, where the President of South Africa will be delivering the State of the Nation address. This Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Nthabiseng Sepenya Mohale. Trawamhela o Nthabiseng ka studio dumelang.
Ke Sepanya.
Oh, Sepanya. Okay,
Yes.
I apologize. It's Advocate Nthabiseng Sepanya Mohale. Thank you. Can you please just take us through as to what is the primary role of the CGE in advancing gender rights?
Okay. CGE is one of 6 institutions that was set up by the Constitution in 1996, but also in 1993, if I may add, in the interim Constitution, to ensure that South Africa works in a progressively realizable manner towards gender equality.
Okay.
Yeah. We are the people who need to ensure that, amongst many other provisions in the Constitution, but Section 9, 10, 11, and 12 are actually, 12.1 are actually realized and realizable in our country.
Okay, can you tell me practically, how do you do that?
Okay. We do it in various manners. For example, you as a woman are not supposed to be discriminated against by virtue of your gender.
Yes.
Where you are discriminated against, there is recourse. And the final arbiter in that recourse is us, the CGE. But we have decided as the CGE that we cannot be dealing with individual cases. We therefore go out there to look at duty bearers being government, being civil society, being business, to say, what are you doing to achieve gender equality as you should? Those provisions in the Constitution are actually directed at every one of us to achieve gender equality. So what we do then is actually to say, how far are you, what are you doing, where it is not happening, intervening and say it has to happen, and we put people on terms in terms of our recommendations and follow them up.
So basically, you are the police. You police government institutions and business.
Government institutions, business, civil society, and everyone, because the Constitution, you must remember, applies to all of us.
Yeah.
So each and every citizen, both individual and juristic citizen, is actually supposed to be working towards gender equality in whatever form.
We know that gender equality evolves.
Yes.
It is not what it used to be pre-94 and beginning of 1994 and now. So how does CGE ensure that its mandate aligns with the evolving challenges of in gender equality?
Okay. We do a number of things, including workshops where we educate people, but we also do research and we do litigation.
Okay.
You're right about evolving of gender equality. We took a matter to court that resulted in the change of legislation in employment equity legislation, wherein domestic workers and gardeners were excluded as workers.
Okay.
And we felt that it is impacting on a huge and a large number of women. As you know, the bracket of domestic work is actually made up of women and men who are less skilled. And we took that to court and we changed that. But we also are taking on matters such as identity issues.
Okay.
We've got a lot of people who have approached CGE to talk about their identity challenges when they transition from one gender to the other.
Another.
And then you have Home Affairs not responding to that. When you finish your matric, you still find that you are Peter Dlamini instead of being somebody else. Yeah, and it causes tensions and a lot of delay in terms of people getting on with their work, getting to varsity, etc. So those are some of the things that we're doing. We have a situation as well where women who are HIV positive were without consent sterilized in some of the public hospitals. We have intervened there. You know, so it's at a number of levels where the manifestation of gender inequality shows, and we come in there.
Okay.
Yes.
And then are there any gaps in existing gender equality laws that the Commission is advocating to amend currently?
Yes. There are a number of gaps. For example, when you look at the issue of marriage,
yes,
a lot of marriage legislation still talks about men and women. Yeah, and the woman tends to end up being the one who is supposed to be married, or who is supposed to benefit in a particular way or not benefit in a particular way. So we also intervene in those instances. There are quite a number of those and a few of those.
And then what are some of the Commission's recent successes that in promoting gender justice that you can just outline for us?
This one that I've told you about is the first one. It was a Sitole matter of a domestic worker who had drowned and was told, no, unfortunately, you are not registered as an employee. That was a huge one. We ended up with well over 1 million women now being recognized and therefore entitled to employment equity benefits in the country. We also are taking on the issue of forced sterilization of women who are HIV positive. I didn't think about that, but there are so many things that we are doing as Gender Commission. We're working with traditional leaders, for example, where traditional women traditional leaders who are supposed to take over are being told in their communities that unfortunately your uncle has to come in because you are a man, and there's no such.
Yeah,
we've taken on the issue of the abusive traditional leaders in the name of culture. We are taking up the issue of what they call ugususa ifuta, where young men, after they've been to initiation school, come out and rape women. We are on top of that one, and we are saying it is not cultural. It must be condemned. It must be called what it is. It is rape, and rape has got to be punished.
You know, usually when we talk about gender, or gender, to be specific, gender-based violence, we think women.
Yes.
So are there any measures you're taking to basically address the issue that gender does not refer to
only women, as in men also go through abused, as they suffer gender-based violence. So are there any extensive interventions that you're trying to maybe educate and society that gender-based violence is not only about women?
I wouldn't say extensive, but yes, we are doing that. But we also need to be aware not to equate the two.
Yes.
The manifestation of gender-based violence is men abusing women. So we should not end up with a situation where every time we talk about gender-based violence and femicide, we make it like it's an equitable a process where anyone can be abused. Yes, it is mostly and mainly women. Mostly and mainly women for and as a result of their gender. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, that's true. And then what urgent interventions do you think are needed to address the high rate of gender-based violence in the country?
Go back to the source.
Yeah.
I think our churches, our families, our communities, that's where we should. We are a country that is exhausted from setting up laws. We can go to any book. We will never be able to make people change behavior unless we go back home and we teach both our boys and girls differently. We teach our wives and women differently. We go back to church, we preach a different sermon. We go everywhere. Like I say now, what kind of a society are we where we have young men being encouraged to go and susa ifuta on a woman stranger? Because that's the basis of it. Somebody that you are not in a relationship with, go and sleep with them.
Yeah, without their permission.
Yes, and this comes from a home.
Yeah.
It's sanctioned by our communities where they say, no, it is cultural. And there's a voice that is saying, it has never been. Where does this come from? But when you look at some of the enabling environment, the misuse and abuse of alcohol in our communities, we've got to go there. We've got to talk about that. You know, because a lot of the violence happens because or as a result of or being fermented by the misuse and abuse of alcohol in our communities.
Would you agree with the notion that we have been empowering girls or women for so long, but now we left the boys behind, we left the men behind to say, we are no longer here as girls, and women are no longer like this. So now there's a big gap. Men still, or boys still think women are this or this, while girls are like, no, we're no longer there, we're here. So how do we address that gap? How do we try to fix that?
I think that is where I was saying maybe going back to take everyone with us. Nobody must be left behind, because that notion is a misunderstanding where it is almost like once you talk gender equality, you are saying at the expense of men. No, it's not about that. Gender equality, or any equality for that matter, has never been about the other side. We are not wanting to be white when we're talking racial equality.
Yeah.
We're just wanting to have our rights respected as human beings.
Yeah.
So is this instance where women are saying, I would like to be valued and seen for who I am rather than my gender. So it's not in relation to men, or we are working towards being men. No. It's about, I would like to be recognized for who I am, outside of or in respect of, you know, without my gender being put.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything now is moving into a digital space lately. Yes. Now, what are some of the steps you are taking to ensure that you take advantage of the use of technology in empowering the citizens about gender issues?
I actually think that would be some of the responsive measures that will be put in place. Your panic buttons, your toll-free numbers that are more accessible, understanding, accessing information much easier than before, you know. But it should actually be a run-of-the-mill rather than something that we intentionally do. It should be a must-do anyway, because once we do that, it becomes a flavor of the month. After that month, it loses the flavor when something comes in. AI has got to be something that we all say we've got to go there.
Yeah, we embrace it.
Yeah, we embrace it. We've got to go there. How do we optimize what we are doing using AI in all respects? Like I say, your toll frees, your access to information in schools where people are being taught about certain things, understanding information. You know, the information has got to be readily available at the click of a button, and that information has got to include information on gender equality, gender justice, etc.
And what would you say the biggest challenges that the Commission is facing, especially in implementing its mandate?
Oh, our biggest challenge is funding.
Okay.
We are a commission made up of only 90 employees to service 60 million citizens of South Africa. That in itself is an indictment. We have got 9 offices in our in all the provinces. On average, we've got 5 people per province. The provincial manager, the researcher, the legal advisor, the public educator. There's no way. There's no way you are going to be a public educator in Northern Cape and run from every corner.
Because it's a very vast province.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But even when you look at the smallest province in terms of great geographical layout, like Gauteng, it's massively populated, millions and millions of people. There's no way you'll have one educator actually be able to reach those people. So we need to capacitate. To be capacitated, we need to capacitate ourselves. We need to actually be more than we are.
And what measures are in place to support marginalized groups, including LGBTQ groups and women in rural areas?
Okay. When we talk about gender equality, we are including and referring to LGBTQI communities as well. Yeah. So the measures that we undertake as the CGE, by matter of course, have got everyone in mind. So I just want to include or rather put it out there so that people don't actually think we are a commission for women. No, we are about gender equality. So across the spectrum of the 9 binaries, that includes the 9 binary spectrum, that is our mandate. Yes.
And what message do you have for citizens who want to contribute to gender equality efforts in their communities?
Okay, let's start at home.
Okay.
And introspect. Okay. You know, when you start something, I think it's important that people introspect. Introspect in the sense that, is the gospel that I'm teaching contributing in any way towards women being disrespected? It's the culture that I'm saying is my culture contributing towards women being disrespected. You know, that reflection. And then take stock from there. Because I think we can preach however, we can have however many pamphlets, however many laws. We still have people who see women as just fodder for violation.
Yeah, and you know, probably there is my aunt who's sitting in the village now who does not know how to access, how to reach the CGE. How do they go about if they...
the CGE has got a footprint in every province. Unfortunately, your aunt may be in Stekspruit on the border of the Free State, and we are in East London. That's the sadness of what I was talking about. You know, so it's not only the CGE, but looking at some of the work that other civil society organizations are involved in terms of transformation, gender justice, and equality. That would be going a way towards helping the CGE to actually achieve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are here today to attend the State of the Nation address. What is it that you're looking forward to hearing the President say?
I'm looking forward to hearing the President talk about how all the laws that have been drawn up now have to be implemented. And by implementation, we actually are saying resources allocated for that implementation, properly skilled people put in place for that implementation, monitoring of efficiency and effectiveness going on in that journey, and at all times improving and taking stock, because we tend to have that as well as South Africans, where we put money into something, we implement after it has been low, and we walk away. And then in 10 years' time, you realize that it is not working. It cannot be that we are still at Tutuzela Care Center number 65 when it started 23 years ago. You know, we are supposed to have every jurisdiction
having a
Tutuzela,
and
you know, it's supposed to be run of the mill by now.
Okay, can you just tell us on like, if you you intervene when you realize that a company is not complying in terms of gender equality, what do you do?
What normally happens is we call on company A and say there are these challenges, or we don't wait for challenges. We say, tell us about how you are working in a progressively realizable manner. And then they will say, 1, 2, 3, 4, that is what we're doing. And we assess that and give feedback. But with that feedback, we give them advice and terms in terms of what they should do, which would be contained in our recommendations. But we don't end up there. We then walk a journey with them. That is why with us you will find that we started a study in 2020 on shelters, and now we're still working on it 4 years later, because we drop an entire journey so that we do not become that entity that people know, okay, they're coming, clean up, get your head together, in a few minutes they'll be out of our hair and we'll go back to where we were. So we really do walk an entire journey with the people that we monitor.
So you say, like, you develop like a turnaround strategy, like how to turn. Does the same apply for government departments as well?
Yes.
Have you had a situation where you've had a government department where you intervened?
Yes, Department of Water and Sanitation, for example, we work with them. We've just come back from KwaZulu-Natal to look at the provincial justice cluster, where we've given them feedback. We are going to be monitoring. We have got about 15 portfolio committees that we are now going to be approaching to give them feedback, so that they follow up some of the issues that we're saying, you've got to make sure that this happens. We also have a similar number, 15 ministries that we have identified, that we will be going to say, we've been to your department at such and such a place, this is what we found. Women, for example, in the maternity wards in the Eastern Cape have actually been violated in big ways. And what we do is actually to sit down. We've sat down on 2 occasions with the Eastern Cape Health Department. We've given them feedback. We went back on a second occasion to say, how far are you? How can we assist? How can we advise further? But it has got to be them assisting. Otherwise, you end up being that entity that people say, give me the policy. You say sexual harassment, can you write up something for me, please? And they put it up on the wall, and you come and tick boxes, and it doesn't trickle down.
So have you had delinquents where you've constantly gone through them, the process, and then but still there's no change?
Yes, we have had that. And the sad thing about those delinquents is they are the ones who run to court. And we have had a few instances. Right now we have got a matter in court. I will not mention the name. We are with the Human Rights Commission. We are amicus in that matter, where the court, in my belief, made an error by actually saying, yes, you must come to us to enforce your powers. It shouldn't be that. We cannot, at every turn where harm has been done or is imminent, we must run to court for the court to intervene. So we've taken that to court. So it's you know, the challenges that you talk about besides funding is actually the interpretation, poor misinterpretation and lack of understanding by other pillars of governance in terms of where and how we should fit into the entire governance ecosystem of our country towards justice.
Okay. You talk about skills shortage within the CGE. Which skills would you say come tops in the ones that you require mostly?
Public education, legal skills. We
Yeah.
need more lawyers. We
Okay.
need more people who can go to court and litigate. We need more money to print out certain things to educate people, because education, you must remember, is preventative in its nature. You are actually preventing that people do not, people get the information and therefore do not get to a stage where they transgress. So if we can get those, it would help, because research and other things are skills that, yes, we need, but they can be outsourced because it's information that we go out there and procure in order to be more effective. So if it's public education, legal, those are the two key areas.
Okay, in last year, or 2 years back, where the president passed the GBV laws.
Yes.
Do you think we are coming out right as a country in terms of implementing these laws?
Yes and no, in the sense that we are legislation exhausted in South Africa. For example, a clear low-hanging fruit is a magistrate now has to be empowered that when they are dealing with a matter number A, with a woman or a man, and they pick up that there is a need to intervene by issuing an interdict, ex parte interdict, they can and should do that. And I wonder how many of them are able to do that. You know, you can actually, talking about something else with this person in front of you in your court, actually even straight away pick up a few things and issue a provisional interdict to prevent further harm or possible endangerment to that person.
Yeah, I guess we still have a long way to go as a country. Still have a long way to deal with gender equality. And thank you very much for this informative interview. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
That was Advocate Ntabiseng Sipanya Mohale, the chairperson of the CGE, joining us in studio. Stay tuned for further interviews that will be coming up in the day as we wait for the president to address the nation this evening at 7 p.m. live from the Cape Town City Hall.
Building our great South African nation together.
The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides for a constitutional democracy. It includes the Bill of Rights as a cornerstone of democracy in South Africa that enshrines the rights of all people in our country. The legal framework for institutions supporting democracy. Chapter 9 of the Constitution creates a number of independent state institutions to strengthen constitutional democracy in the Republic. Namely, the Public Protector, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, the Commission for Gender Equality, the Auditor General, the Independent Electoral Commission. The Constitution provides that these institutions are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. In addition, the Constitution also provides for the establishment of a number of other statutory bodies which promote constitutional democracy, including the Financial and Fiscal Commission, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, the Pan-South African Language Board, and the Public Service Commission. National legislation further provides for the establishment of a National Youth Development Agency aimed at creating and promoting coordination in youth development matters. These institutions are collectively referred to as institutions supporting democracy. The task of these institutions is to promote and protect those rights within the Bill of Rights which fall within their particular area. The independence of institutions supporting democracy. The institutions supporting democracy are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. no person or organ of state may interfere with their functioning. The relationship between Parliament and the institutions supporting democracy. These institutions are accountable to the National Assembly. First, they must report on their activities and the performance of their functions to the National Assembly at least once a year. Secondly, they perform a complementary oversight function to that of Parliament, amongst others, through the investigations they conduct and the reports they submit to Parliament. Thirdly, Parliament must assist and protect these institutions through legislative and other measures to ensure their independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness. In so doing, Parliament established the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy in September 2010, after the adoption of a recommendation by the Ad Hoc Committee on the Review of Chapter 9 and Associated Institutions by the National Assembly. The mandate of the office is to enhance the capacity of the National Assembly to perform its functions of oversight, accountability, and support relevant to institutions supporting democracy, and to coordinate all interaction between the National Assembly and the institutions.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using #SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
We need to inform everybody, the communities, as to what is gender-based violence, where to get assistance, and obviously how to react to it. We've got a lot of complaints coming in specifically as to that people don't understand how to apply the definition. So we've got a lot of awareness that's going on, but the awareness is not always tackling the core issue. We need to have a reactive process as well. There's a lot of people that actually fall through the grips that we call it. Meaning, what about the victims that's already in the system? We need to assist them as well. Besides navigating or assisting them through the system, we need to give additional support. And that is where your NGOs, your NPCs and the departments come into play as well. But we need to move towards a tendency of how do we reintegrate our victims into society back again. My key priority areas will always remain, besides the proactive, let's be reactive as well. Do not forget, there's thousands of women, females, transgender, LGBTQ+, elderly, children that is already in the system as well, that is victims of gender-based violence. So how do we navigate them? How do we assist them specifically? So not only being proactive by handing out pamphlets, not only handing out pamphlets, the education, react to it as well. Do not forget about the ones that unfortunately we were not able to assist and how to assist them further when they are in the system as well.
scenes outside at the Cape Town City Hall, where we are anticipating the President to deliver his State of the Nation address. Of course, you can join that conversation using hashtag SONA 2025 and follow, like and subscribe on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, and let us know what your expectations are with regards to the President's speech today. Now, of course, it is the first State of the Nation address of the state, the 7th administration following the 2024 elections. The role of a free, fair and credible electoral process remains fundamental in our democracy. The Independent Electoral Commission has been at the heart of ensuring that every South African's vote counts, shaping the leadership that will guide the nation forward. Now, joining us in conversation is the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mr. Mosotho Mieba. Thank you so much for joining us, Papa.
It's good to be here. Thank you for having us.
Now, let's start first with what is the role of the IEC?
The Electoral Commission of South Africa, or the IEC as we call it, yes, is required in terms of the Constitution to conduct all elections, legislative elections, that is elections of the National Assembly, of the provincial legislatures, and the municipal government. But we also are required to do that in a manner, yes, that will ensure that those elections have integrity and can be declared as free and fair. That on its own has quite a responsibility that we need to undertake. The second thing that we need to do is to conduct a referenda when this nation calls a referenda. A referenda in our country could be a national matter, but it could also be a provincial matter. I imagine it could also be at a municipal level. We have not had referenda since the dawn of our democracy. But that does not mean that we cannot be ready to conduct it. Once it has been called, we will conduct a referenda in the same way that we conduct an election. In other words, the outcome of that referenda must be credible, yes, it must have integrity, and it must be conducted such that it is free and fair.
Now, on the back of free and fair elections and the integrity of the process, and amidst the allegations of fraud that happened last year during the national elections, how does the Commission ensure integrity and transparency with its electoral process? I'm
glad you're asking that question, and we have reference to the elections last year.
Yes.
I want to be very clear that there has not been fraud in the electoral process that has impacted the integrity of elections. And I want to explain that. We are in court still on a matter brought by an electoral contestant that is a party to say that the elections last year were not free, were neither free nor fair, that they did not have integrity.
Yes.
We deny that. We deny that absolutely. And me personally, I must add that I have invited anyone who cares to ensure that our elections are even held to a higher standard, to say, if you find wrongdoing, bring it to me. Bring it to me, and let's see how we deal with it. I don't know how in this country anyone can impact an election, rob all of us of that integrity of an election. We have built an amazing body of work to ensure the integrity of an election. I'm not saying that when voting stations close, the vehicle that transports the ballots that have been counted already, the results that is known at the local level, if that vehicle is hijacked, gets into an accident, anything that is undesirable from all of us. I'm not saying that that can happen.
Yes.
I'm saying accidents can happen. But there will not be accidents that happen that that rob this nation of the integrity of an election on our watch. That I say with confidence, without fear, without favor, and without prejudice. And that is the evidence we put, or the inquiry we make when a complaint is heard. It is possible that a complaint would be made, we investigate it, and we find that something happened. We do an assessment in our view, which we call a materiality test, and we say, yeah, that has affected that. We have been very, very good that all of our elections, general, have been good. There has been 1 or 2 by-elections where we've had that, where we've gone to court, and we've had to do that. I can count those instances, not even on all the fingers on my one hand. But this, for me, tells me that the quality of the work that we do and the checks and integrity, the balances that we have, are working as we have designed them to work. And that is good for our democracy in this nation.
Now, of course, in the national elections, there was an issue with regards to voter registration and the amount of people that had registered. How does the Commission ensure that people are educated and they know the process of registering and the importance of voting?
A very good question again. You know, whenever we undertake an election in our country, we do a purposeful study. We commission an independent body, in this instance, the Human Sciences Research Council, the HSRC. We ask them to tell us what voters believe are the issues that concern them preparing for themselves for the elections. In other words, are they going to participate or are they not going to participate? And if so, what are the challenges they have? That study we publish at least a year ahead. Before these elections, we published it, I think, 18 months before the election date. It actually told us exactly what happened in the elections. It told us that there were many voters who are unhappy with the democratic dividend, what they call the democratic dividend. They say, my party has let me down, my candidates have let me down, I think I'm not even changing, switching my party or my candidate. For me, they're all the same. We want you, as the Electoral Commission, to raise these issues with parties, and that's exactly what we do. They tell us that please make registration easy for us. That's why we have registration, amongst others, online. We only used to have registration in person. And you had to come to us or we had to visit you. Now you can sit in the comfort of your home, your office, you could be anywhere in the world, you would register in a voting station where you live. These are things that voters tell us in a purposeful study that we undertake to, and prepare elections for them. So registration in our country, it's a voluntary thing. Voters participate because they have an incentive. Parties tell them, this is what promise we have for you, this is what you need to hold us to account for. And when they do that, people register in numbers. When people think there's no democratic dividend, we struggle. But it is work that we do not take for granted. All the same, we still work hard with political parties and candidates and say, this is what voters are saying. What would you offer to them? So we help parties to know what voters think, to formulate their offering to the voters, and for voters to then be able to register with us. And we do a sterling amount of work. We do what we call targeted registration. We actually look at areas throughout the country where there are new settlement patterns, for example. We then go there and say, this is a new area, we create a voting district for them, we register them so that they vote there. We look at areas that are depopulated. I'll give you an example of the mining towns. There are many mining towns in the Free State and in Gauteng that have, the mines have stopped operating and the people have moved. So there are many people that are registered there, but the people have moved.
Of course.
So we go there and we follow where the people have gone so that they're registered in the correct place. So there's an enormous amount of body of work that we do to ensure that people are registered. But for as long as voting is not compulsory, which is a good thing, and I support that,
Okay.
it is a democratic process. We must expect that one day voters may come in big numbers. When they're upset, they may not be there.
Now, of course, on the back of innovation and the online registration that we saw. Now, I know that the IEC will be hosting a conference on electronic voting technologies in South Africa.
Yes.
I want to know then, what is the Commission's objectives with regards to that? And do we see ourselves in the near future voting online?
Absolutely. I see South Africans one day, on a day like this being an election day, sitting or, taking a break from office and looking at their devices and voting. But we must be clear.
Of course.
Electronic voting means something different for every one of us.
Of course.
Some people think you must go online to a machine that is owned by us and vote there. Someone thinks that they must be able to speak on the phone and do it, or send a text on their phone. We want, with this process, we want people to understand the different ways that you can vote electronically and what it means for our people in this country. In other words, if there's a technology that works somewhere else on electronic voting, and in that country that technology is pervasively available, but it's not available here, could that be an option or not? For me, it's clear it can be. So we've got to look at the context of our nation and country and say, what are the possibilities?
Yes.
We know that the world is doing this, so-and-so is doing that in the world, so-and-so is doing that in the world. But for us, what are the possibilities? And then come to the point where we say, what are the real possibilities that would be available to every one of us without, using class to separate others and, ensure that others vote whilst others are not. So the enterprise, the voting enterprise, has to be one that is available to everybody. And that's why we engage. It's an early part of that. And I don't think it's going to happen in 2026, 2029, but we must always bear that in mind and look at the possibilities of doing it. The last thing I want to say about that is that our country can be proud that we consult and we ensure that everyone has this voting franchise available to them. It can't be said that if you don't have a cell phone, you can't vote. It must be a thing that is available to everyone who qualifies and who takes care that they do what is necessary to register and to vote. And for that, we will pursue this objective, ceaselessly and without being tired. We will seek to ensure that South Africans indeed exercise their right to vote in a manner that is decent and brings dignity to them.
And of course, now bringing the spotlight on the local government elections that are happening next year.
Yes.
What measures has the Commission put in place for these upcoming elections?
Local government elections anywhere in the world are the most complex elections. And I want to show you in a simple way, demonstrate it in a simple way. We have 9 provinces, and every province has an assembly, a provincial legislature. And so when we conduct elections like we did in 2024, we conducted elections for the National Assembly where one ballot could be used throughout the whole country. We then conducted elections for regional representatives. In other words, people in Gauteng that are coming to Cape Town in Parliament here, in the Northwest and so on. Then we had a provincial ballot. So in every province, we had 3 ballots. But in terms of the number of elections that we had altogether, we had about 19 elections last year. In local government elections, we have this whole nation with over 260 municipalities, and every one of those municipalities has a common PR ballot, but it would have different ward ballots. So you're looking at close to 8,000 elections taking place at a time. Every one of those ballots is different from the other. Last year we had about 18 ballots. This time we're going to have almost 9,000 ballots.
Wow.
It is a complication. You have to print them within a short period of time, and you can't get them wrong. You can't, if a candidate is in this ward but not in the other ward, the other ward can't have the name of the candidate. That is the kind of thing that will lead to an election not being free or fair. And that's why I say to you, the amount of care we take to ensure elections have integrity, it's amazing. I'm in there. I used to have lots of hair on my head. This kind of things, when you do them, you scratch your head so often you don't need to even go to the barber shop. Because it is a complication, but we as a country can be proud that over the years we have refined that process. So our preparations are now underway, and we are taking care. Every election in this country is very different from the other. Even these local government elections that we are going to will never be the same as the ones we come from. Why? Because every time we come out of an election, we debrief with political parties, with citizens and their representatives, with civil society organizations. We hear from them what are the kind of challenges they have experienced, or what do they desire? What are the things they want us to know we can do better? And we embrace those things, and that's what we build them into. That's the work we do on a non-stop basis. And that's why when I speak about this, I speak with confidence. It's not something we dream about. Of course, we dream a lot.
Of course.
And we put our dreams, we share our dreams with others. But it's also what the dreams of others are that they are bringing to us to build into the process. And I can speak with confidence because this is work we do. It's been wonderful talking to you.
And that was Mtate Mosotho Miepa, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, highlighting the role of the electoral integrity in strengthening democracy. Of course, just look outside. We are outside the City Hall in Cape Town. It's a windy day today. And of course, we are anticipating the SONA, the first SONA of the 7th administration and the first SONA under the Government of National Unity. Now join the conversation using hashtag SONA 2025. Follow, like, and subscribe on all social medias at Parliament of RSA, and have your say as to what is it that you think the President ought to focus on this year in terms of his administration and government. Of course, as we witness the first State of the Nation address, it is clear that the mandate has been given by the people, and it must translate into effective governance and accountability. Now stay tuned. We're right outside the City Hall, awaiting the President to give the hashtag SONA 2025. We'll be back.
Challenges is today we talk about the machines and the dealing and how the delivery. The challenges is that going to be there. We all our elders here need to see what is it and go back, as that my elders say, that we need to go back to the Bible And sometimes we go to this is a challenge for us, so we need to look at the challenge. It's about cigarettes, but we don't have the point. The point is about our kids. So we can control the small ones, 4 to 5, you control. But the big ones, they're already smoking, because after COVID, it was hectic. Everybody was doing something to relax. And smoking is not the problem. The problem is how we do it at home, and how we treat our children, how we guide them. So sometimes we are weak, and then we send our kids out. You see, because our places are too close, we can't even farm on really. So that's why we are weak, and you can see our people are hungry. So where I'm staying, the kids are very endangered because there are no fun for them at the weekends. So at the weekends, they are no fun. So where they go to my friend, stand in the shop. They're doing their thing. They go in TikTok, they're doing that talk. And as you go, my friend is telling them, oh, you are great, you are wonderful, you are beautiful. Our fathers don't tell it at home. So the other guys on the outside, they will tell it, because if you are hungry, you will kneel. And that's what I wanted to say, and I'm from SONA. And thank you to be in George.
The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. You're still tuned into the build-up to the State of the Nation address, which the President will be delivering at 7 o'clock this evening. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA on X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Thank you for staying tuned to Parliament TV. Today, as we build up to the State of the Nation address, it is important to reflect on the fundamental pillars of our democracy, one of which is the protection and promotion of human rights. The South African Human Rights Commission plays a critical role in ensuring that the rights enshrined in our Constitution are upheld, holding government and institutions accountable, and advocating for the dignity and equality of all citizens. In a time when issues of social justice, service delivery, and equality remain at the forefront of national discourse, the work of the Commission is more important than ever. Joining us now to unpack these pressing matters and share insights on the Commission's priorities for the year ahead is the Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Mr. Chris Nissen. Mr. Nissen, welcome to Parliament TV. Siyabulela ngoba ube lapha namhlanje.
Ngiyabuleka kakhulu mhlekazi, and ndifuna uxhela namhlanje that uSpeaker ndifuna namhlanje sithi Speaker ndiyabulela kakhulu phansi kwabantu baseMzantsi Afrika, because ayikho ndawo sithetha nje, ndifuna uthetha phansi koSpeaker and phansi koParliament namhlanje. Siyabulela kakhulu mhlekazi mhle. Baie dankie dat u vir ons die geleentheid gee as die Mensenrechtenkommissie om hier te kom praat. Thank you so much, and may the Speaker continue on this platform of what gena ilando eslalini esilendawo edolopini yabona informal settlements. Ngiyabulela kakhulu mhlekazi mhle.
Thank you for those opening words. Can you briefly share with our viewers at home what is the constitutional mandate of the South African Human Rights Commission?
It's Chapter 9 of the Constitution. It has got a number of what we call Chapter 9 institutions. The Commission on Gender, Commission on Social, on Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights, the Commission on the PP, Public Protector, and ourselves. And there's a Chapter 10, Public Service Commission, CCMA, and all of that. We all are together in one organization called the Forum for in support of democratic institutions, FISD, and the chairperson is from the CGE, the Commission for Gender Equality. And we are there because of Chapter 9, but this Human Rights Commission take its mandate from Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights.
And what are some then of the notable human rights investigations that have been conducted by the Commission recently, and what are the recommendations that were made from those investigations?
You know, we've had a number of inquiries. Let me start with the July unrest, water unrest, water, about the water situation in KZN. We have a scholar transport, school nutrition. We have about food poisoning. We've got a lot of them. But at the moment, a number of offices throughout the country, we've got offices in every province. Our staff are involved on a daily basis. Like starting this year, it's like finding placement for children at school, scholar transports, food, all of those things. So this last month has really been very good in the sense that our staff were out there working in every province trying to find placement, find scholar transport, making sure that everybody is get into, because education is so important for us. Without education, this nation will go down.
I'm glad that you are mentioning the importance of education. I had an opportunity to visit various institutions of higher learning as I was preparing for today's event. And I came across a number of students that seem to have been spending nights at libraries or in corridors or at SRC offices. Could that be considered as a violation of human rights? And what does the Human Rights Commission do in those instances?
If we do not create a space for education, we create a space for poverty. If we don't create the space for education, we create a space for poverty. I was the other day in Elsis River, and the school principal told me that, last year, I've talked about last year, that the number of children of primary learning students, learners, they are more outside the school than inside the school. So what do we say? We're saying that half of or more of our learners will continue to be in poverty. I come from a poor community. My poverty almost swallowed me, but through education, I rose and I said, I want to be better.
But what does the Human Rights Commission do when those challenges are brought to its attention?
The Human Rights Commission, all 9 provinces, we've got women and men. As we speak, I can tell you now in the Northwest, Shirley, our PM, is working around the clock to ensure that learners are placed. Ensuring that in Gauteng, at universities, that Mbeki try to find people in there. Here in the Western Cape, Sinanair is trying to find people. Victor in Mpumalanga is fighting to get people in there. Eric Konyana in Mpumalanga is fighting to make sure that we have people in schools. They are working with their workers on a daily basis. And so Modise in Free State. And so Carter in the Eastern Cape. And so here in the Northern Cape. They're all just working every day, and they're giving me updates by the moment.
I welcome the sentiment that you've just shared, but I'm still a bit concerned as to we've been given the problems, as you have indicated, the challenges with education at schools and various schools that you have mentioned. But what is because those are immediate challenges, and as we speak now, we have students, as I've said, that are in the corridors, that are spending the nights in library. What is the Commission doing to ensure that those students' challenges are addressed?
we've got a commissioner dedicated on the issue of education, Professor Madlingosi. And he has been since last year, he has been really 24/7 speaking to rectors, speaking to vice chancellors, speaking to chancellors, speaking to whoever he can, and he's been involved in that. But also at the same time interacting with the provincial managers to see how we come from a primary school right up to high school and to the educational departments like the universities. And I can assure you that he's not sleeping.
All right, if we can just move to another theme, if you can just briefly share us what work is the SHRC doing to promote equality and combat discrimination, particularly in relation to the marginalized groups such as the women, LGBTQI+ individuals, and people with disabilities.
You know, there are three ugly things in our country. The three ugly things are inequality, unemployment, and poverty. And caste, if you put that as a background, then you put in front, you put what I call the tales of two cities, or the tales of two countries. It's so unfortunate that what we have in this country, including the city, you have the rich, the powerful, and those who have. And then the other side, you have that don't have anything. I just come from Bishop Lavis, my township where I grew up. And look at all the potholes, the dirt, all of those. I live in Rondebosch. My street was resurfaced a year ago, which did not have to be resurfaced. But I go to Bishop Lavis today. I've gone to my aunt because my cousin passed on, so I went there and I paid, you know. So all those potholes that are there. So why do you want to have a clean audit, say, my place is the best? Like we did in Buffalo. In Buffalo City, they had a clean audit. And the people marched the next day, you've got a clean audit, but look what our city looks like. So can we stop it right there? Do what is right for all citizens equally and put your money as a city, as a country, put it with the poor. That's why I'm really fighting for a pro-poor budget. And Minister, if you listen to us as the Human Rights Commission, please make sure that your budget is pro-poor and not pro-status as it is now. Because otherwise, with this inequality you're talking about, my chief, it's going to go like that. And you know this old German saying, if your neighbor doesn't eat, you don't. If your neighbor doesn't eat, you don't sleep.
I hear you calling on the minister through Parliament TV to respond or address some of the challenges that you have raised. Don't you have communication channels where you interact with members of the executive to bring to their attention concerning issues of violation of human rights?
We have been doing this. We've been doing this. We sent our reports to Parliament. And one of the things that we did raise with the Speaker, which I thank her for, she really took her time to visit us, and she gave us all the support. We said to her, we sent our reports. Our reports are being ignored. You know, we have to write and follow up, you see? And we have to fight and fight and fight. Why do we have to fight in this country? This Human Rights Commission that was formed by all of us did not fall from the sky. It's women and men that fought for this human rights in this country. They paid by blood, sweat, imprisonment, myself, including myself, tortured in prison. We fought for this human rights. So it's not just like kind of nice to have, it's must have, so that we can fulfill the responsibility of us, as all of us in this country, to say we need to make sure human rights work in this country. when human rights work in this country, the world will look at us and say, wow, there's the democracy. Not in paper, not being held, but a democracy working to defend the most vulnerable. With the LGBTI community, with the mental health community, with otherwise able community, the women, the children in this country. And I'm proud about the speaker, you know, kind of championing those kind of things. And I want to thank her for championing those kind of things. Because, you know, these things didn't fall from the sky. People pay with their blood and sweat. And so South Africans need to understand, parliamentarians in the first place need to understand, when you are there in parliament, you're not there just to smile. You are there to fight for the rights of all the people in South Africa, including farmers. They get murdered. Let's fight for all of them. And so when you are, it doesn't matter which party you belong to, let's stand up and say, South Africa belongs to all of us who live in, including non-nationals. So we don't go and say, you know, the issue of xenophobia. I worked with a wonderful person in this country. I worked with all presidents. But the first president I worked with was my leader, Comrade Nelson Mandela.
Indeed, South Africa belongs to all of us.
All of us.
Thank you very much for taking this this interview with Parliament TV. The work of the South African Human Rights Commission remains critical to our democracy, and we wish you and your team well in the year ahead. You can join our conversation on social media using the hashtag SONA2025 as we get closer to the 7 p.m. when the President will deliver the State of the Nation address to a joint sitting of Parliament here at the Cape Town City Hall. More to come. Don't go anywhere.
Ndiyinzwakazi ezalwe ngonyaka ka-2005. Ndiza kube ndigqiba ke iminyaka engama-20 kwinyanga kaCanzibe ngomhla we-30. Mna ke ndikwayiyo nembongi. Kodwa uhambo lam luqale ngonyaka ka-2016 apho ndathi ndahamba ndayoxelengela amabanga am aphantsi kwisikole kuthiwa yiNgubethole Farm Junior Secondary School. Apho ke ndathi ndafika kuba ke ndiyintwazana ehlakaniphileyo ephiweyo nangokwasengqondweni. Ndafika ke abafundisi-ntsapho bandithatha bandibeka phaya ngendlela yokubana babethi xa kukho ukhuphiswano, nokuba lukhuphiswano lantoni, bandenze ukubana mna ndibe yinxalenye yolo khuphiswano. Ukhuphiswano ke elufana nokubana ndihambe ndiyokubonga, ndihambe ndiyokwenza iingxoxo-mpikiswano kwezo ndawo zithile. Ndithe ke xa ndisozenza ezo zinto ndafumanisa uba qho into endiyingeneleleyo kwasoloko ndiphumelela. Nakhona ndiphumeleli nje, ndiphumelela ndibe ngowokuqala. Iqhubile ke le nto yahamba iminyaka, yangunyaka ka-2017. Ndazibona ukuba nam ikhona le nto ndinayo apha ngaphakathi, kuba bekusithiwa kusothiwa inako yenza intetho engalungiselelwanga, ndiyenze ndiphumelele. Kuthiwa intetho elungiselelweyo ndiphumelele. Ndaqonda ukubana nomzali wam ke le nto ndiyenza naye eyazi. Umongameli ke xa ndibonga lo mbongo, ndimbonga, ndimkhuthaza, ndimomeleza, ndimchazela kwanezinto ezinkulu athe wasenzela. Khumbula ke sikwixesha ngoku apho oobhuti noosisi bethu abathi baphangele bengamajoni ixesha elibi, abathi babulawe kwindawo baphangela kuzo. Koko ke noba kwenzeka ezo zinto zenzekayo, kodwa umongameli ndifuna soloko yazi ukubana kungakubi, ilizwe lingaxubayelo kwalo mzuzu, kodwa aze ayazi ukubana bakhona abasajongileyo kuye, abantu abasamkhuthazayo nokuba kungakubi nokuba imeli ingagobela kuye esandleni azasoloko yazi ukubana kodwa imisebenzi yakhe emihle siyayibona. Ngoko ke masingathi xa kukubi sileqe elicala kukubi ngalo, makabone ukubana sinaye kule ntaba ayinyukayo, silapha ecaleni kwakhe, sisisizwe esintsundu soMzantsi Afrika, simphahlile nangona yena ehamba phambili ekhokhele, kodwa siyambulela sithi yintsika yoMzantsi Afrika.
We are counting down to 7 p.m. when the President of the Republic of South Africa will be delivering the first State of the Nation address of this 7th term of Parliament. In studio now, I'm with Dr. Thabo Manetsi, who's the CEO of the National Heritage Council. Ke go amogela re Thabo mo studiong sa Parliament TV. How ka re tlhalosetsa fela gore core mandate ya the NHC ke eng?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity for inviting the Heritage Council. The Heritage Council is an agency of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and we've been established under an Act of Parliament, which is the National Heritage Councils Act of 1999. And our responsibility is quite straightforward, it's simple. You know, we are charged with a huge responsibility, that of promoting, safeguarding, transforming, raising awareness, do advocacy, coordination, and also providing funding, to worthy heritage initiatives in South Africa. So in a nutshell, that's what we do as the Heritage Council.
Okay, practically, how do you do that?
Yeah.
As the council?
We've got a number of initiatives across the length and breadth of South Africa. One of the critical initiatives that we are actually rolling out is the protection and promotion of our liberation heritage route. As you recall, in July we successfully had the Liberation Heritage Route initiative inscribed as one of the UNESCO sites of outstanding universal value. And since then we have been doing a lot of work with management authorities in the provinces to get them basically to preserve the sites that have been and promote the sites that have been identified, to make them easily accessible, to make them enjoyable by South Africans, but most importantly putting them out there really, so that even people in the rural communities are able to access these important sites, because they remind us about a very important history and epoch of our country, of the fights, of iconic leaders, of the struggle against liberation of our country. So that's one of the initiatives that we are actually pursuing as the Heritage Council. We also have a very important initiative that we are pursuing, which is the Heritage Outreach Schools program, where we actually work with the Department of Basic Education, SANParks, South African Heritage Resources Agency, and many other partners as well, where we actually socialize and raise awareness and teach youth that are going to school about the importance of preserving and promoting their heritage as well. We engage in a week-long heritage challenge, with the aim of actually raising awareness and actually engendering a culture of deep appreciation of heritage amongst young people, because eventually those are our future leaders. Those are the people that we want actually to hand this baton to take this good work of conserving and looking after our heritage to them in future. So it starts with them first. It starts with us transferring this knowledge, this important information, so that they can take this further to future generations as well. And we also infusing this in their school curriculum as well, so that it is taught in school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how does the council balance the preservation of historical heritage with modern development and urbanization?
It's a very delicate balance, because one of the key things that has started happening, especially in the past 30 years in the cultural landscape, has been to look at samples of our heritage that can be protected and preserved and safeguarded, and also promoted for the benefit of the present and future generation. And when I mention sample, is that we look at the state of authenticity of this important heritage sites, and we cluster those basically as elements, true physical, fabric, which serve as elements of the authentic heritage that needs to be preserved, whilst creating an enabling environment for development to happen. We know that we can't stop development.
Yeah,
development will always happen, but it is equally important that when development happens, it promotes and actually conservation needs of heritage resources. So that's where we come in to guide, development, proactively as the heritage agencies under the department, so that we don't wipe and really desecrate our heritage completely on the cultural landscape, but there will be samples that will actually protect for the benefit of the present and future generation as well. Yeah, we can't save everything, because development has to happen, but we are very mindful and very vocal about this as the sector to say that let development happen, but in a responsible manner as well, that adheres to conservation standards of our heritage.
Yeah, okay. And then are there any efforts to modernize heritage preservation through technology?
Yes, in fact, we were discussing that with my colleagues even last night, even previously. We've got a new council that is quite energetic and quite about this specific manner of digitization of heritage, where we can actually tap into the digital technologies, and technological advancement to take our heritage out there. Use, effectively platforms such as TikTok, social media, and various others as well, to profile and promote our heritage, so that we make it more accessible, to the broader, public of South Africa. I mean, even grannies are actually using smartphones now in the rural countryside. So it's very important that we take our heritage out there, so that it's easily accessible on the palm of the hands of South Africans as well. So we are tapping into various digital technologies really to advance our mandate to take this heritage out there. We are moving from the view that heritage should be everyone's business, and all South Africans should be rallied around looking after this heritage. It can't be just the responsibility of government. It should be a shared responsibility where communities on the ground actually look after this heritage as well.
And how do you show that there's inclusivity, because we are a diverse nation with everything that you do as the council?
Yeah, so diverse representation is one of the major facets of what we do as the Heritage Council as we implement our programs. And the manner in which we do this is that we really engage extensively with broad stakeholders to bring them into the fold when we do our planning for our programs as well, just to get their views on board as well, because we are acutely aware that here we are at a phase where we need to upscale our efforts for redress of the past imbalances as well, to ensure that the rainbow nation that ushered in this democracy, we actually see it in practice, in all the programs that we are pursuing as the Heritage Council. So extensive engagements, collaborations, partnerships with broad stakeholders and cultural groupings in South Africa, it's very fundamental in the programming of our work.
Yeah. And what would you say are some of your challenges that you face as a council currently, and how are you addressing them?
Yeah, I think the fundamental challenge here, it's basically still, if you look at our cultural landscape in South Africa, it's still very skewed. It's still, we still have very strong dominance of colonial heritage. And we have not seen that real sort of like visual, diversity. So one of the ways in which we're addressing that basically is to find alternative forms of memorialization within the cultural landscape, alongside basically having, these collections that depict basically the colonial past. We juxtapose those, we put the recent and new and sidelined histories of the past alongside that, because this is the diversity that we're talking about, that we need to be actually putting alternative narratives, that tell our story alongside the dominant, colonial narrative as well, And when we do that, basically we are actually demonstrating that we are actually trying, to push for transformation, within the existing now cultural heritage institutions. It's not an easy process because there is a pushback as well, but also in certain quarters as well, there is acceptance.
Yeah.
You know, you can see people have really moved on and transformed to a point where they want to really have this diversity within their cultural heritage spaces as well. So it's a process. It's not even an event. 30 years has passed and we're still basically engaging basically in uncomfortable discussions so that we've got a broad representation and diverse representation of all the cultures and heritage, you know, resources of South Africans.
Yeah. And now the president will be addressing the nation later. What is it that you're hoping to hear from him?
Yeah, I think from a heritage perspective, really, we would want the president, when he mentions, you know, grand plans around infrastructure development, we would want the president to consider the heritage sector and the needs within the heritage sector. Unfortunately, through our minister, who's very active, he has brought those forward to the presidency, you know, that the creative industries, the arts, culture, and heritage sector are vital aspects of our economy and infrastructure. Therefore, wherever there is opportunities for development, put culture and heritage and arts first so that they form part of the integrated development, you know, program of the state as well. So we're hoping that he will hit to this message and really prioritize, really, you know, the sector. We need more funding, you know, from the fiscus, you know, to be able to empower us to fully discharge our mandate as the Heritage Council and also other entities of the state that have this important mandate. Because really without funding and adequate resources, we won't be able to fully discharge our mandate to look after this heritage that you see basically falling apart, you know, especially at local government level as well. Yeah. So we want to really, this time we shouldn't be talking much. We should be practical, you know, and demonstrate basically that indeed this is the commitment that it's put in place by this government of the 7th administration. And we should all be walking the talk and just implement.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Thabo Manetsi, for your time. You're still watching Parliament TV. We're coming live from the Cape Town City Hall, and we'll be with you throughout the evening until the President delivers his State of the Nation address. Stay tuned for more.
Thank you, well done, nice interview.
Thank you.
Okay, good, we've got 3 minutes.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy-making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Just over a minute, guys. Camera 3.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections.
Okay, 30 seconds.
The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
All eyes are on Parliament as we await the State of the Nation address, and of course you can be part of that conversation and use the hashtag SONA2025. Like, subscribe and follow on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA, and let us know what your expectations are from the President when he delivers the State of the Nation address this evening at 7 p.m. Of course, this is a unique and significant occasion and in the political calendar. It is one of the few occasions where all three arms of state, the executive, the legislature and the judiciary, converge under one roof. This gathering symbolizes the fundamental principles of our democracy, accountability, collaboration and the rule of law. It is also a moment when the country takes stock of its progress, reflects on challenges and looks ahead to the government's priorities for the year. But while the national government sets the overall agenda, it is in the provinces where many of these policies take shape and impact communities directly. Now, joining us to discuss the role of the Free State Provincial Legislature is ensuring that the priorities outlined in the State of the Nation address translate into tangible action at the provincial level is the Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Mr. Mxolisi Dukwana.
Hi. Thank you.
Of course, then, Speaker, let's talk mostly about your role within the provincial legislature.
As the Speaker of the Legislature, your role mostly as an executive authority is to see that the institution functions properly and that all the household committees, the portfolio committees, and all the structures are actually doing their work in ensuring that there is full participation of the people in executing their responsibility as an institution, because we are actually the representatives of the people.
Yes.
When people elect members into the legislature, as opposed to government, they expect the legislature to be their mouthpiece, to be their representative,
yes,
and to be responsive whenever there are issues that they need attention.
And of course, then with that, can you just highlight some of the challenges that the legislature is dealing with in terms of the province as a whole?
I think the serious challenge that we are facing has to do with the funding of the institution. This is one institution that is underfunded, and also you are expected to hold the executive accountable, and yet you then go to the executive to allocate the resources for you, and in many instances they look at their own priorities, and in many respects the institutions like the legislature are not taken seriously in many respects.
And then in that case, Speaker, what are then some of the issues that the councillors and the members of the NPL bring to the provincial legislature in terms of the challenges that they face within the different local municipalities?
The challenge that you have, that accountability framework and the relationship between the local government sphere as well as the provincial government is also not taken advantage of in terms of ensuring that the members of the legislature who are not appointed or elected from the constituencies, and you have the municipalities. We've got ward councillors,
Yes.
ward committees, and if we were to work together, you would find a less strenuous relationship existing. The problem that you have this strained relationship between the members of the legislature
Yes.
and municipal councillors. It's actually the ability to work together and also make sure that we become smart in dealing with the work instead of duplicating the work. We need, for instance, the member of the legislature would know the challenges that are experienced in the local municipality
Yes.
through the ward committees and the ward councillors. So that relationship is very, very important, and it needs to be encouraged, and we need to find a way where, as the institution, as the legislature, we encourage members of the legislature. I mean, in the Free State, you've got 23 municipalities, and in the executive, in the legislature, we've got about 30, and 10 of those will be in the executive, and you're left with 20.
Yes.
And all of these people have constituency offices,
Of course.
and it is how we use them effectively to ensure that our people participate in the making of decision, in making laws, but also in the implementation and holding the executive accountable.
Yes.
And it's not only through having committees, but also you need to have constant communication with the people, and this is where we're lacking as an institution.
Now, Ntata Dukwana, we know that the Free State is mainly a mining town, and the issue of illegal mining has been throughout an issue. It's been news. It's been, I mean, what happened in Stelfontein in the northwest. How is the Free State legislature combating the issue of illegal mining within the Free State?
You will see that it's mainly in the goldfields region, especially in the Lijuel region, your Volcom, Ordnance Race, Allen Ridge, Virginia, where we have many of our mines that were, very successful,
Yes.
and employing many people have been closed, and that has created a problem in the area where we've got too many people now who are illegally mining and also staying in our communities, and that has created more tensions between the residents and these people they see as foreign individuals, and but the challenge that you have with our institution in helping the government combat this, I think it comes from our inability in pushing for small-scale mining, which I believe, over and above what is happening, you need to have small-scale mining and create more opportunities, but also we need to go up. This is what the institution needs to do, to force investigation as to who actually benefits from this illegal mining.
Yes.
Because I can tell you, nobody has a license to trade with gold, other than these big industries, big mining houses, and who is benefiting.
Yes.
And we might be focusing on these zamazamas who are small players, and I think we need to pay more attention to the bigger guys who are actually running away from paying taxes,
Of course.
running away from ensuring that they, as employees, as an employers, in fact, they pay salaries, and they actually have other responsibilities. So people are actually running the country in a manner that undermines the laws of the country in many ways.
Yes.
And they find smart ways of not paying their taxes and not doing what they are doing. So we need to focus on who is behind these illegal miners instead of just chasing the zamazamas. The institution, the legislature, has not been playing a very pivotal role.
Okay.
And I think this is something that from our strategic planning session, we
Yes.
felt that we need to push and we need to ensure that communities such as those are actually attended to properly. There are other minerals throughout the province that we still need to make sure that we take advantage of what we have in creating a better society.
And Speaker, I think then it's important because we know that there's this golden thread between the SONA and the SOPAs. Please explain to us when the Free State SOPA will be and where it will be and why.
You see, this SONA is also very important in the sense that this will be the opportunity for the President to reflect on the road travel since the establishment of the Government of National Unity.
Yes.
And also because we are celebrating the 70 years of the adoption of the Freedom Charter. And you have the ruling party that has actually identified some of the most important areas
Yes.
that we need to focus on. And also the most important thing is we've been talking, the president, remember last year he spoke, he invited us to become like weaver beds.
Yes,
He
yes.
called on the nation to be like weaver bed, to collaborate, to work together. And we called on also on the dialogue, a national dialogue. I think once we have a national dialogue, that would look into the priorities that would then give the mandate to the GNU.
Yes.
That would actually be a very important thing that would be achieved by the SONA. And especially dealing with unemployment, poverty. We've been talking about this, but we need to be practical now and say, how do we then take advantage of what we have as a country and use that in creating jobs?
Yes.
But also, we can't be left behind and not take advantage of what the 21st century is demanding of us, the future of work, and we need to develop skills that respond to these challenges that we are facing. And that is a problem that I think we are not paying attention, especially as provinces. So that is one thing that we need to do. Otherwise, we actually, and we're going to be leadership that does not understand the society that it leads, where you have got people who are far advanced, and then we've got members of the legislature, government that are left behind. And so for us to be able to cope up with this, we really need to pick up our socks as government and deal with issues that are affecting our creative young people.
Yes.
And they want to be given that space, create that space for young people to self-actualize and deal with the frustration that is boiling and that is going to reach a point where we will not be able to control. So government through SONA, through SOPA, we need to deal with these issues and advance the interest of young people.
Thank you so much. Of course, that was the Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Ntate Mxolisi Dukwana, shedding light on critical role provincial legislatures play in translating national priorities into meaningful change on the ground. You're watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I'm one person who actually loved politics, and I would always watch SONA. You know, I would love it when there's those comments in the social media, because it will make me look relevant when it is SONA time. So I'm a teacher, I'm also a parent. So whatever decisions or whatever new developments that are made because SONA, whether it is gender-based violence or whether it is rape issues, I think I'm also affected one way or another. Changes that are implemented there, whether it's increase of salaries, whether it's addition of new resources in the country, one way or another I'm affected, because it will then also affect my day-to-day life choices, or it will also affect my kids, because I'm saying I need to be a parent that do certain things. But if there are certain things that are changed on SONA, you know, when certain things are spoke about, to say this is how we would like to run the country, if there are new legislations or regulations that come up, it means that certain ways that I would like to raise my kids, or certain ways that I would like my kids to perceive or look at me, will have to change because of those changes that are implemented in SONA. Also, that will also affect my life, because now I need to look at how I am going to raise my kids, or rather as a teacher, since I am the public eye, that will also affect me. For example, maybe let me bring the Bella Bill inside. If there is a legislation or an act or a regulation coming around that, it will affect me as a teacher, because it means that now certain things that I do in my life will have to be changed, so that I can actually make sure that I comply, or I make sure that I follow whatever that was mentioned in the SONA.
The long-awaited SONA 2025 that we're awaiting, and of course we're outside the Cape Town City Hall awaiting the President to outline his goals and priorities for the year ahead. Of course, with that, the provinces play a crucial role, because this is one of those occasions where there's a silver line in between all of the arms of state. Now, the KwaZulu-Natal is a province rich in history, culture and economic potential, but also faces unique governance challenges, from service delivery to infrastructure development. The provincial legislature plays a vital role in ensuring that policies reflect the needs of communities and that public voices are heard in decision-making processes. We are now joined by the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I know we always butcher your name, forgive us. Chair, please explain to us briefly what your role entails within the KZN legislature.
I am elected the Speaker of the legislature. Basically, I am the chairperson of the sitting of the House in the legislature, but constitutionally I'm also the one that has the ultimate responsibility to ensure that members of the provincial legislature discharge their mandate in terms of the Constitution in Section 114, where it speaks of the oversight, lawmaking, but also ensuring that there is involvement of the public through public participation. Then there are internal arrangements, like me having to be chairperson of the Rules Committee, which is the one that guides the orders of the House and what is expected of members and how, and the Program Committee, where we look at the overall activities of the legislature for that particular year. So in short.
Thank you, Jay. And of course then, Jay, can you just highlight then some of the challenges, like we said, there's infrastructure development problems. And of course, these are all because of the natural disasters that have happened in the past, that have happened even recently, just last year. So what are some of the challenges that are in the provincial legislature that the provincial legislature is grappling with?
We are mostly grappling with, first, on the side of the disasters that have happened. You know that many people think that it's the 2022 disaster, but in KwaZulu-Natal, there's still the storms that damaged schools and other public institutions back in 2016.
Oh, wow.
Through the storms that affected the northern part and the Ugu part, the south coastal part of the province. Now, they had to be attended at the time, but that then put pressure on the Department of Education in terms of them and the infrastructure backlog. Then came the floods in 2020 and 2022. And again in 2024, when you look into the King Cetshwayo and Mkhanyakude districts, they were also affected. So besides those standing one, there is another one that is high in our priorities of oversight, which is the issue of water. Most of the municipalities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are having issues of water delivery, and that then says that many people in the province go without water for weeks, and that needs the involvement of us as a legislature. Of course, there have been some injections of money from the Department of Water and Sanitation.
Yes.
But you'd remember that the Department of Water and Sanitation injects the money to municipalities. And we have a bigger problem there because the majority of the municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal, when you go through the list of the municipalities in the country that are declared as dysfunctional municipality, you'd find that you also find them there. So you find that even when there is money, in some instances there is lack of leadership. So we are also grappling with resources, ability to plan properly, and also the leadership, lack of leadership. How you see the lack of leadership in many instances, you see in the fact that in the northern side, when I speak of northern side, I'm speaking of the municipalities like Inkosilanga, Albalele, and Uthugela. You find that whenever there is a bit of rain, the town is flooded. And it's because of the aged infrastructure. Also in our own, the district I come from, which is Ugu, you found that in Ugu there's always burst pipes everywhere. So it's an indication that there is old infrastructure that should have been maintained and changed over time. So as a legislature, we are battling in essence with those challenges of service delivery, which emanate in some instances from resources, lack of planning and lack of leadership with foresight.
Now, Speaker, of course we know that there's this golden thread between the State of the Nation address and the State of Provinces address. Can you let us know when the KZN SOPA will be, where and why?
Oh, the KZN legislature SOPA will be held on the 27th and 28th of February. I know that your next question is going to be the 2 dates, but let me say first the where part. It will be held at what was used to be called the Royal Showgrounds. There was something that was called the Pietermaritzburg Royal Showgrounds, which is now called Umgungundlovu District Economic Development Grounds, something to that effect. The reason we are not holding it in the legislature is because of the size. You'd remember that we have a legislature that was built for government of Natal during the time of apartheid. And our public gallery is about 120 people, nothing more. So it means that there is no space.
Of course.
We then decide to hold it outside. We have not been holding it at the Royal Showgrounds because they were under change of leadership, now that management, now that they are under Umgungundlovu, will hold it there. And it is going to be on the 27th and the 20th. On the 27th is not the SOPA. Is the address by His Majesty the King. Then the actual SOPA is on the 28th, where the Premier will be speaking to the people of KwaZulu-Natal.
And what are some of the expectations then we can have from the SOPA, especially when it comes to increasing tourism and ensuring that industries within the KZN are well infiltrated, not infiltrated, but well fed with tourists that come into the country?
Look, I have no way of knowing what the Premier is going to say, but as a citizen, I expect the Premier to speak firstly on the issues that relate to the change, a little bit of change in the national appropriation that is coming from province. It may not be much, but there is a little bit of change. That little bit of change, how will it be invested, especially in the sectors like agriculture and economic development? When you go through KwaZulu-Natal, you look and you see that every space that is there, it's either it's an arable land that is used for agriculture, but it's also land that is a tourist attraction. We have had one that had been declared as a national heritage site last year in Ilembe district. That needs development. We've got in the north, Umkhanyakude district, where we've got Ismangaliso. What is going to be said about Ismangaliso? Of course, when you think of the Drakensberg, because the Drakensberg, whether you're speaking about the north, the south Drakensberg, or the central, including the one that connects us with Lesotho, I wish you could one day go through the Sunny Pass and see the beauty of KwaZulu-Natal from that side, and how people now are starting to discover KwaZulu-Natal. I've seen that there are people that are going through tours and walking and finding the highest waterfall that is in the Drakensberg. How do we ensure that we preserve that and use it through these allocations? Then there are two other priorities that I think that they would be looking at, education and health.
Of course.
We've done as a legislature the school functionality, and we found that in most schools there's still challenges in terms of them receiving norms and standards on the required time. But the other important challenge that is prevalent was the one of abolition facilities. Now we are expecting that the Premier, although the details will come from the respective MECs, but we're expecting that the Premier will speak about how those departments will be prioritized, especially tourism. I want to invite you one day. Come with us to go to KwaZulu-Natal. We'll take you to any side of KwaZulu-Natal and we'll see how beautiful it is and how many people, ordinary folks of KwaZulu-Natal, live through tourism.
And just lastly and briefly, Speaker, what the President's speech later on today?
Firstly, I want to say what I feel when I'm coming here today. I am a proud South African. I'm a proud African. I'm proud because under the leadership of President Ramaphosa, we were able to avoid any civil unrest last year when his party lost elections. But on top of that, I'm proud because regardless of what people have been saying, and people not understanding the peacekeeping role of South Africa in countries in the region, including in DRC, President Ramaphosa and his government has been able to explain to us. And I am sure that on behalf of all of us, he will pay homage to the heroes that have lost their lives there. I'm expecting that. But I'm also expecting the President, in terms of coming down now to the problem areas, in terms of government, there is an issue that we need to be sorted: water and sanitation.
Absolutely.
Education, health. But of course, as legislatures, our budget, we have been asking that it must be top sliced so that we get the budget directly from Parliament. Even if it's not that, I am expecting that he's going to strengthen oversight so that there is accountability in the Republic of South Africa.
Speaker, thank you so much for that insight.
Thank you.
A big thank you to Speaker Nontembeko Boyce for sharing her insights on the work of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature. The Speaker did say that she loves my outfit, and I just want to say that Parliament is in collaboration with supporting local designers, and this is under Proudly South African. And of course, I am dressed in manto, and this is by the lovely Balisa Mudau. Now, to join the conversation on social media, follow Parliament across all platforms at Parliament of RSA and join today's conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Our coverage continues. Do not go away.
Thank you. Thank you.
The
President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I think the politicians in general, no matter they are coming from different organizations, they should be in one accord, they should be in unison, they should be speaking in one voice, protecting us, protecting the school. They should take ownership of the school so that whenever we get out there, the very same community, if they are protecting us, we can't be then letting thugs robbing teachers that are there at school to impart knowledge to build the community. We can't let them being the targets of the thugs, because the very same thugs are coming from the very same communities. So therefore the politicians need not to use a gap, using the school as a platform of, gaining, should I say, the points which are cheap, so to speak. So the school, though, is an institution that is supposed to be owned by the community. So they need to protect it. Look, the situation here is dire to a level of the fence is broken every now and then. By who? By the community. We have sheikhs around that are destroying the fence. And the people who are living there are the people from the very same community, and they are known. So if then the community can step up and be united and see us as people who are here to impart knowledge and to build this community, then I believe we'll be protected enough. We can be able to work freely. So the beef up of security, either the security guards to be stationed at school or the visibility of WhatsApps, it has to be there, because our security is very, very important in order to be able to work in a very conducive environment.
Welcome back. We are inching closer to 7 p.m. when President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th Parliament. But now we continue with our segment with the provincial leadership. Gauteng is the economic heartbeat of South Africa, a province that drives innovation, industry and infrastructure. But governance at the provincial level is key to ensuring that economic growth translates into meaningful opportunities for all residents. Joining us now is the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Ms. Winifred Moragane Musupia, to discuss the role of the legislature in driving oversight, public engagement and sustainable progress in the province. Madam Speaker, welcome and thank you very much for gracing us with your presence in Parliament TV.
Okay, good afternoon, Thembi Nkosi, and thank you for the opportunity.
Can you briefly share with our viewers what is the role of the Speaker in the provincial legislature?
Okay. Basically, the role of the Speaker, obviously working together with the chairpersons of committee, is to hold the executive accountable on behalf of the people of Gauteng. There is legislation that allows us to do that. The first being setting up of committees, assigning chairpersons different responsibilities that are aligned to departments that the Premier would have assigned MCs responsible for. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. But for us to be able to do that properly, we have to be in contact with the people that we represent as MPLs generally. So we, in the beginning of the 7th administration, took a decision that we are going to take Parliament back to the people. And Parliament legislatures, it means the same thing. So by so doing, we use the policies that we have as the legislature. We use new policies that we enacted that are in line with what Parliament would have enacted when the 7th administration started. So that is the mechanism that we use to make sure that we hold the executive accountable. In addition to that, especially aligned to what is happening today, at the beginning of every financial year, the Speaker would then convene the House to give the Premier an opportunity to come and give an update of the performance of the province. So basically that's what's happening here. In about 2 weeks or so, we have to do the same at provincial level.
And if you're going to be having your own State of the Province address, if you can just briefly share with us when is it going to be taking place, where, and why have you selected the place where you'll be hosting?
Okay. Our State of the Province address this financial year is going to be in the region of Tshwane. We refer to them as corridors, but the regions, basically, we have 5. So Tshwane is the capital city of the country, as you know. So we decided to take it to Tshwane at the special economic zone that is based in Nelmapias in Mamelodi. And the main reason we're taking it there is because of the relationship that we have with Ford. Ford made a huge investment in our province, in the region of Tshwane. So they are building, they're putting together this big car that they have, the Ford Ranger. And we felt that because the second phase of that investment is going to be starting, that would be the most opportune place to take our State of the Province address to, so that we then give the people of Gauteng an opportunity to at least see the work that is being done. That is one of the areas where a lot of working opportunities were created, and we're talking permanent jobs. Obviously, there are different, levels of employment there, but mainly people are going to be getting additional permanent jobs. So we felt we should take it there just to highlight the work that is being done. But it also means us, as the legislature, we are going to be holding the Premier and the MEC for Economic Development accountable for whatever commitments that they'll be making on that day. So we have our work cut out for us. We are not just taking it there for fun. We are also aware that it's going to be important for us that we hold them accountable on the work that they do.
That's good to hear, ma'am. The Gauteng province that you speak of, its legislature, is an economic hub of the country.
Indeed.
So what are some of the challenges that you are confronted with as the province?
Look, the challenges that we have are not different from your large cities. People would flock to such areas looking for work opportunities. It's natural, it happens. But as you know, South Africa generally, we have a serious problem of unemployment, mainly of young people. So this particular area that we chose in the past 2 or 3 years, it's one of the areas that managed to give employment to a lot of young people. So unemployment is one of the problems that we have. Levels of crime are also very high in highly populated areas. I don't necessarily want to isolate Gauteng as if crime also exists only in Gauteng. But because of the nature of what you said, how you described the province, people will flock there, and obviously most of the people that, or rather let me say, crime would be concomitant to that kind of movement. So I would highlight those two as the main. The other major challenge that we have is housing people. So we have found that in our province there is a sort of a proliferation, if I can use that phrase, of informal settlements. So fortunately, last year in our State of the Province address, the Premier spoke to that and also highlighted the fact that there's a plan that is being implemented to address that. Last year, just before we went for holidays, the Minister of Police made rounds in our different, our 5 regions, made a commitment with the executive mayors of that areas of how crime is going to be tackled, especially in informal areas. So that's another area where we are going to keep the executive accountable on. We are keeping our eyes on it, because as the legislature, I can assure you that we have received, from June last year when we got in to December, just before we went to holidays, more than 50 petitions, and most of them were talking to the 3 challenges that I've just highlighted. So those are areas that we will be keeping our eyes on, and those are the main challenges that we have.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now, because the National Council of Provinces also has representation from Gauteng legislature, so how is your relationship with the NCOP as provincial legislature?
The relationship between us, the NCOP, and the provinces is dictated by legislation. So all of us have to make sure that everything that we do within the ambit of the law. But over and above the fact that it is dictated by law, we are human beings. We have to find each other and work properly. We have representatives, permanent delegates, and we have participating like myself. Sometimes I come, the Premier comes, and they would invite other members of the MPLs from the legislature to come and account. But every year, there are 2 visits. We refer to them as NCOP weeks. It happens in March and in September, where together with the NCOP, the permanent members and other members of other political parties, we go out to the communities that we represent and address the challenges that they might have. I would use the 3 as an example, but those are not the only areas that they look at. They would look at the broader responsibilities that we have as legislators at provincial level. So it's those permanent members and ourselves as the province, and we go there and do our work.
And how then do you use the information that has been provided to you through those consultations to hold the executive to account?
Yeah, okay. I mentioned earlier on that we have chairpersons who are appointed by the Speaker, and they chair different portfolio committees that are aligned to executive departments. So what we do then is when the committees sit and consider whatever reports that the executive would have submitted to the legislature, and the petitions that we would have received from communities, we prefer to invite people who would have had contact with the legislature, but it does not mean it is closed to anybody who wants to walk in. People can still walk in. So using the policies that we have, using the legislation that is in place, we then would interrogate the business plans, the APPs that the different departments would have submitted to the legislature. Regarding your petitions, as soon as they get in, obviously they'll go through the petitions, which is a standing committee. They will go through them through that committee for processing. From there, they are referred to the departments, and departments must respond, and then we give the responses back to the petitioners. If they're not happy with it, then we invite the department again and the petitioners. They have a right to come to that meeting and interrogate the officials in that department directly, obviously in the presence of the chairpersons and members of the committee. So it's a system that is open to the people of Gauteng. We are still, I must be honest with you, we are still trying to reintroduce it back to the people so that they take full participation in it and they get to understand that it empowers them more than they understand. So we have a sort of a process that works in tandem with what the law says we should do, and we have policies like I just described, but also trying to get the people involved in what governance is trying to make things simple for them.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, earlier this week there was a speakers forum you were invited and were part of. Can you share some of the key highlights that came out of that forum?
Yeah, well, it was a first meeting that was convened by the Speaker, and I'm sure you will appreciate the fact that we came in June and we did not wait and not do anything and wait for the Speakers Forum. So what the Speaker initially explained to us was that she allowed us to start our work, start our work, and when the meeting was convened, we had to report on what we were doing since the start of the 7th administration. The reason was that we should compare that with what is dictated to us as a Speakers Forum. We have a constitution as a Speakers Forum. So part of what we did was to make sure that the work, the information, the feedback that she wanted from us must inform the existing constitution and how we want to adjust our responsibilities as dictated to by the constitution. In a simpler manner, what I'm saying is that we are going to review the existing constitution to make sure that it aligns with the work that we want to do in the 7th administration. That was one of the main reasons why we met. If we don't review it, it will basically be going through the motions, and we felt we shouldn't do that. The commitments that are made by the executive, be it at national level or at provincial levels, must speak to the work that we do. So if the Constitution does not speak to what we are supposed to do as the legislators or as the legislator, basically, or speakers, then we will not be able to hold the executive accountable properly. So yeah, basically that is what we were doing. There are other things that we needed to do, but they're more operational than, you know, strategic.
All right, just to take you to another point where earlier we had reports of the school admissions.
We had the what?
We had reports where there was issues with school admission, in particular for grade 1s and grade 8s. How far have you come into resolving those challenges?
In Gauteng?
Are all the schools placed in Gauteng? Are all the kids placed in Gauteng at schools?
I've never heard of a year where all of the children were placed before March. Yeah, in our province. Like I said earlier on, our province is one of the provinces that has the highest level of influx from other provinces and from SADC generally. So we are, well, at least the Portfolio Committee for Education gave us a report before we came to the Speakers Forum, because we were supposed to report on that as well, and which we did. So they gave us a report that at least all of the schools and all different grades, they already have made their targeted admissions. What they are dealing with now is what we refer to as overflow, where parents would prefer a particular school as opposed to another for whatever reasons that they might have. And we respect their reasons. I mean, it's their children but it does not mean that the system that the executive has is going to be able to address that. But as it is right now, they are dealing with your additional applications, and those I don't want to describe them as minor because they're important to the parents and the children. For example, you find a parent who's got one child in grade 2, for argument's sake, and then the younger child is coming in. They would prefer not to break up the family, but spaces available do not allow that. So those are smaller things that they're dealing with, small but important things that they're dealing with right now. The other challenge that we have in schools, and that we noticed when we were doing the school readiness, is that the ratio, the 1 to 30, doesn't exist in Gauteng. All the schools, and I'm talking about government schools, all the schools, the smallest ratio that we came across was 1 to 40. And the ratio is supposed to be 1 to 30, between 30 and 35. In Gauteng, no, that doesn't exist. It's more. 140. In some school, it was 1 to 55, 1 to 60. So it means it puts a lot of pressure on the department to build more schools. The MEC for Education reported to us just before we went on holiday that he will be unveiling 6 schools that have been, the construction is finished and they're ready for unveiling and made available to families. So it will relieve the pressure, but you know what happens? Sometimes you become a victim of your success. Once that happens, we know people are going to talk about it. There'll be more influx. So it's what it is.
You know, today's SONA takes place 2 months after the country assumed the presidency of the G20. So how are you going to ensure that within the legislature, the G20 activities are infused into the programs of the legislature and those of the committees of the legislature?
Yeah, the meetings have started, I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, the meetings have started already. So what we have done as the legislature is, I'm sure you're aware, I'm assuming that you're aware that one of the stakeholders that we have are your embassies of different countries. So we have started already having meetings with them just to understand what their role is going to be in terms of their participation in the meetings. So we are building that relationship with them. So we have deployed different chairpersons of committees to link them with different countries, because there's a lot. As you know, I think SONA has got the largest concentration of embassies in the world. Yes. I think the 3rd largest. I stand corrected on that, but I know that there's a lot. So we've started, our interaction with them so that we understand exactly what their participation is going to be there. As far as what our country is going to do, we will align with what the speaker at national level will be doing. It's part of what we discussed in the Speakers Forum, by the way. So that is the easier part for us to do, because it's managed by existing policy and legislation. So what we're doing ourselves as Gauteng, different chairpersons will be meeting with consular generals. They've started already with consular generals, where we understand their participation and we align that to the policies and responsibilities that we have, so that we can hold the executive accountable in terms of work that they're doing. But it's not only that. We also have a responsibility to build relationship with our stakeholders. So it's sort of twofold, and we have already started working on it.
Madam Speaker, we said a mouthful, but before I let you go, I want you to tell our viewers why they should come and visit Gauteng. So this is a platform for you to promote your province.
Well, Gauteng is a vibey province. It's, you know, we're alive. Gauteng does not sleep. We don't. But having said that, we are one province where we have the big five in, I think, two in Tshwane. In Hammanskraal, there's two. Two in Tshwane, we have, it's one of the seats of government. We have Tata Mandela there, right, for everybody to come and see, to remind you of why we are where we are. And like you said, it's the hub of economics. The area of finance is doing very well. So in terms of investment as well, people can come to Gauteng and invest. We still have to work on our tourism. We have the cradle of mankind in the West Rand. I've been to the caves myself. They're very interesting, and would like people to come there. It's one of the areas of tourism that the executive is working very hard on improving and on advertising, so that people can get to know about it. We know that Western Cape is giving us a run for their money, but it's okay. It's part of, you know, growing the economy of the country. Gauteng is vibrant. Please come to Gauteng and visit. Have you been?
I've been to Gauteng several times, and I enjoyed my visits to the province.
Yeah, it's a young province. So young people enjoy being in Gauteng and would like you to come back. There's so many things that I can say about the province in terms of visiting, but do come, and come to the legislature as well. It's very interesting.
Speaker, I would really like to thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us today, and I would like to wish you all the best later this month with the State of the Province address.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That was Madam Speaker from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Ms. Musupia, talking to Parliament TV and sharing some insights on the work that is being done in the legislature, and also about just some activities that are happening within the Gauteng province. As for now, just stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The challenges in Atlantis is about unemployment and housing at the moment, yeah. And we as people, citizens of South Africa, we're very terribly in a pure state, because here in Atlantis, no one is working, no one is employed here. Factories came to open here for once a year, 2 times, 2 years, then they leave without telling us or without paying our people properly. Now they're opening here, they got China's opening factories here, and these factories, they're opening their factories for employment only for foreign people. Because colored people don't get work here, African people don't get work here. They used to struggle and battle to get work. It's only who you know and where you know from, where you come from. Now at the moment, as you can see around you, look around you, you can see people start loitering, asking you for 1 rand for bread, 2 rand for bread, because they're unemployed. And unemployment in Atlanta is a high percentage. And people don't get job here, they don't eat properly here, they don't sleep properly, because there's no houses, there's no work. People only come opening a job for 1 year, and then they leave. So what about us? Who are we? We are the citizens of this land. So how can somebody come from another land? Then he just come to employ himself here, opening a trading business here. As we people of Atlanta, we can also trade. But why must we wait for them to go away to go trade here? Because aware also, what the government is aware of, these people, they're trading here, but while they're trading like they don't trade. Because the actual moment that they're busy trading here, but at the moment they're not busy with trading at least. They're busy with drug smuggling, and the government knows it. So why does the government concern them and not us about the people from South Africa? So we are very upset about it, because what can we do? We can speak about it every day, we can read it on the news every day, but nothing happens. Nobody's concerned about us.
Ek dink die belangrikste ding wat ek die afgelope tyd net experience het is onderwys is so 'n groot deel van ons, want dit is letterlik hulle bou die toekoms vir ons. Hulle speel seker vital deel in die ontwikkeling van elke kind. En ek dink dit is belangrik om vir onderwysers daai erkenning te gee wat hulle verdien, want dit is nie net 'n 8 tot 2 werk nie. Hulle bly elke middag na skool. Op Saterdag, Sondag, dit is elke dag van die week is dit harde werk en hulle sit met moeilike kinders, en ek dink regtig om die welstand van onderwysers te prioritiseer sal vir my die grootste ding wees, want ek dink baie van hulle sukkel en hulle word nie genoeg gewaardeer nie. En saam met dit werk saam met die welstand van die leerders dan. As die welstand van die onderwysers nie in plek is nie, dink ek die leerders is ook, hulle word geaffekteer daardeur. So ek dink ons as land moet eintlik maar net kyk na ons onderwysers, en so gaan ons kyk na ons kinders, en dan dink ek dit is die oplossing vir 'n beter toekoms.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
ndiyindodakazi ezalwe ngonyaka ka-2005. Ndiza kube ndigqiba ke iminyaka engama-20 kwinyanga kaCanzibe ngomhla we-30. Mna ke ndikwayiyo nembongi, kodwa uhambo lam luqale ngonyaka ka-2016 apho ndathi ndahamba ndayoxelengela amabanga am aphantsi kwisikolo ekuthiwa yiNgubethole Junior Secondary School. Apho ke ndathi ndafika kuba ke ndiyintwazana ehlakaniphileyo ephiwayo nangokwasengqondweni. Ndafika ke abafundisintsapho bandithatha bandibeka phaya ngendlela yokubana babethi xa kukho ukhuphiswano, nokuba lukhuphiswano lantoni, bandenze ukubana mna ndibe yinxalenye yolo khuphiswano.
Uzalwa engumntwana kasibini emva kobhuti wakhe. Inako ukuzalwa kwakhe okokuqala uzalwe engumntwana wesibini. Ekukhuleni kwakhe uInako wayengumntwana ekhala kakhulu nabanye abantwana. Akakho umntwana wesogqitha yena ngokukhala. Wayenento ke enomohluko kwabanye abantwana uInako. uInako andimazi uba wayebava kanjani abantu, kodwa waye athi xa engevisisani nawe mhlawumbi, ndicinga kanjalo mna, wayengafuni nokuba njengobelusana adibane namehlo akhe. Kwakufuneka umugqume noba kushushu kanjani, uba kukhona umntu ekufuneka engambonanga phaa kuthi, mhlawumbi sindimbelekile njengamama wakhe sisemcimbini ngamapheko kokwabo, ubone uba lo mntu akafuni umjonga, kufuneka umagqume abile abe manzi abemqolo kunoba ajongane nobuso balo mntu angamfuniyo, angafuni ujongana naye. Andimazi uba wayebakhetha kanjani abantu ukuba lo mandimjonge lo mandingamjongi. So ukhula engumntwana onjalo.
Mama senjalo sicela intsikelelo, sicela uqamata ephakamisa uphondo, ndijagula msikantu kaphalo kaXhosa katshiwo, masibuyele ngempuma Afrika. Ndithetha ngexesha iintombi zazinxiba inkciyo, abafazi benxiba izikhakha, amadoda esambatha ingcawe erhasiweyo. Buya mZantsi Afrika, buya!
Ukhuphiswano ke elufana nokubana ndihambe ndiyokubonga, ndihambe ndiyokwenza ingxoxo-mpikiswano kwezo ndawo zithile. Ndithe ke xa ndisozenza ezo zinto ndafumanisa uba qho into endiyingeneleleyo kwasoloko ndiphumelela. Nakhona ndiphumeleli nje, ndiphumelela ndibe ngowokuqala. Iqhubile ke le nto yahamba iminyaka, yangunyaka ka-2017. Ndazibona ukuba nam ikhona le nto ndinayo apha ngaphakathi, kuba bekusithiwa kusothiwa Inako yenza intetho engalungiselelwanga, ndiyenze ndiphumelele. Kuthiwa intetho elungiselelweyo ndiphumelele. Ndaqonda ukubana nomzali wam ke le nto ndiyenza naye eyazi. Saqonda ukubana makhe siqale into yokubana ndikhe ndihambe ndiye emicimbini efana nokubana imicimbi efana nemitshato, imigidi, izinto ezinjalo. Ndihambe ndiyokubonga, ndikhuphe nento ilapha kum ngaphakathi. Khumbula kaloku imbongi ikhupha nento ilapha kuyo ngaphakathi ukubana iva ntoni ngaloo nto.
Ndinqalankala, ndimkhala macala, ndiqhubekile. mZantsi Afrika, masifumane ithamo, naliselo liphihlika ingqaka. Yaqhophoka ingqolowa igqogqa ingqubo. Mna ndinguInako, uMathesi Fani, ndinguNosile Mpofane. Njengoko kwaXhosa kaloku ingweyi zidla ngamabala, kwindoni intombi zidla ngamasiko nezithethe zakowayo. Ndiphuma kumhlaba kaGcaleka, ndimele isizwe samaXhosa.
Ndihambile ke kwakolu hambo bendibonwa ngabantu abohlukileyo, bebona isakhono esi sikhulayo apha kum ngaphakathi. Ndibabongile ke abantu abaninzi abafana nooPremier, oPremier abangotata uOscar Mabuyane, oPremier bakwa-Sports Arts and Culture uSisi Sibulele okhoyo ngoku. Bakhona nabanye ke abantu abaninzi endibabongileyo abasezihlalweni, abasezindaweni eziphezulu. Iqhubelekile ke abantu sebendibona sendikhona nakwezinto kuthiwa kwi-social media, abantu besazi ngam ndibizwa endaweni. Ngoku ndithi xa ndibizwa kule ndawo kungathiwa Inako nantsi iplate yitya okuba uhluthe isisu. Koko ke iziqhamo zale nto ndiyiphethisisiweyo, zale nto ndinayo, ndiyazibona futhi ziyandincedisa kakhulu.
In 2019, she wrote a letter to President Ramaphosa. In that letter, she was bringing the condition of the road to Ngadu Great Place to the attention of the president. It started as a competition. It started at district level up to national level. From provincial level, Inako came with position 1. She went nationally, and even nationally, Inako came with position 1. We are proud of her. We were so proud of her as the school, and we are not surprised about where she is now today.
Izogqama into yakhe mhla okukho into eyayikhona eyayilapha emall apha eDutyhu kule ndawo imall. So uthe pha wamenywa emncinci njalo eneminyaka 11 kodwa makaze kule nto ilapha is something like kokubalekwa ngabantu abadala wellness. Thank you. Wellness wamenywa khona kulapho sizogqama khona isiphiwo sakhe kulo wellness. Ubhoka uqhutywa ngumtishala ethethwa nguMr Mahlanza nomuntu oyincedisana naye. Hey, savela apha isakhono sakhe kwabe kukhona kumkanye amaXhosa sayakhuthamayo ngelo xesha yamsondela lo mntwana. Umsondela kanjani? Umsondela ngoba njengoba ebonga nje uyavela into bana sikhona isiphiwo esikhoyo emntwaneni. Into nayo ke ngokumntwana unxibe insimbi nje ngoba kaloku thina kwamna lonke ndimdala bendingazazi insimbi zakwaXhosa bazi njani. Wasondela kanjalo kutata uZwelonke kuye wathi mntwana xa uza kwenza ezi zinto ndifuna ukufundisa into bana le nsimbi umzekelo uyinxibileyo ngoku ayoyakho njengomntwana oyintombazana, insimbi yobumama. Le insimbi yakho fanele uba yethile nethile. Wamfundisa iintsimbi okokuqala. Ndabona iyakhula le nto yakhe. Wathi siya kwii-competitions zokuba ekhula apha esikolweni wabe ke ngoku nomcimbi lo wentsimbi sewubambile, seyazi uba ii-colours zethu zinjani, zingaphi yonke laa nto.
Mna imbongi ndikwayifanisa nembongi. Isizathu sokuba nditsho into yokubana imbongi iyakwazi ukuthi ijonge loo nto, ikwazi ukuthetha ngayo. Kum ukubonga into yokubana ndikhuphe le mbilini ilapha kum ngaphakathi, ndichubele lowo ndithe mhlawumbi ndihleli naye, ndimchubele kwesi sikhwebu sam sombona ndinaso. Ukhumbule ke imbongi kuba namaxesha apho kuba ikhuphe imbilini, iyexesha apho kubuhlungu khona okanye lexesha lobumnandi. Khumbula xa sesiyikhupha kwixesha lobubi isikhupha loo magama kwixesha lobubi, loo nto inceda nomntu ohleli phantsi abone ukubana kule nto ithethwa yile mbongi andindodwa, bakhona abanye abantu. Imbongi wena ungathi ubiza imbongi ukubana yaleke loo mntu uthile, kanti amazwi awahlabi kuloo mntu ukubana kuthiwa maleke, koko nakwabanye abantu ayahlaba. Ukhumbule imbongi ikwayiyo ndingathi le nto amaNgesi bathi yi-motivational speaker. Nawe uyawuthi usayiva imbongi ithetha pha uziva ikhona le nto nam ndiyifuncayo, nam le nto ndiyincancayo kulo mntu uthethayo.
Will reign for the whole of 2024, representing Indoni in her home and nationally.
Afana notata uRholihlahla, kodwa ke yena ndimbonge sele engasekho, kodwa ayizuba into ezawuthi indisokolise. Andizukumelwa ngumqa ephinini ngokubana ndithi ndibonge umongameli. Akube nzimanga kakhulu kwaphela kum ukubhala umbongo kamongameli omtsha endizawuthi ndiwukhuphe nizawuva kungekudala. Umongameli ke xa ndibonga lo mbongo ndimbonga, ndimkhuthaza, ndimomeleza, ndimchazela kwanezinto ezinkulu athe wasenzela. Khumbula ke sikwixesha ngoku apho obhuti noosisi bethu abathi baphangele bengamajoni ixesha elibi, abathi babulawe kwindawo baphangela kuzo. Koko ke noba kwenzeke ezo zinto zenzekayo, kodwa umongameli ndifuna soloko yazi ukubana kungakubi ilizwe lingaxubayelo kwalo mzuzu, kodwa aze ayazi ubana bakhona abasajongileyo kuye, abantu abasamkhuthazayo. Nokuba kungakubi, nokuba imeli ingagobela kuye esandleni, azasoloko yazi ukubana kodwa imisebenzi yakhe emihle siyayibona. Ngoko ke masingathi xa kukubi sileqe elicala kukubi ngalo. Makabone ukubana sinaye kule ntaba ayinyukayo, silapha ecaleni kwakhe, sisisizwe esintsundu soMzantsi Afrika, simphahlile nangona yena ehamba phambili ekhokhele, kodwa siyambulela sithi yintsika yoMzantsi Afrika.
Welcome back, and now we are joined in studio by Dr. Desbomo Hono, who is the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, who's here to talk about more about the relationship between the provinces and Parliament. Me Desbora Hamogela mo Parliament TV.
Masikotla ke go dumedise le baresti ba gago le babugi ba gago le go ga ke re dumelang batho ba bokone bophirima
le nna ke mosetsana wa go bokone
bophirima. Yes.
A go re tlhalosetse fela gore role ya kokwanotheo molao ke eng?
Kokwanotheo molao e tshameka role e tona tota. You would remember that in Parliament here in Cape Town, you have the National Assembly and you have a Council of Provinces, where it's a link between us in provinces and Cape Town. And when we pass the bills, and the bills goes to NCOP, after NCOP they come to provinces because they affect people locally. So provinces must go and look into those bills, go on public hearing to our community to say, for an example, appropriation bill, the bill that has caused a lot of havoc all over. And we have been struggling with that for a long time. It's the responsibility of a provincial legislature to go to our people and make that bill available, and people must argue it. They must raise their concern. That is why, as this 7th administration, we have taken a stance that we are going to educate our people. We don't just go for public hearing. Before we even go with a bill to public hearing, we want to make sure that we go and educate our people to say, we are bringing a Bella bill, for an example. We are respecting people in the education sector to be contributing. We are respecting parents, because these are your kids that are affected in this bill, to be part of that. We are avoiding that thing of, when we say it's public hearing, because our people are unemployed, everybody just go there, not having the background and the knowledge of what is it that he must input. And we ended up our bill not having that attraction that we want as government. So that connection between the provincial legislature, kokwanotheo molao ya province le khotla ya di province mo Cape Town, ke ka mokgwa re berekang, ke ka moo rona re bitswa di special delegates. Every province have got 10 delegates to the NCOP. You've got 6 permanent delegates, and we have 4. This 4 is led by a premier of the province.
Yaanong ka gore se re tlhaloseditse gore role ya kokwanotheo molao ke eng. Re tlhalosetse gore wena kantoro ya gago ya ka musakgotla ke eng.
Hey, tiro ka e tona thata. Sa ntlha tla itse gore bokone bophirima ke nngwe ya di province tse di humileng thata ka di minerale. Mme ke province e leng gore is so poor, you can smell poverty when you come in. And one of our role as the legislature is to make sure that re fitisa melao. Re nna le dilo tse re bitsang re di sectoral parliament. One of the things I said to the team is that, honorable members, we must have mining sectoral parliament. Because for a long time, we left these mining houses to do as they wish in our province. And as a result, it has created a lot of havoc in the province. It has cost us a lot of poverty. Look what is happening in Stelfontein as of now with Zamazamas. Look what is happening in Vetranki. Now we want a sectoral parliament where we'll call all these mining houses under one roof in a sectoral parliament, where we come and talk. What is it that you mining houses are doing in our province that is not helping us as a province to improve our livelihood? Unemployment, we are the highest in the country. Poverty, we are the highest in the country. Yet we are rich. We understand fully that that is the competency of national government of mining. But, you know, it's like a man coming into your house and say, naki mueng so naki tla ja sorupe ntato tla ja sifuba and it's okay. That's exactly what is happening. We must dictate the agenda of where we want to see our communities be. We are not against any competency of national, but we are saying, when you come in my backyard, sit down with me. We want to see a situation where the mining houses, through our sectoral parliament, we engage and assist each other. One of the things that we are doing as the Speaker's office is empowerment to our members. We want our members to be educated so that they can challenge anything. That is why we have a bursary for members and the officials. We also want our members, when they go to oversight, they understand what is it that they are doing in this oversight. You imagine a situation where you have a member who can't even interpret, and you go to a sectoral parliament where you talk to doctors, you talk to academics, because mine will bring the mining bosses. We want our people, honorable members within the legislature, to be empowered and have an effective oversight in ensuring that whatever that we do in oversight, it brings fruits that are positive within our. We want to be proud of our own minerals. You get my point. And now I'm from the Bafokeng royal family, and it hurt me so much because you've got Stell Drift. Stell Drift is in my backyard, in my own village, not far from my village. But what is it that we are gaining as the people of those communities around? You have seen the leader of Vetranki at some stage raising frustration out of the mining activity that are continuing there. We are saying, let's come and sit down. It's a national mandate, okay? It's allowed. But you are in my backyard. Let's come and talk. The level of crime. Crime has escalated. As lawmakers of the Northwest, meaning the legislature, is our responsibility on how do we tackle crime. You know, in Stelfontein, in August, as though I predicted when we were in the NCOP, I raised this issue of Zamazamas. I raised the issues of the license that are issued. That who are these people that are offered licenses? And these people, after they are offered licenses, what is it that they do to ensure that the community that they are going to mine from we're sick and tired of the SLAs of crumbs. No, we don't want crumbs, SLA. We must be one of the provinces, when you drive there, our roads are the best. When you look at our school, our schools are the best. When we look at our health system, we are trying as government of the Northwest. I think you remember in Klerksdorp, they have made a heart surgeon and it was successful. We only knew that to be done in Cape Town. Yes. But it really look high in our backyard. Now, we need these mining houses to understand that you can't come into my house and do as you wish, because now you've got a permission and you are given permission by the highest lawmakers. We are all lawmakers. Let's find each other and make our province and our country a better. I've been listening to people on the media saying the president must explain on the economic growth. How do we grow the economy when other people, they know very well that what is it that they are doing to ensure that the economy doesn't grow? Northwest should be one of them. Limpopo should be one of them. Northern Cape should be one of them. But if you look at those provinces who are producing a lot of minerals, it's a problem. Gauteng was created. What is difficult that Northwest and Northern Cape and Limpopo, platinum. And when you go to Rustenburg, it's not only platinum. You'll be shocked a number of minerals that we are producing. in Rustenburg. In Rustenburg, not in the Northwest. In Rustenburg alone. Your cement that you build houses, we have a mine in Lichtenburg. Look at Lichtenburg. Disobota is one of the municipalities that is always on the news. But we've got a mine in cement there. What is it that is happening? Something is not right. And as lawmakers of the province, it's our responsibility to get deeper on what is the problem and how do we deal with that problem and solve it for the people of the Northwest.
With me, Mohono, hanging way link to Morocco, even limo parliamenting, national parliament, public participation.
Yes.
And the one of it's a way Amahona, no hurry, the public hearings, Marabatang. Hasiba to Baba to raise important issues or relevant issues. But to Bahele Zababu, it is a manning Limula or Tabong in Hore or Fitisiwa. Janu Yaka Bukoni Perima, Lira Ing Hore, Linete Fats Hore. You enhance public participation.
You know, people say I'm ruthless when I say we are in the space of a disruption of the status quo. You know, it's known that in the program there will be public participation. It's a common thing. 10 o'clock we arrive at the venue, people are coming, and then we talk, we eat, we go. No, we are in the disruption mode now. You can't call teachers at the same time that you call people to come and talk, the farmers to come and talk about their farm. It must be different on how you do things. But also, the issue of education is very critical. We need to educate our community, and that's what I said to the members. The education to our members is more critical than ever before, so that our people can know and understand that when we go and discuss this bill on oversight, what is it that we are going to discuss? Also, the biggest mistake that we do, because it's you, Masiho, hurry oversight on your project. Rampampetsa, ha re botse dipotso tse di thata he mokgatlho tsa tsena mo mathateng ha re botsa dipotso tse di thata gore mokgatlho tshwantse tsena mokgatlho sotse le mo mathateng ka gore ga re botse dipotso tse di thata batho ba ira dilo tse di tswileng mo tseleng go siame ha o tshwantse o etse grivai ya motlhaba ka disamente tse kae o etsa samente e one ka gonne already Masego se tsa fitile memono se tsa fitile so wena o iphitlhela o le rakontraka o sena se o ka dirang ka sona. As a result, we tend to be nice. We must ask difficult, painful questions for us to get things right. That's where we must go. I must be asked memono ra go bona gore o speak as a Northwest, but your lifestyle, you are living like Oppenheimer. Where do you get the money? Because we're getting the same salary. It doesn't correspond. And when you look on the impact that we do on the money we receive, it's not enough. But also our oversight must drill down. It can't be correct that when you go to oversight, we don't have to clean. We must just go straight to issues and tell people, so it's never done. And because if we don't do that, consistently we will complain about unemployment, consistently we will complain about the economy that doesn't grow, but we are not dealing with the root cause of where the problem comes from. It must be dealt with. I've just called a workshop for members, ethics workshop. And they were difficult to us to say, is it ethical for you as a member to return the money to national parliament when you know that the people of your province needed that money to do some work for them? Is it ethical? So we need to ask ourselves difficult questions as leadership and politicians and members, that whatever that we are doing, are we ethical in whatever that we are doing? Are we really serving the interests of our people? So our oversight, we don't have to be enemies to our executive members. At the same time, executive members don't have to undermine the portfolio committee. And I said that to them. I was an MEC for 15 years, and sometimes I felt that these members, they don't know what they want. They don't want to hear what is it that I say I'm doing. But I told myself, you have to respect the portfolio committee. But I said to them when I arrived as a speaker, no MEC will undermine the portfolio committee. And no portfolio committee will harass the MEC because they've got score to settle. We don't settle score here. We owe it to our people. 30 years down democracy is a long time for us to still be here. We should be one of the best.
That's true. lilona mo malatsing a latelang after the State of the Nation address, you're going to have your own State of the Province address. So where will this State of the Province address be held this year? And if you moved away from the legislature, what are your reasons for moving from the legislature?
You know, a lot of people were asking, why did you take the legislature out? It was done before me. But the real reason why I took it outside the legislature, you know, we are mixing issues. You know, when you are a researcher, you research and want to understand. You don't just take things raw as they are. You want to understand. We were fresh from elections. People voted for us. For me, I felt it would be good if these volunteers that were working during election, they also come and listen to their premier on what the premier says is going to bring to his people. It feels good. You know, others were saying, hey, I never wear a suit in my life before. And it's you know, as I go further and understand, it's not the state of the province. It is the premier's address after the election. So this is what is coming on the 27th of February. It will be the premier's first state of the province, where the premier will unpack that in the 6 months he has been a premier, he was able to see where the gaps are and how best do he think in the coming 5 years he will do his best to ensure that our province moves in the right direction. It will be held in the legislature, but because I feel I still want to give people opportunity to come and hear. Our legislature hold about 280, but we'll make some outside studio within the overflow. We'll make an overflow to accommodate as many as we can. There's nothing wrong in taking the legislature to the people. We are saying we are the government of the people. So why do we run away from our people? Others were raising issue of security. I didn't kill anybody. Who will kill me? I didn't steal from anybody. Who will want to fight me? If you have stolen, don't put me in your issues. Mena, I'm very clear. I delivered what was expected of me. Where I ran short, I went to the people and apologized for that. But this time, it will be in the legislature and we'll be having overflow.
Thank you so much, Mohono, for nako e re fileng yone go bua le babogedi ba rona go gae. You're still watching Parliament TV, coming live from Cape Town City Hall, where the President will be addressing the nation this evening at 7 p.m. Stay tuned for more.
The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I would love to see more emphasis on the recognition of indigenous languages. The most dominating languages, more especially in the Western Cape, are English and Afrikaans, more especially when our learners now need to write the NSC paper. They will have to, they do have the advantage. I feel that they are advantage those learners who are coming from English and Afrikaans background, and then our learners from Xhosa speaking homes, they are more marginalized. If the President can put more emphasis on that, the recognition, yes, on paper they say it's equal, but in real terms now, we can see that English and Afrikaans are more dominating. If he can emphasize on that. The second thing is the matter of reading in South Africa. Not so long ago, the study which was done by PILS in 2021 and which came out in 2023, the research conducted there came out stating that we are number last, which is 57 out of the countries that were partaking in that, meaning that our learners in grade 4, they cannot read for meaning, they cannot comprehend. Yes, to decode a text is not a matter, but they cannot comprehend. So if the President can put more emphasis on maybe to increase the time of reading in our annual teaching plans, because every year we have now 2025 teaching plan and the time for reading is reduced. If he can put more emphasis on that, I would love to see it.
Some of the challenges we are confronted with in our communities range from crime, lack of service delivery issues, and most importantly, youth unemployment, which ultimately leads to drugs and alcohol dependency. So if the president can address those issues, I'll be happy.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the 2025 State of the Nation Address. It is a build-up show as we expect the President to deliver the State of the Nation Address at 7 o'clock this evening. We are coming to you live from Cape Town in front of the Cape Town City Hall, and that is where the President will be delivering the address, as the City Hall has been declared the parliamentary precinct. However, the debates next week from Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, the reply by the President will take place at the Dome in near the Master parking area. Kodwa ke andikondedwa ngoku ndihleli no Inako Matheza. Inako, molo mntanami, wamkelekile kwaParliament TV.
Ndiyabulela bhuti wami kakhulu.
Khawuzazise man, khawuzazise njengembongo usixelele uba ungubani, ungumama, usukaphi, uzalwaphi.
Okay, mna ke ndiye ndithi xa ndizazisa ndithi ke ingenile imazi ethi yakuqukuba kulala amatye kusiphuka izituli usilo sijamile isibhakabhaka imbelukazi emanzandonga. Mna ke ndiye ndithi ndiyinzwakazi ebhubhuzela isinyosi zenza ubusi hayuyolo ngencasa. Kodwa ke xa ndiwenza amafutshane ndichubele kwesi sikhwebu sam sombona, igama lam ndingu-Inako ifani ke ndinguMatheza, ndiyinzwakazi ke neminyaka eyi-19. Ndingunozulu ke umpofana umchumane uthukela umpakazithi nonkosi. Ndinguye umzukulwana apha koNdlovu, oNdlovu zidla ekhaya ngenxa yoswela umalusi ze zabuyo yintombi udemazana, isizukulwana apha koMadlomo oyemyemo sophitsho. Kodwa ke mna ndisuka ngaphaya kwelaa phondo lasempuma koloni. Inkaba yam yawela kumhlaba wasengqamakhwe emthwa kwethunga, kodwa ndinkcenkceshelwe ndakhuliswa kumhlaba kaGcaleka ngaphaya kuGatyana ke mna ke ndimdyelo maniphelapho.
Into endiyithandayo uba ndihleli nomzukulwana apha nje ngoba ndinguNdlovu nje kuba wena ndingutamkhulu kuwo. Khawusibalisele mani Inako ngesakhono sakho, khawusithathe usibuyisele ekuqaleni apho siqale khona ubuye nathi. Iqale phi isakhono ubona uba kukho isakhono sikhoyo, iqale kanjani yonke le nto?
Oh, mandiqale njengoko besenditshilo ndathi ndiyinzwakazi neminyaka eyi-19. Mandiqale ndibuyise umva ndisazalwa ngomnyaka ka-2005. Ndathi ke ndazalwa ndingumntwana wesingxobo. Umntwana ke umntwana wesingxobo ke kukholelwa ngoba ngumntwana wabaphantsi, zininzi ke into ezithethayo kodwa ndifuna ukunaba ndibe gabalala phaya. So ndizaliwe ke ngo-2005 ndingulo mntwana wesingxobo. Yahamba ke iminyaka ndingumntwana ophiweyo ngokwasengqondweni. Ndiqale ungenela izinto zamakhuphiswano ngomnyaka ka-2012, kodwa ke ndingenela kwezinto zencwadi. Ndatshintsha isikolo ndaya kwisikolo esaziwa ngokuba iNgubethole Bam Junior Secondary School, apho ke abafundisi ntsapho babona into engaphaya ngaphezu kwezincwadi ndimane ndingenela amakhuphiswano azo. Bandingenisa kumakhuphiswano entetho ezilungiselelweyo, intetho ezingalungiselelwanga nemibongo. Bendithi ke xa sendingenile kula makhuphiswano uyofumaniseka ukubana kwanto endiyingeneleyo ndithi ndiphume uposition 1 noba yintoni, noba ikweliphi ibakala, noba ikwesiphi isigaba, ingaba iprovince, ingaba ngunational, ndibuya noposition 1. Nam ke ndakhe ndayijongisisa le nto ndaqoma ndifuna ukuyinika iliso elithile uba kwenzeka ntoni apha kum. Xa sendiyinika ke iliso le nto yenzekayo kum ndafumaniseka ukuba hayi mani sikhona esisakhono ndinaso, isakhono sokuba ndibe yimbongi. Nam ke ndizamile usijongisisa athi amangesi usiprova ngokuba ndibonge kwiindibano ezifana noba imigidi, yonke imicimbi, imitshato, yonke loo nto. Yahamba ke iminyaka, emveni kwexesha ndabona uba hayi ukubonga sisakhono sam.
Ingaba ke ngokwabazali baye bona njani uqala kwakho le nto? Ingaba inkxaso ifumeneyo ebazalini, inkxaso ifumeneyo kubahlobo bakho, inkxaso ifumeneyo kwamanye amalungu efemeli? Ingaba iyangakanani inkxaso ifumeneyo? Kuba indlela endiva ngayo nendlela owenza ngayo kuyabonakala uba noko uye wanabo abantu abakuxhasayo ukuthi maqhubeke nesakhono.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu bhuti, njengoba besenditshilo ke mna kubana ndinkcenkceshelwe ndakhuliswa kumhlaba kaGxaleka ngaphaya kuGatyane. Umama ke ngumntu wasezilalini, uyawusoloko umva xa ethethe chaza uba mna ndikhule ndisolusa esenza izinto ezinjalo. Kwa umama wam ke ondizalayo ngumbhali weencwadi, ufunda amabali. So bendiye ndithi ke xa ndisenza ezi zinto zemibongo kubona uba ndenza le nto ayiphilayo, so ayonto inzima for uba andisapote. Undixhasile kakhulu kolu hambo lwam, bendithi nokuba ndiyaphi abe esoloko ekhona. Nangotya bendisenziwe iParliament TV kude wacela nasesikolweni wathi andikwazi ungabikho, ebephayana notata wam ke ondizalayo.
Abahlobo bona ingaba ingakanani inkxaso ifumene ebahlobeni bakho?
Ininzi kakhulu inkxaso endiyifumeneyo ebahlobeni bam, kangangokubana ndade ndabona ubana kule nkxaso ndiyifumanayo apha kubo ingathi nabo bafuna uhamba le ndlela yam. Kulapho ke ezinye izizathu ezandenza uba ndiqulunqe i-Inaco Foundation, because zinayo ne-Inaco Foundation. Kwi-Inaco Foundation kulapho ke ndibachubela kwakwezi zinto nam ndinazo ndiziphilayo ngenxa yenkxaso endithe ndayifumana kubo. Ndabona ubana lo mzila ndiwushiyayo apha kubo bayanyathela kubo.
Ingaba zeziphi ezinye izinto enithi nizenze phaa i-Inaco Foundation? Ndiyavuya uva loo nto leyo uba ninakhona ne-foundation eseyikhona. Kumnandi ukubona abantu abatsha, especially abakule age yakho, umntana ona-19 oseyazi uba kukhona into eseyenzile ezothi ivulela abanye amathuba. Ingaba zeziphi ezinye izinto enithi nijongane nazo phaa kwi-Inaco Foundation?
I-Inaco Foundation yinkqubo ke eqokelela umlisela nomthinjana wezwe lakowethu. Phayana sinabantwana abahlolwayo. Zininzi izinto esizenzayo kwi-Inaco Foundation. Abantwana phayana bafundiswa ngamasiko nezithethe zakowethu. Apheleli ke efundiseni ngamasiko nezithethe, bafundiswa imixhentso yakwantu, bafundiswe ke nangobuntu, because ngoba kwixesha esiphila kulo ngoku kuyakufumaniseka ubana le nto ngumntu funeka siyazile. Ndibafundisa loo nto ubana le nto ngumntu asinto izibangulayo, umntu ngumntu ngabantu. So sibafundise ezo nto ezinjalo, futhi ke sibe nawo namakhuphiswano phayana. Kodwa ke amakhuphiswano wethu ayingonobuhle abaya kufuneka unxibe ezalokho ezishayinayo. Ufuneka ukhuphisane nomnye umlingani wakho ngokuba uchaze umnombo wakho. Sibe nazo ke nezinto ezifana ne-sports tournament, abantwana bagqiba iminyaka i-11 sibenzele ke i-birthday celebration. Isizathu soba senze loo nto, sifuna bayazi ubana zikhona indawo ekufumaneka kulo ulonwabo ngaphandle kokuba kweli xesha siphila kuyo uyayazi uba ama-2K ulonwabo olufumaneka e-taverns neentoni. So kwi-Inaco Foundation sifuna bayazi ubana there is a better place ngaphandle kobana umntu ahambayo konwaba e-tavern.
Ndiyakubona apha ba umhle unxiba intsimbi. Ingaba ikhona into ezimele intsimbi ungasixelela ngazo uba kutheni uye wakhetha uba namhlanje mawunxibe intsimbi kwaye zithetha ntoni kuwe?
Okokuqala mna ndingumXhosa. Iintsimbi ke zakwaXhosa zinemibala emithathu, kodwa ke ezi ndizinxibe apha azinayo le mibala mithathu ke. Iintsimbi zakwaXhosa xa sendiyinabisa, intsimbi ke ayinxitywa nje. Funeka kuqala uyazile ubana le intsimbi yintsimbi yantoni, le yantoni. Umzekelo intsimbi yasentloko wazi namagama azo, oba intsimbi yasentloko yaziwa ngokuba lipasi, le yasemqaleni yaziwa ngokuba nguntshebe, izinto ezinjalo. Xa ndisiya ke kweli cala lentsimbi yawufumaniseka ubana uzawubona isinxibo sam endizawuthi ndisinxibe namhlanje. Isinxibo endisithethileyo namhlanje andizube ndinxibe isinxibo senkciyo. Isizathu soba ndinganxibi isinxibo senkciyo yinto yobana xa unxibe inkciyo ufuneka uhambe ngamabele. And ke xa besendichazelwe apho ubana kukho iindawo ezithile funeka ndizigqume xa ndibonga kuba ii-protocols zangaphakathi azivumeli ubana zivele. So ndiye ndathi xa sendiyijonga loo nto ndafumaniseka ubana andinokwazi unxiba inkciyo ndinxiba ivesti ndimoshe isinxibo, ayisesiso ke ngoku. Yiyo loo nto ke ngoku isinxibo sam ndiza kube ndinxiba isikhakha esinxitywa ngabantu abangoomama, ndinxibe incebetha, ndinxibe nentsimbi yalapha ebizwa ngokuba yintshebe, ndithwale entloko. Ngoba kaloku xa unxibe esasinxibo sisinxibo mandulo esasithi sinxitywe ngabantu abangoomama ababuya ekwendeni. Ukhumbule ke omnye umntu uzawuthi kuthe ndizawunxiba isinxibo sabantu abangoomama ababuya abendileyo kodwa ndiyintombi. Xa uyimbongi, imbongi ayiphelele kubani bana
ichubela abanye abantu ngamazwi iba motivate ngamazwi ephuma kuwo kodwa nesinxibo sembongi ikhona into esiyithethayo xa nisithi ikhona into esiyithethayo imbongi ndiyithatha njengomntu ofuneka efundise isizwe ngesasinxibo sizawube sivele eTVini abantu bazasibuza ngaso umzekelo bebesesibonile isinxibo sesikhakha phayana bafuna isikhakha ngoku abantu ngaphandle bebengasazi uba isikhakha sisekhona so yenye imisebenzi ethi yenziwe zimbongi leyo bana iveze uba kwantu kwakade kusenzeka kanje nakanje.
Inako masibulele kakhulu ngotuthathe lithuba uzothetha nathi asingxame ukuva namhlanje xa sowusitisa ukutya usiphathele khona siyabulela kakhulu sinqwenelela yonke into entle nothi yenzekele umntana ongakangawo.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu bhuti wam mazele thole.
Well, viewers at home, that was a very insightful interview with Inako sharing a brief background on her, where she comes from originally in the Eastern Cape. And she has been doing this Mbongi since she was very young. And Inako also at 19 already has a foundation that seeks to assist young people from the Eastern Cape to also acquire the skill that Inako has. As of now, please do stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using #SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policymaking, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Cape Town is beautiful, as you can see outside. It's very hot in Cape Town, even though we have very strong winds, but it's actually very hot here in the mother city. But the State of the Nation address is more than just a tradition. It is a vital tool for accountability, transparency, and national direction. As one of the most significant events in our democracy, SONA brings together the three arms of the state: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary under one roof to reflect on the country's progress and challenges. Through this address, the President outlines government's plans for the year ahead, setting policy priorities and interventions aimed at economic growth, social development, and good governance. The Mpumalanga is a province with vast economic potential, from agriculture and tourism to energy production. But realizing this potential depends on the effective governance, public participation, and strong oversight. Joining us now is the Speaker of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, Ms. Lindy Masina. Madam Speaker, it is great to have you here. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to talk to us.
Thank you very much, sir, for also having us here. We're very much grateful that we're here.
Can we kickstart the conversation with you explaining exactly what the role of the Speaker in the legislature is?
Of course, the role of the Speaker is one of the most important roles because the Speaker and the legislature, they are mainly responsible to ensure that they become the mouthpiece of the people. You would note that all the time the government will make commitments in terms of service delivery. It is our responsibility as the legislature and the Speaker to ensure that those commitments that have been made by government, they are delivered. So it is our role that we need to play an oversight over those commitments made by government. So it's a very critical role that we are playing. And of course, as a lawmaking institution, we are also responsible for public participation because there's nothing with for the people without the people. We are ensuring that for every legislation that has to be passed, it has to be consulted with the relevant stakeholders. One of the critical things that as Mpumalanga we have said we need to do, we need to identify all the stakeholders. When we do public participation, it is our firm view that we have to ensure that the relevant stakeholders are being consulted adequately so as to air and hear their views in a particular policy at that time or particular legislation that is being presented before them. So it is our firm view that all our stakeholders need to be taken on board, yes.
It's great to hear that you have such a strong program on public participation, but what are some of the challenges that you come across as a province?
In terms of the role of the legislature?
Yes, as a legislature, what are just some of the challenges? And actually, broadly, what are some of the challenges that are currently confronting the province?
The province of Mpumalanga, like you have already alluded, it's one of the provinces that is surrounded with mines. It's a rural, province. Agriculture is one of our economic view that when we want to assist our people, the people must also take care of our agriculture. But some of the challenges that we have observed through the mines, because everybody feels that in the mine, it's where they can get their economies. So most of the time you will find young people going to have their voice heard to the mines, and some of the mines are not very cooperative to ensure that they also have to participate in the economic development and economic empowerment of the people of Mpumalanga. But of course, there are those that are coming to party to ensure that they also partner with government in ensuring that the economies of government and those of the people of Mpumalanga, they are joining together, their hands together with the government. For us, like I said, it's to ensure that we play that role of being a mediator of some kind, but mainly to ensure that government does make sure that it delivers on its promises. But of course, some of the challenges are not the challenges that the province cannot deal with, but that the province are the challenges that the province is managing them through whatever means that they are having. The government is on course in ensuring that it works with the different stakeholders as they try to ensure that services are being delivered to the people, because that is their core mandate. Our mandate is to ensure that we become the mouthpiece of those people of the province.
Which then brings me to the next question on the mechanisms that we have in place to hold the executive to account as the legislature.
When we get into office sometime in June, July last year, One of the critical things that we've done that is very important as part of our core duties, we've established committees. The committees that are linked to each and every department, noting that previously the legislature of Mpumalanga was a constituent of 30 members, but now we've got 50 members. So that makes it easy for us to have each department have its own committee. So that makes our work as the legislature a little bit easier, because each and every department has got its committee that is looking at it, that is oversighting over it, that is making it to account. So that is the main thing that we have done since to make sure that this is part of the mechanism to ensure that the government does account to the legislature. And of course, we must appreciate that up to this far, we have never, experienced challenges from the members of the executive when they are being called by committees. They're so cooperative. Like you will find that even if that when the MEC is not there, there will be definitely the HOD, so that to ensure that there is that accountability that we are expecting from the department.
And SONA 2025 takes place 2 months after South Africa assumed the G20 presidency. So how are you going to ensure that the G20 activities are infused into the programs of the legislature, in particular the committees of the legislature?
I believe that whatever that happens at national level, we try by all means that we take it into the province, so that we are consolidating that we are provincializing it, so that it speaks to us as the people of the province. So I think that is how we're going to try and align ourselves as the province to those that of the national space.
Earlier in the week, there was the Speakers Forum that took place, and a lot of discussions took place there. Can you just share what were some of the key highlights that you're taking with you from that forum back to the province?
One of the most critical things that was part of the discussion was the issue of the challenges faced by municipalities, especially in terms of the municipal pension fund, which has been identified as one of the critical matter that the Commission has just proposed that the public office bearers pension fund must also take over to the pension fund for municipal councillors, because it is being observed that it is not at the strength where it is supposed to be. As a result, it disadvantaged those honorable members who are serving at councils. But it is the matter that has never been taken as a decision, but we have been informed that those are the issues that are going to affect either the public office bearers pension fund or the municipal councillors pension fund. But it's a discussion that we still have to take back to our people. I think another matter that was of importance that was discussed over there was
Of course, a number of issues were discussed there, and understanding also that today is a very hectic day. You still have to prepare for the event that's taking place later on today. Now let's go on the state of the provincial address. When is it likely to take place? Where is it going to take place? And what motivated the legislator to choose the area where it's going to take place?
The State of the Province Address is taking place on the 28th of February at the legislature in the chamber. We are still new in the office, and we are working on the budget that was approved by the previous administration. So the budget limits us that we need to take that, not TLP, SOPA to the chambers, so that it will accommodate those people that will be accommodated there. I think it's about 400 people. That is what motivated us. It's mainly the budget. It is in our firm view that in the future we need to involve as many people as possible, and it is our view that we would want to rotate the SOPA in all the regions that formulate the province of Mpumalanga. We've got 3 of them, and the legislature is situated in Mbombela, Ehlanzeni region. So our firm view as the legislature would want to make sure that all the regions have that feel of the SOPA. We'll just identify a place, sometimes in Kangala, where we'll have probably our next, SOPA. The following year, maybe take it to Khersibande, so that everybody has got that opportunity. When the government is there, they can listen to the premier, because sometime you will find that the people from Khersibande is very far, and the limitation of the guests that we need to invite doesn't allow us to invite everybody. So it becomes, I think it will become much better when the region is hosting, that many people that will be coming from the region will be the guests, so that at least it accommodates them. That is the firm view that we are having as the legislature, that going forward we will need to budget appropriately, make sure that we rotate the state of the province address.
That's good to hear that, Madam Speaker, because as you rightfully say, it will afford people from different regions to also at one point become part of the prestigious event such as the State of the Province address. Not without, yes, I know that there is a great representation of Mpumalanga in the NCOP, but through the permanent and non-permanent delegates. But I'd like to know, how is the relationship between the Mpumalanga legislature and the National Council of Provinces?
I can safely say that the relationship is very sound, very healthy, to an extent that we always have our programs that are talking to each other. We always allow the NCOP to have its program, then we align our program so that they don't clashes. When we have programs that are not clashing, it makes things easier for us. That when they come to Mpumalanga, we are going to make sure that our programs also speaks to that. We are working together. When the NCOP is having an oversight in Mpumalanga, we are going to make sure that we are also having that oversight together with the NCOP, because we are one anyway.
And how is your working relationship in the province with the committees of the National Assembly? Because they've also gone a number of oversights on various provinces. How is the relationship between the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature and the National Assembly committees?
Honestly speaking, up to this far, we haven't established that relationship. I think it's because of the time in which we have entered into the office. I think it's a relationship that needs to be established going forward, because the role of the parliament and the role of the legislature, it's one thing. So it will be very much important that the legislature, what the parliament is doing, it's exactly what our legislatures are doing, because we need to move in a similar way, seamlessly, so that it doesn't look like what is being done in parliament is not being done in the legislature. So I think it's a relationship that we still have to establish, because we never had enough time when we came to office last year. There were a lot of work that was left by the sixth administration that we had to push and make sure that we conclude. I think this year we'll have enough time so that we establish ourselves thoroughly and we see how best we correlate with other state organs. But I can tell you right now that as the legislature, we have already established a relationship with some of the Chapter 9 institutions, like your Human Rights Commission. We've just had an engagement with the Public Protector's Office. We have engaged on several occasions with the Auditor General South Africa. So we want to make sure that when we do our work, we do it without any favor, without any failure, without contradicting ourselves.
Speaker, as a parting shot, I only have 10 seconds to afford you an opportunity to tell South Africans why they should come and visit Mpumalanga. Only 10 seconds.
Mpumalanga is one of the very good tourist destinations. We would appreciate if the people can just go and visit Mpumalanga so that they can see some of the beautiful places like your 3 rondavels, like your God's Window, like your many places that are there in Mpumalanga. But it is a very beautiful province. I think everyone would love to go there. Would appreciate that at some point in time any people can go. If it was possible, we would even request the president that at one point in time he take this SONA to Mpumalanga.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for that engaging conversation. We wish you all the best for today and the year ahead, as well as your State of the Province address on the 28th of February this year.
Thank you very much.
Viewers, we are coming to you live again. It was, please do stay tuned as we're bringing you a fashion very soon.
I'm fine.
At our most essential, a nation defined
Thank you,
by
Thank you, Baba.
hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
I would also like to say that he should also give other institutions, specifically schools, chances. I am not comfortable with the fact that in the top 20 only the private schools, the independent schools are mentioned. He should also pay attention to public schools. We should also be given recognition, as we Lutheran Secondary have fought so hard to become on the bar, to also be known by everyone basically, and the fact that we're even on Google, it makes me really happy. So basically, I would also tell them to just pay attention to what we are doing academically, and just try and doing some introspection along the country with the fact that why are most of us students so eager to just leave the country? Why do we want to leave and waste our resources on other countries, whereas we have our own country which is developing, which is facing its own struggles that also needs help, but we are being educated, yet we are wasting our talents and our resources on other countries that are already doing very well.
So 2024 is matriculants. We are about to face a lot of challenges. Some of them was load shedding, which we couldn't start. Whenever it is cold, you can't start. Whenever it is dark, you can't start. The only thing that you're thinking of is going to bed and sleep, while we have a lot to do throughout the year. So load shedding, I wish the president can fix the part of load shedding so that each and every student can get to study in a good environment and make sure that they pass the way they require, the way they want them to pass.
The first thing I would say to the president is that they should give all schools equal opportunities, especially in my school, because we do not have opportunities like sports and other things that they have in other schools. The problems that most students are facing is, I think, their parents at home maybe not giving them much support, or some just, as they're not getting support, some are not serious about their studies. So I would recommend that the president, I will ask that for the president, to, help students find places where they could find love and be supported. Open programs where students can go there and study rather than staying at home, being made, doing chores, things like that.
Some of the challenges we are confronted with in our communities range from crime, lack of service delivery issues, and most importantly, youth unemployment. which ultimately lead to drugs and alcohol dependency. So if the president can address those issues, I'll be happy.
We are exactly 3 hours and 10 minutes before the president takes the podium to deliver the State of the Nation address. We are coming to you live outside the Cape Town City Hall, just where the president will deliver the State of the Nation address. And as you would know, that the city of Cape Town has been declared a parliamentary precinct for today for SONA, and we'll also host the 2-day debate on the president's address and the president's reply next week, and the budget speech later this month. With that backdrop, I'm now joined by the Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Mr. Dalen Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, welcome to Parliament TV, and thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us.
Thank you for having me and for having this conversation.
Just as we can start this conversation, I think it would be best if you could just give our viewers a brief overview of what is the role of the Speaker in the provincial legislature.
Well, the Speaker of Parliament is, many people only see when a sitting is in action, but the role of the Speaker is actually to be the custodian of the legislature. It's one of those positions that is non-political, because in the Western Cape, for example, we have 9 political parties represented, representing the 7.4 citizens of this beautiful province called the Western Cape. So my role is to ensure that all those political parties are treated equally, that they have a platform to represent their voters, but ultimately to ensure that the Western Cape Parliament becomes an institution that is credible, reputable, and that the citizens, regardless of political affiliation, can be very proud of.
And in doing so, what are some of the challenges that you come across?
So obviously, there's a fine line between allowing freedom of speech. I always say that you can't have more freedom of speech, as enshrined in our Constitution, outside of the House than what you have inside of the House. So very often it is a bit challenging in the House, but it's my mission to ensure that Parliament becomes a space where robust debate can happen, because that's the role of Parliament. So I endeavour to, even with those challenges and political contestation happens on the floor, but it's our view that Parliament should never curb freedom of speech, and regardless of personalities, that contestation happens on core issues and principles. And for as long as I'm the Speaker, I will ensure that regardless of political affiliations, people will have that platform.
And the legislature has a very important role, which is to oversee the executive and also to hold them accountable. So what are some of the mechanisms or strategies that are in place to ensure that you hold the executive to account? That's not outstanding that you've been in office for a few months, that we're still waiting for the president to outline this year's government's program of action, and that later you will also be outlining the province as well. Yeah. But what are the strategies that are in place to ensure that you hold the executive to account?
Well, the core function of a parliament and one of our constitutional mandate is to have oversight over the executive. So it's not a nice to have. It's the job of Parliament to hold the executive accountable. So in the Western Cape, through our standing committees, which is very active, we have very often have interactions with this in the standing committees. But also what we have done now in the Western Cape, and we're busy introducing, is when a MEC gets up in Parliament and makes an undertaking, or makes an undertaking in a standing committee, we actually now track those undertakings, which we call executive undertakings. So we will make sure that we hold the executive accountable, because ultimately, regardless of who the governing party is, Parliament has got a constitutional mandate to ensure that oversight over the executive happens in the interests of the citizens. So there's a high emphasis on on making sure that the executive is accountable. We track the parliamentary questions being posed, whether it's oral questions in Parliament or whether it is written questions to the executive. We also have something which I believe is one of the few, if not the only legislature in the country, where we have a system where we have oral questions without notice to the Premier. So every second sitting, the Premier has to answer questions that he has no clue about, and so even from a Premier and an executive perspective, we have in our standing rules, which I believe is strong in conjunction with our mandate of executive oversight.
And that brings me then to my next question, because it will fit in well, because I need to know how is the relationship. That is notwithstanding the fact that you do have representation in the National Council of Provinces, but I'd love to understand the relationship that you have with the NCOP.
Well, so the NCOP and legislatures work really closely together, because obviously bills are being referred to the legislature. We just come from a speakers forum where all 9 speakers with the National Council of Provinces have come together, and one of the key things that we took from that discussion is that the importance of the bills, the referral of bills, and the importance of the national executive when they introduce national bills affecting provinces, that those things are communicated to provinces in advance, or the intention to introduce bills, because obviously with bills goes budgets, public participation, because we can't just tick a box. And if we speak about real public participation, then those things take time. So the relationship is very strong between the Western Cape and the NCOP, because we work hand in glove, and we have representation. Delegates nominated from the Western Cape representing the citizens in the National Council of Provinces.
And I would really love you, Honourable Speaker, just to expand on the real public participation, because you've mentioned that you've emphasized on the real part of it. So can you just make me understand what you mean when you say the real public participation?
So very often it depends on the bill in front of Parliament. So obviously in certain sectors or certain sections of communities, certain bills speak to that sectors. But when I speak about real public participation, it is about making sure that when we advertise bills for public comment, that people are well informed, well in advance. When I speak about real public participation, I mean that do our citizens, are they equipped with the parliamentary process to get to the before when a bill becomes an act, and do we take our citizens 30 years into democracy, are we taking our citizens on this journey of lawmaking? We are representing the citizens. We are their lawmakers. We are not the lawmakers in our own account. So having this engagement and ensuring that as far as possible and at most as possible, people's inputs to bills that directly affect the citizen are taken into account.
Well, you know, today's SONA happens 2 months after South Africa assumed the presidency of the G20. So I'd like to know what is the legislature going to do to ensure that the G20 activities are infused into the legislature's program and even to the work of its committees.
So I mean, we must never blur the lines between the separation of doctrines, of separation of powers, and the role of Parliament and the role of government. But obviously, from a parliamentary perspective, our committees stand ready to ensure that South Africa and the Western Cape is represented. We ensure that when we speak about job creation for the citizens of this province and this country is on the top agenda. When we speak about ensuring that that energy and what government is committing, that we ensure that we hold them accountable to deliver.
The State of the Province address, when is it taking place, where is it taking place, and why is it taking place at wherever place you'll be hosting it?
So the State of the Province address will take place on the 26th of February in the Karoo town of Beaufort West, in the central Karoo. So for the past few years, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament has always been, we've taken Parliament to the people to make sure that we encourage that public participation so that we take Parliament to the people. And in this year, it will be in the central Karoo, in the town called Beaufort West.
It's good to hear that you'll be having that SOPA in a rural town like the Beaufort West, which I happen to know very well as it is on our way to the Eastern Cape province. But before I let you go, why should people come to the Western Cape? This is to give you an opportunity to market this province. Why should people come and visit the Western Cape?
Well, the Western Cape, and I, over and above the fact that it's a well-governed province and a well-governed city, as you can see, it's also the rich, diverse cultures and diversity that you see, the beauty of, the natural beauty of this province. If you look at Cape Town being named the best city in the world, and that is not by default. It's not by accident. It really is because of the diverse people. It's the fact that when we speak about making sure that Cape Town is on the world map and the province of the Western Cape is marketable, we make sure that that happens. So even from an engagement with our tourism stakeholders, that is always on top of the agenda. So the beauty, the natural beauty, the diverse communities, but above all, the citizens of this beautiful province.
Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time off the busy schedule to come and do this interview with Parliament TV. We really appreciate it and wish you all the best for the rest of the day, as well as for the SOPA on the 26th of February this year, which will be taking place in Beaufort West, as you have said.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Well, that was the Speaker of the Provincial Western Cape Provincial Legislature, Mr. Dylan Mitchell, talking to Parliament, even sharing some insights on some of the work that is done by the Western Cape Legislature. Now we turn to the red carpet as ministers, members of Parliament, dignitaries and esteemed guests will soon be making their way into the City Hall, showcasing a blend of elegance, heritage and contemporary fashion along the red carpet. This fashion is visible also here in the studio though. The State of the Nation address is a key moment in our political calendar rather, but it's also an occasion where tradition, culture and personal style come together. From bold statements to classic designs, SONA's red carpet is always a spectacle of style and significance. Stay with us at Parliament TV and proudly South Africa take you to the red carpet, capturing the energy, the fashion, and the voices of those who will be in attendance tonight. Good afternoon, and it is Teminko Singoma.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Thoko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. and it will serve as the platform for the President to deliver his annual State of the Nation address. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament, following the 2024 national and provincial elections. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. The State of the Nation address will take place at Cape Town City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
The first thing that I'm looking forward to is that all the schools in South Africa must be given resources, not only one province. For example, when you go to other provinces, when you talk about this issue of smart board, they'll say, what is a smart board? We want all the schools in South Africa to have smart board. We have videos on the as part of learning and teaching. We want all the schools to have resources, not only one textbook. We must have videos and other gadgets in our midst. At the same time, I expect that parental involvement should be an issue. Parents should be educated about what is needed from them as parents in our country. I expect again our president to deal with the issue of drug abuse. Many of our learners are having a challenge of drugs. I need those people who sell drugs to be monitored, to be arrested, because they're the one who destroy our nation. I wish that the main issue that is going to be discussed is the issue of how to stop drugs from being trafficked into our country. Because we have learners who are intelligent, but because of drugs, they end up failing.
The challenges in Atlantis, as the president knows, and as all of you guys know, the job creation is very weak. There's no job opportunities. I've got children myself at home. It hasn't been working for 3-4 years. They walk the streets up and down, but they never get jobs. I know that it was said many years ago that there will be jobs for everyone, but there isn't. Maybe it's who you know and not what you know. You know, because they walk and they never seem to get work. Also, gangsterism is high because of unemployment. Then there's another concern. I'm a pensioner, my husband is pensioners. We have kids living with us. We must share our pension with them. That pension is so little. When it comes to the budget speech, Mr. President, Mr. Ramaphosa, he always gives us a little bit of extra, but that little bit of extra is too little for a grandmother and a grandfather still to feed their children and grandchildren with that pension. If it's nice, if he can, I will appreciate for him to give us a little bit of extra, maybe 2,005 or maybe 3,000. He can, you know what, there's enough money in the parliament, isn't it, in the budget? So he can just give a little bit for the elderly, because he knows it's not only us. There is others, hundreds and thousands of elderly that got their kids and grandchildren. And who does the parents, the grandparents think of first? The little ones, because the children can't get work. We have to provide for them. And then the youth, they must make more advantages for the youth, so that the youth can bring out. There's a lot of talent in Atlantis. There is talent, I'm telling you, even the little children, they have beautiful talent. But you know what? We have no facilities here. We only have a smart park, but you can't even go there because of the gangsterism. There is no halls, there's nothing, there's no amusement, nothing for an equipment for our youth, so that they can take their talent further. And I will appreciate it if Mr. President hear me and try and do something especially for Atlantis.
I would love to see more emphasis on the recognition of indigenous languages. The most dominating languages, more especially in the Western Cape, are English and Afrikaans, more especially when our learners now need to write the NSC paper. They will have to, they do have the advantage. I feel that they are advantage those learners who are coming from English and Afrikaans background, and then our learners from Xhosa speaking homes, they are more marginalized. If the president can put more emphasis on that, the recognition, yes, on paper they say it's equal, but in real terms now, we can see that English and Afrikaans are more dominating. If he can emphasize on that. The second thing is the matter of reading in South Africa. Not so long ago, the study which was done by PILS in 2021 and which came out in 2023, the research conducted there came out stating that we are number last, which is 57 out of the countries that were partaking in that, meaning that our learners in grade 4, they cannot read for meaning, they cannot comprehend. Yes, to decode a text is not a matter, but they cannot comprehend. So if the president can put more emphasis on maybe to increase the time of reading in our annual teaching plans, because every year we have now 2025 teaching plan and the time for reading is reduced. If he can put more emphasis on that, I would love to see it.
So hi, I'm Johan. I'm the head boy of Hermanus High. So yeah, I think in our community, the day we live in, there's a broad diversity. So we are all, so everyone comes from different places, different backgrounds and everything. And I think that for teachers, and as we are all treated kind of the same, although we come from different backgrounds, we have certain, and there's a certain expectation. All of our expectations are the same. They expect us to excel at the same rate, but they don't take into consideration where we come from necessarily. So I think if they can maybe zoom into us a little bit, connect on a more personal level, I think that would be much more efficient to make us excel in whatever we do. So I think if I was Mr. Ramaphosa, I would say that he must focus on the quality of education. And with that, I mean that we might have to incorporate smaller classes where you can have a more personal level and connection with the children. And I think when you get to know them on that personal level, you know where they come from and their backgrounds, then you will be able to know what to expect from them based on their backgrounds and so on. So I think if he can maybe stop maybe not giving an umbrella term and not applying something from up there, just maybe focusing on more specific people, zooming in on people, then I think that will be very effective.
All eyes on Parliament here at Cape Town City Hall, and of course we are waiting that much anticipated hashtag SONA 2025, which the President is scheduled to deliver at 7 p.m. tonight. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV, and of course Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African, and this is a live coverage of the Red Carpet SONA 2025. We're in Cape Town, it is windy. My name is Tepo Mori, and I am here with the gorgeous Tammy Deshu, who is bringing all the local glitz and glamour from the carpet.
Is it me or is it you?
I think both of us.
Isn't it great to be back here again at the City Hall in Cape Town? In fact, I was expecting it to be windy, you know. Cape Town has all 4 seasons. You go through all 4 seasons like we go through our culture, the diversity of our culture. I am so excited to be back again here at SONA. I'm going to be checking out all the outfits that are out there on the red carpet, and I'm going to be co-piloting this with Tepo. What are you expecting today?
Of course, I'm expecting a lot of fashion, especially because we did the SONA last year. We did the opening of Parliament Address last year. And I think members are aware that we have the fashion police. We will judge you.
And our members must be aware how important it is to support local.
Absolutely.
And for us to ensure that we're able to plug our people, please ensure that you hashtag us at SONA 2025, but also tag your designers, you know. I think it's a big conversation for us to be having as a country, but also globally. South Africa enjoys an enormous amount of support from our local producers and our local designers, who some of them are also going to be here today, like the one who dressed you.
Of course.
And I think we're talking money, money, money. How we're playing big. We're talking G20. You know, we are in a better place for us as a country leading the G20 summit. How are we going to ensure that people are supporting the clothing, textile, footwear and leather industry, and how we can put food at the table, you know?
And of course, a lot of people do question, why the red carpet? Why on such an occasion where we're talking serious things? However, this ties in with social development issues. We're talking unemployment, we're talking poverty, and when you support local, you put food on somebody's table.
But the truth of it is that actually fashion on its own contributes about $1.7 trillion to the GDP, and I think it becomes so important for us to understand what our share is, but also build a proper ecosystem that works. And I think the intersectionality that's there with the role players that are here, I'm looking forward to the people who are going to be working there, talking about like tourism, the impact of tourism and fashion, arts and culture and fashion. Agriculture, we don't talk enough about agriculture, farming. We don't talk enough about like water. I mean, fashion is the second biggest consumer of water, and I think it becomes important for us to talk about those areas and how it can contribute to our fashion. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I want to go. Who are you wearing, by the way?
Of course, I am wearing mantu by the lovely Balisama Gubung. I am looking gorgeous. I am following the theme for SONA 2025, which is formal and traditional, and this is a good mix of formal and traditional.
Yep, and I am in my Shibelani. So Lavi and the people out in Soweto, in Shawela, are quite excited and quite happy. I put this you know, and you know, recycling stuff,
Of
because
course.
I think we don't talk about like recycling and the importance of recycling in the fashion space. So I'm a mix of all cultures.
Yes.
My henna coming through.
Of course.
You know, a bit of glitz and glam.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go right there on the carpet, and I'm gonna leave Tsepo to be happy with Happy, and to be also joined by our fashion police. You're gonna meet exciting people. Brace yourselves. And if I don't get to interview all of you guys on the carpet, please remember to post a picture,
Yes.
tag us at Proudly SA, and then also tag your designers. Let's support local fashion. Love you. I'm gonna go.
Alrighty. Now stay tuned to Parliament TV as we cover the red carpet for the hashtag SONA 2025. Stay tuned.
We are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience. It was hope that sustained us during the struggle for freedom. Even in these trying times, it is hope that should sustain us and fuel our determination to overcome even the greatest of difficulties.
President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver the first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament to a joint sitting on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at the Cape Town City Hall. The State of the Nation address is an occasion for the President to set out the government's key policy objectives and deliverables for the year ahead. During SONA, the President also highlights achievements, flags challenges, and outlines interventions that the government will undertake to unlock development interventions for the coming financial year. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
South Africa's Parliament will proudly host the 11th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, known as the P20, bringing together leaders from G20 national parliaments to shape global policies and reinforce parliamentary oversight in international decision-making. As the first African country to lead the P20, South Africa's Parliament is championing Africa's active participation in global governance and economic policy-making, ensuring the continent is a driving force in shaping the future we want. Parliament will play a critical oversight role, ensuring that South Africa's commitments as G20 president translate into real economic growth, job creation, and social development. The P20 summit will embed African perspectives in global decision-making, ensuring that policies on trade, technology, and governance reflect the continent's needs and aspirations. In alignment with SONA 2025's theme, harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability, Parliament is committed to fostering international collaboration for a better, more just world. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
You are still tuned into Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 and on Twitter, of course, and all other social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Now, Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African during this hashtag SONA 2025. Of course, we are still anticipating the President to deliver that State of the Nation address later on at 7 p.m. Now, I'm talking to Miss Happy Makumalo Ngidi, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at Proudly South African, to tell us more about the initiative and, of course, how significant it is. Happy, thank you so much for making the time.
My pleasure. It's great to be back.
You look gorgeous.
Thank
Who
you.
are you dressed by?
I am dressed by Scalo Designs.
Oh.
Shall I do a little bit of a twirl?
Please do. Looking absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
Now, with that, Happy, let's get to understand why is it important for government leaders and the average consumer, of course, to actively support local fashion.
So government leaders have a voice and platform, yes, that they should be using, profitably to spread the narrative, yes, the buy local narrative. From all angles, all industries, but in the context of why we're here today, which is clothing, textile, footwear, leather, it's fashion. They were going to go buy something anyway.
Yes,
yes. And we are hoping by, asking them prior to today that they must wear local at SONA 2025 and telling them or helping them with tips on where to go and what they could potentially look like. We are hoping that they heeded our call and they did just that. Because today we then ask them, are you wearing local? And if you are wearing local, who are you wearing? It's about, as much as it's a feel-good thing, South Africans siyathanda ukuswenga. Siyathanda ujuwisha.
Absolutely.
We love looking amazing, but it's more than just that. It's about a sector. It's about an industry. It's about a value chain.
Yes.
It's about an ecosystem. And it's about households of people that work within the sector.
Of course, then beyond government officials, beyond the ministers, then how does Proudly SA encourage the consumer to go to that local designer and buy local?
And I'm glad you went there. It's a lifestyle thing. We don't walk around in our birthday suits every day. We wear something. It doesn't matter what it is. And so we are encouraging South Africans to, when they do make a purchasing decision, in terms of what whether it's shoes or a pair of jeans or a t-shirt, when they make that purchasing decision, can they at least make it in favor of local products? Because when you do that, you create jobs, you sustain the jobs that you already have.
Of course.
And you're contributing positively to the economy.
Now then, I know that Proudly SA has a designer database, right? Can you tell us just a little bit more on how people can use it? How do I get onto the database as a designer?
All right, so you go to as a designer or as a consumer?
As a consumer,
as a
designer, the kind of information that I need.
Sure. So you go to our website, which is proudlysa.coza, and you will come across a portal that has South African products on it, and the various products in all industries, or many industries rather, and that's where our designers are at.
And do you think then local designers are there's a benefit when they do join Proudly SA and they campaign on Proudly SA? Is there a benefit?
There is a benefit because we get to expose them and their clothing line, of course, to an audience that they would ordinarily not have access to, like this audience. Not only here, even prior to this, which is very important, where we, put their names out there and we say to the guests, don't tell us you don't know where to buy. We're telling you this is where you can buy. And across the board, it's affordable. There's couture, there's red carpet, there's casual, there's traditional, there's, office wear, there's casual. Whatever it is that you may be looking for, there's always something for someone. And we are hoping hoping that with this movement, we are finally dealing with the myth.
Yes.
That anything that is made locally is inferior, and it's not good enough. So nobody, and I say this with the responsibility it comes with, is that many people will not question Dolce & Gabbana and Versace,
of course,
and Vera Wang. We don't even know those guys, but we do know Johan Coetzee, David Tlale, Palesa Mukumbung, Otis, and if anything were to go wrong with the product that you've bought from them, that's where we step in.
Exactly.
But you buy from Timu and Shein, and you order a size 6 shoe, and they send you a size 2.
Then you cannot do it.
Yeah.
And with that, then I'm sure that Proudly SA then appreciates the work that government does, especially in terms of taxes on your Sheins and Temus. How is that? How has that contributed to the promotion of Proudly SA?
Look, it's still work in progress. To ignore, and government and policymakers and industry players and retailers, and they're all collectively trying to intervene and in the best interest of local designers. It is a problem. It's an option though. As I close, it's an option for many people whose pocket is not deep enough to buy at a certain level.
Yes.
But it's an option where you know that you take a risk, you wash your item 2-3 times, and then we know what happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good time.
Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV, and Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African to ensure that we wear local. So the question right now during this fashion segment is, are you wearing local? Who are you supporting? Who is your designer? And of course, have them here and showcase their work and say their hashtags, say their Instagrams, so that people know and that there's an outreach for the work that they've done. Of course, this means that somebody else will be employed. This means that things will go well within South Africa in terms of the economy. And of course, jobs will be created, and issues such that we have, for example, socio-economic issues, will be combated. Stay tuned to Parliament TV. I have more, and I have some of my designers that will be rating some of the esteemed guests and members that will be arriving here at the hashtag SONA 2025. Stay tuned.
The first State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with the reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
smoldering. Stop lying.
First State of the Nation address of the 7th term of Parliament will be held on Thursday, 6 February, followed by 2 days of debate on 11 and 12 February, concluding with the reply by the President on 13 February. The State of the Nation address, commonly referred to as SONA, is one of the most important annual events in the parliamentary calendar. It is an integral part of Parliament's oversight function over the executive. Watch the address live across Parliament's platforms at 7 p.m. Follow Parliament on social media and join the conversation using hashtag SONA2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. President Cyril Ramaphosa has, in terms of the Constitution, called for a joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament in liaison with the National Assembly Speaker, Ms. Topo Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Refilwe Mtsweni-Sipran. The joint sitting is scheduled for Thursday, 6 February 2025. An address will take place at City Hall at 7 p.m. Watch the State of the Nation address SONA 2025. Your Parliament, your voice, your future. The President will deliver the State of the Nation address on Thursday, 6 February 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Cape Town City Hall. This is the first State of the Nation address in this new term of Parliament following the 2024 national and provincial elections. Watch the State of the Nation address live across Parliament's platforms and be informed of government's planned priorities for the year ahead. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And you are still watching Parliament TV right here on DSTV channel 408 on Parliament TV. And of course, you can join the conversation at Parliament of RSA. You can follow, like, and subscribe on all social media platforms. Of course, Parliament has collaborated with Proudly South African, and this is to ensure that the members of Parliament and esteemed guests wear local. Of course, this brings awareness to the textile industry and local designers. And of course, we'll be talking about the importance of supporting local designers. Now, earlier on, we mentioned that we have stars of local fashion industry with us. Welcome my panel. Please introduce yourself, a gorgeous Palesa.
Hi everyone, my name is Palesa Mgubung. I'm the founder and creative director of the fashion label Months.
And of course, I have Leonie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leonie Wagner. I am a journalist at Sunday Times.
Alrighty, Silo. This
Good
is
day.
your second time, so you know how we roll.
Yeah, of course. Good day, everybody. My name is Silomi Lupi. I'm the creative director of Scarlet Design.
Otis?
Hi everyone, my name is Utsile Sefolo. I'm the creative director and founder of Odisaflom. And today your fashion police.
Hopefully nobody will be too harsh on the members and esteemed guests this time.
Okay.
I'm looking at people that have been here before. Now, of course, let's get right into the conversation. Leonie, I mean, from your perspective, it's a media perspective, you're almost like the watchdog of what goes on in terms of fashion and lifestyle. What are some of the expectations for tonight?
I'm expecting people to be firstly true to themselves, to be authentic, and then to proudly support local.
Of course.
I mean, it would be sacrilegious for someone to rock up at the State of the Nation address not wearing something proudly made within your nation.
And Silla, what are your expectations?
I just want people to look pretty.
Pretty
You know,
simple.
just wear something comfortable that suits your body, you know, yeah.
Alrighty. And Utsile?
I think for me the most important thing is understanding the event.
Yes.
We are at a SONA, so it doesn't look like you're going to a metric dance. You know what I mean? It still has to speak to the event. It still has to speak to what the event is all about.
Of course. And Palesa, your expectations?
I think it's important to make a statement right now at this event, because a lot of statements are going to be made, and fashion is one that also can do the same. And there's lots of issues around in the industry, in the fashion industry. So I think the statement needs to start at the red carpet, and then we will take it from there as the police.
Alrighty. Now, of course, we have Tammy on the red carpet, and he is ready to ensure and give us the sights on who is on the red carpet, what are they wearing, and are they wearing local, most importantly. Of course, Utile, Scarlo, and Leonie, I hope, and Palesa will have some insights on whether this is suiting for the event. Does it suit your body? Who has dressed you? And is it the right color? Is it the right texture? I've been here for a while, so I know a few things.
Oh, wow.
Texture. There's texture, there's lines, there's body couture and everything else. And of course, we're going to get into that conversation as soon as Tammy gets somebody on the red carpet. Looks like he is ready. Let's cross over to Tammy and see what he has for us.
What a tough job you guys have in studio to be able to look at all these outfits. I've been watching as people arrive here. They're looking stunning. And Tapo, it's good that they've adhered to the theme and the instruction to either wear something that is traditional or something that is formal. And speaking about traditional, we are joined by the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture in South Africa, who's just returned from the Grammys looking absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you so much for having me. And it's a beautiful day. The weather is perfect. And of course, more than anything, we expect the president to speak more about job creation. And I don't see us creating jobs without involving the creatives.
Absolutely. Who are you wearing today?
I'm wearing, you can guess.
I don't. I think I saw who that is. First, well, you can say it.
SC Apparel.
Okay. So this is what we do here at Proudly South Africa and Parliament. We make you turn around so that we can assess your outfit. We love SC Apparel and what they've done with you. The inspiration, what inspired it?
It is a modernized Sepedi outfit. With time, of course, they could have put beads, but we did not have more time to play around with the dress. But I'm happy with the final product.
Let me ask you something. Sports, arts, and culture has a big opportunity for nation building, and I think to be able to show our diversity, what kind of opportunities are available for growth and for the fashion space? We are entering into a beautiful year of hosting the G20 summit, and we've been talking about how we're going to grow our local products, but also develop jobs and create jobs. So sports, arts, and culture, how does it play a role?
Look, in fact, it's one of the key issues that we'd expect the president to make mention of the participation of the creatives during the G20. Without entertainment, without culture, without sports, without creatives, there's no way that others can learn from us. So other countries that are coming here, of course, we need to showcase talent. We need to show them who are we as South Africans. So it's a big opportunity for the creatives.
I love that, and I look forward for us having more conversations around how we can access those opportunities. You look absolutely stunning. Just one more time, go around so we can see you. Enjoy tonight. That's Essie Apparel, and that's the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm just seeing a lot of beautiful people. Look at all of it. Look at it. Come in and look at that. Look at hello. I'm very good. And we are joined by yet another guest. You're looking absolutely stunning today. The Deputy Minister of Human Settlements in South Africa, Ms. Thandi Mahambe-Hlala. You look stunning. Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Makhosa. Makhosa by Laduma Ngokolo.
What's the inspiration?
The inspiration is that if you recall earlier this week, the Speaker of Parliament re-emphasized the importance of supporting our local brands, supporting our local designers, ensure that during these big events, at least they benefit from us as legislators and people that get to attend these events. So, yeah.
So I'm interested in hearing what Human Settlements is going to do to develop or to give opportunities to other individuals out there to make sure that the infrastructure is there and people are able to work, they're covered. What other interventions can we have in there, especially in the fashion space?
The reality of the matter is that there are a lot of opportunities at Human Settlements. That's why on the 14th of February, we are doing a career expo in PAL to ensure that we communicate to the learners as to what else is there that they can learn. We do have youth programs at Human Settlements. We also responsible, as you know, to decently house South Africans. Yes. And we did not rest during the festive season. Myself and the minister, we've been up and about during the fire disasters here in the state of Cape Town, ensuring that people are served, ensuring that people are safe, ensuring that people, they've got a roof on top of their heads. So we are a government at that department that is responsible of housing the nation, ensure that our indigenous people, like people elderly and the ones that living with disabilities and so on, they get decent houses and they are on the top of the priority of our beneficiary list.
So they can work. You look absolutely stunning. Please turn around so we can see your outfit. And that's the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. I am joined by another gorgeous. I always have to try. I'm like always flying to grab her. I'm trying to grab her. Hello. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
How are you?
Please tell us who you're wearing.
Vicky Zoleka Magwaka from Mtata Art Center. This is a woman who is a designer naturally. She did not go to any school. Every button, every color, it has a meaning. usebenza ke kwindawo apho kungekho manzi. At times my outfits get delayed because she must wash the fabric before she can sew the fabric. When there's no water, she's struggling, but she's resilient to ensure that every time she makes me to feel good, to look beautiful. I'm indebted to women economic empowerment. So every time I wear proudly South Africa, everything.
Let me tell you, I don't need to say much. I'm looking at all the detail, and you started with this a long time ago. You guys have been talking about wearing local and the importance of supporting local businesses. I want you to turn around so we can see all of that. Oh, look at that. How gorgeous is it? Isn't it beautiful that we get to explore our beautiful, diverse cultures and our beautiful fabrics that we produce here? But also, there's a real issue. Yoba, you know, in the fashion industry, where also we've got like 10% of like carbon emission. But also, you spoke about water scarcity. What can water and sanitation, and how can it play a big role in the fashion space?
It is very important that those who are in the fashion space, they must have access to water. Yeah. But also the community must use water sparingly, knowing very well that every drop counts. If you do illegal connection, you disadvantage those women. They will not have food on the table. So let's use water sparingly. Let's support our women, especially those that are in the fashion industry. Without fashion, we are nothing. These are the economic boosters of our country.
You are looking absolutely stunning. Thank you so much for joining us here at Proudly SA. Please, you can have a look at that one more time. And I'm going to throw it back to studio, guys. You've had 3 beautiful outfits that look incredibly amazing. You've seen like a variety of cultures that are there. I'm throwing it back to you guys so that you can discuss some of those things. The color. Did you see Mampemi? Did you see the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture? Did you see Thandi Mahambeshala? Let's discuss those looks, the trends, the colors, the detailing. And if you are also going to be posting, please do ensure that you tag us at SONA 2025 and wear local at SONA. I am throwing back to studio. There's that job again that you guys have to do. I'm going to start grabbing more people. I'll be back. Okay.
Bye. What a vibe, what a vibe there. Such a vibe on the what a vibe on the red carpet there at the hashtag SONA 2025. Of course, we have 3 outfits. Okay, Balasa, rate each one out of 10.
Each one?
Which one do you like?
Okay, I think we started on a really high note. I thought the first dress was really flattering. I thought the color was beautiful. Fabric is light. I'm sure the Cape Town weather was doing it justice.
Okay.
So I would give it a high 7 or 8.
Otsile, do you agree?
I would have given it a bit of a higher score.
All right.
Mainly because the way it sat on her body.
Yes.
It was very flattering, extremely flattering. And I like the fact that she knows that she's a big lady. And she dressed for her body. And for me, that really stands out.
Yeah.
And Silla?
Yeah, I agree. I like how the pleats are positioned.
Yes.
It's giving origami, a modern take on origami. The color as well, yeah.
And rating out of 10?
I'll give it a 9.
Oh, Leonie as the journalist, as the watchdog. Out of 10?
I'm also going high on this one. An 8.
Oh, right.
Yes, the color. It was the color. The color did it for me.
Otsile, let's talk about Ms. Thandi Mahambeshala. She's in Matkosa. A rating out of 10?
I'm going to give it a 10. Oh, no, sorry, she's wearing Matkosa. For me, I'm sorry, that didn't really stick for me.
Okay.
I understand that you're wearing local, but for me, it doesn't say SONA. It doesn't say dress-up party.
However, the invitation did say traditional, though.
As much as it says traditional, guys, but it still needs to speak to the kind of event that you're going to.
Okay.
It says traditional, but I mean, when you look at the dress, for me, it doesn't say SONA. It's the type of dress that you wear to someone's wedding or as a guest somewhere, but not to SONA. For me, it didn't stick at all.
And Palisa, do you agree?
I thought it was okay. I think the effort was made. I think that she is wearing local, so we have to give her a couple of good points for that. There is a styling issue maybe, but yeah.
And out of 10?
Out of 10, I would give it a good 8 because it is.
It's
Matkosa,
local,
but also it is Matkosa. We have to be proud of our own.
Of course.
So
and
it's nice.
Leonie,
For me, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right?
Okay.
It is Maxhosa, it's local, so yay, we love it. But I feel it's lazy, it's a low-hanging fruit.
Okay.
Yes, I just said that. Because it's an easy, I agree with Otis. You know,
Okay.
I think a little bit more thought could have gone into it, a little bit more personality. I would have wanted to see that. Yeah.
Silla?
I would like to disagree with you guys. I think for me, she put in effort in terms of the headpiece.
Yes.
And the skirt is actually longer. It's not like a
The normal
knee
one.
length.
Yes.
So it gave it a bit of that SONA look in terms of, you know, it being a garment or
Oh, okay.
a gown kind of looking, and the prints working together as well. She could have mixed up and messed up the prints
Alright.
of Maxhosa.
I mean-
But I think she gave it, you know, she tried to give it that gowny feel.
Otsile?
I feel that maybe she could have maybe gotten maybe something else to put on top. Maybe
Okay.
go with the hear me out first. Hear me out first.
Balasa is giving you the side eye.
I like the
Giving you the
print.
side
I mean,
eye.
I love the Maxhosa print, but I feel like she could have made it a bit more dressy.
Yeah.
The kind of event that you're going to, if maybe she had found like a nice plain pleated skirt that is
Okay.
maybe a turquoise that complements the blue that's on the
Okay,
print,
okay.
and then still went with the head, you know, just to make it a bit more dressy. For me, I feel like it's a beautiful dress, but at the same time, for SONA, it doesn't stay.
You know, it's also not a new Maxhosa item.
That's the thing.
Oh. Show up on the red carpet with Maxhosa we love. At least go to their archive pieces or at least a new collection. Especially if you're not going to style it up with something else.
I mean, if I had seen this 4 or 5 years ago, the
You would have
first
been
time I saw
amazed.
Maxhosa,
But you know why I will always give Maxhosa, you know, a lot of points? It's just the sustainability element. You know, when it comes to their items.
So we're talking
That's the first
sustainability.
That's the first step
Yes.
that we saw
Yes.
on you know on the red carpet.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way because
does.
we have a real problem with waste. We have a real problem with just you know, upcycling, recycling.
Yes.
So if you wear a brand that makes sure that you know they are conscious of waste levels.
Yes.
Definitely. Whether the client is aware of that is besides the point.
Alrighty.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm not mad that it's a older collection.
Yeah.
I love it. It's fine.
Now, the moment we saw the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Otsile said she is so committed to her designer. What were your thoughts, Balasa?
I thought there was a lot happening.
Okay.
I thought there was a lot happening.
Okay.
But I mean, sometimes when you're really, really passionate about something, you know, you take it to extra levels. So I think I will let Otsile comment on that.
Okay, and out of 10? Out of 10?
I really have to just give it a 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
a pass.
It's a
pass.
okay.
Silo?
5 for the passion.
For the
for
passion.
effort.
5 for passion.
5, okay.
Silo?
Okay, for me, I feel like, you know, the narrative of tradition being always print. People run to print a lot.
Alrighty.
And they tend to overdo it.
Yes.
You know, which is what happened here.
Okay.
There was print, there was beads, there
It was just
shape.
a lot.
The shape was, there's draping underneath,
Yeah.
there's different colors that are not coordinating with each other.
Yeah.
So I think, it was too heavy in the eye.
We're just about to go back to the red carpet. Leonie, just your thoughts. We're about to go back to the red carpet. You know how we roll here.
You'll come
Let's
back.
see what Tammy has for us on the red carpet.
Welcome back, and we are live here on Parliament TV and proudly South African, and we're doing the local fashion police. And we've been talking a lot to women who are dressed, but we kind of forgot that men can also style themselves. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you're wearing.
My name is Willie Okamp. I'm the national spokesperson for the Democratic Alliance. And if it wasn't for my wife, I would most probably have worn nothing because it's my wife that dresses me. So, yeah, although I'm a man, she buys my clothes. And I think this was bought at a local store in South Africa. We all know ED Gars or Edgar's. I'm joking. So yeah, but I think it's nice to see everybody. You've got people that's dressed very flamboyantly. I'm looking at Minister Patricia de Lille that will speak to you after me. She's looking stunning in her dress. And yeah, it's nice to see everybody dressing up. I'm a very calm guy when it comes to clothing, so I'm just normally dressed in my blue DA suit.
The importance of supporting local?
I think it's very important. We are all talking about growing the economy and creating jobs. And if we really want to do that, apart from all the macro things that will be announced, it's so important to support local businesses, because that is where, on the coal face of creating jobs, we can make a difference and we can put money into the pockets of people. Why import something from somebody else and make somebody in a different country rich? We can assist some local people in South Africa, and we've got such a lot of talent that we don't have to go and look for everything overseas all the time. We can find everything right here on our doorstep.
Fantastic. Next time I speak to you, I'm expecting beads on this tie. I'm going to put you in touch with a designer who's going to be incredibly amazing for you, so that we can show our diversity, yeah?
I will always try anything new.
Okay.
As long as it's not too flamboyant. I don't think I'm going to put pips on my shoulders, but we can try it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
And
thank you.
Look how beautiful Minister de Lille is
Oh,
looking. Thank you, guys.
Minister, I'm tempted to say Auntie Pat.
No, not a problem. Are you my brother?
I'm finding you.
You look
Minister.
lovely
You
too.
look absolutely gorgeous. We're talking today about wearing local.
Of course.
And the impact of buying local in the country.
Yes,
Tourism plays a big role. Let's talk fashion. Let's talk the role of the department.
You know, South Africa can stand up on any world stage with the local talent that we have. I will be the first one to admit we must do more to promote our local talent and culture and fashion, you know, to the rest of the world. But, you know, this was inspired by Sandy Masabuku and, you know, her label, Fabulous Sons.
Fabulous Sons, yeah.
Yes, and the print itself is also local. It is an aerial photo of the city of Tshwane. So this is to the capital of Tshwane. And as you can see, we've got the rands and cents there. So it's completely South African, no dollars here.
But we still want the dollars. We still want the dollars.
Of course, we want them. And you know, the American tourist has grown by more than 10% in 2024. So they're coming.
A lot of people are coming. I mean, we are the host of the G20 summit happening this year. And I think when we talk about tourism and we talk about those opportunities, have you given some thought into how we're going to involve the creative industry and especially people within the clothing, textile and leather
It's going to be a showcase of South Africans.
Yeah.
We're the first country in the continent to host the G20.
Yes.
We're excited to welcome the world.
Yes.
And you know what is our biggest asset? Our people.
Yes.
Ubuntu.
Yes.
You know, that warm welcoming
Yes.
that they always display in welcoming people. So it's a great opportunity, and we want every South African to be involved. You know, sports, arts, culture, tourism, everyone will be involved. We're going to go do outreach programs to the communities. I'm hosting the tourism ministerial meeting in Mpumalanga because we spread all the business meetings across the country. And we're all very excited. And we rely on every South African to make sure that we do our bit. Let's behave while the people are here.
Let's wear proudly South African produced products and
yes,
clothes. Yeah.
yes.
Your outfit looks absolutely stunning. I love the inspiration, the picture of Tshwane. I'm from Pretoria, but I also love the detailing.
Also, I'm a piano. Yes, I mean they were really born in Tshwane.
Yes.
You know. And so there's the culture and the street culture that you see in the capital city. It's what we must celebrate. And this is what the print represent. You know, that culture, the street culture of our capital.
I would like you to turn around so we can see the outfit again. It's so detailed, guys. It is so gorgeous. And the rands and cents, you know, we were talking about money. I mean, like, we do produce, like, literally a huge amount. We contribute almost 1.7.
Cindy Masabuko is young, but the talent that she's got, And she's creating jobs with,
Yeah.
with a label, you know.
Yeah.
I'm very happy for her.
And women empowerment.
Oh yes, of course, of course.
So I'm looking forward to the conversations we're going to have with tourism and how we're going to collaborate and making sure that a lot of our people wear local. Yes, look at me receiving a card. I'm getting a card immediately. This is how we do it, you know. We don't talk. We talk and we action. You get the card right there, and then we connect you.
My cell number's on there, so you can get me anytime.
We spoke about being accessible and reachable, and for us to be able to do a lot of work with the tourism department. I am looking at one of our chairpersons from the Proudly South Africa, and we're going to be talking quickly to him and looking at us here at SONA. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If just
my name is Howard Gabriels. I chair the board of Proudly South Africa.
Amazing. This initiative started last year at SONA. It's our third installation. How proud are you to see a lot of our people wearing local today?
It has been a real challenge to get to this point. We have been campaigning for this over many years.
Yeah.
And we're very grateful that the President and the Presidency embraced the call for us to wear local on this particular day. But now the message is that we must wear local every day. It's really important that we encourage consumers that when they go shop, especially for clothing, that they look at the label.
Right.
And when you look at the label, then you can see where you want to create jobs.
Yeah.
Do you want to create jobs in South Africa or wherever else the label says? And I think it's really important that we embrace that call to not only on a big day like today to wear local, but to make it a tradition in every day.
Are you wearing local?
Everything.
Can we look at it? I mean, this is local everything.
So
That's our chip. This
suit was made in Salt River.
Yeah.
The shoes are made in one of our own leather factories.
Yes.
The shirt is from a shop in the Canal Walk that only sells shirts made in South Africa. So I'm very proudly South African.
I'm proudly South African too. That's our chairperson of Proudly South African board. Thank you so much for joining us. This is how we do it. You know, you are able to identify where you bought it. You check the label. You know who's designed it. You know how many people have got into making this beautiful outfit. We're not excluding men, right? We always talk about fashion as if it's something that only happens for women. We do know that women contribute like 60% of the workforce of the fashion space, but men also do contribute, you know. We've been talking a lot about like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it becomes important for us to diversify our conversations around fashion. I'm looking at a beautiful, oh, look at how gorgeous. Look, I mean, like every time you see this, you just want to like melt. How are you? Good, thank you. Cause introducer, please, and then please let's see your full outfit.
Okay, mina ke xa ndizichaza ebantwini ndiye ndithi ndiyimvelukazi emanzandonga. Igama lam ke ndingu-Inako Ifani, ndingumatheza, ndiyinzwakazi neminyaka eyi-19. Ndim ke imbongi ezakhe ibivulela umongameli namhlanje apha epalamente ngaphakathi. Enkosi.
What inspired your outfit?
Isizathu sokuba ndinxibe kanje njengambongi besenditshilo esi sinxibo ndisinxibe apha sisinxibo esiye sithi sinxitywe ngabantu abangoomama, kodwa ke abantu abangoomama abasemendweni. Isizathu sokuba ndisinxibe yinto yokubana ndifuna izizwe zibone ukubana eyona nto ndiyifunayo kakhulu into yokubana ndifuna sibuyeleni embo, kuba uyawufumanisa ngoku ukubana abantu abangoomama xa besemendweni banxiba ezafasikoti ufike zithungwe ngamalafu, kanti esona sinxibo fanelekileyo unxitywa ngabo sesi. Kodwa ke bekumele uba ndinxibe inkciyo kuba kaloku ndiyintombi ehlolwayo, but ke ngenxa ye-protocols ezikhoyo apha ngaphakathi zokuthi ezinye iindawo funeka ndizigqume. Ngoko ke xa ndizawuthi ndinxibe ivesti ndinxibe nenkciyo, ayiseso sinxibo senkciyo eso. Yiyo loo nto ke mna ke ndikhethe ukubana mandinxibe sisinxibo namhlanje.
That was education. That was like a whole cultural education for me. She's our praise singer today and will be leading. It's beautiful to actually just see young women and the involvement of our presidency and parliament of the youth. You know, we've been talking a lot about youth development, and we've been talking about the inclusion and diversity and culture. You look absolutely beautiful. Good luck for today. Have fun. And then please tag whoever oyenze le outfit yakho, le bag yakho, ubatag so that sizokwazi ukubasupporta abafazi bakhona abasebenza apho. You look gorgeous, okay? Stunning, stunning, stunning. Have a great one. She looks absolutely stunning. She's young, and she's going to be opening today, the praise singer, and she's looking absolutely stunning. I saw Papa Penny earlier on, and we were talking about like our Spelani, you know. But now that we are here, we're joined by an MMC in the city of Johannesburg, Mr. Kunene, a friend of ours. We're talking wearing proudly South African brand. The theme today, they said, you must be formal or traditional. Yes. Let's talk about your outfit. I'm seeing Versace.
Thank you, Tammy, for having me. Look, I wear local all the time. Yeah. But today I'm wearing a suit, as you can see. I never had the time to go to our local designers. You know, I've worn David Tlale so many times. This Edward Dresler.
Look at the face of judgment.
This Edward Dresler. This is a Dash shirt. This Gucci tie. Egna belt. Versace shoes. Versace watch. Versace shades.
Did I just hear that? I have like 4 people in studio who are going to sit and talk to you and talk about your outfit and do the math, you know, because we're calculating the monies here that we're making, and we're creating jobs for people in the country. So you look gorgeous, but I'm going to let them judge you and comment on your outfit. We're not saying don't buy international stuff. We're just saying let's be all inclusive. But you look absolutely stunning.
Thank you very
But there is also David Tlale, Tula Cindy, SC Apparel.
I've supported them many times. I continue to support them. I'm
going into fashion.
Today, I wanted to be very formal, and this is what I had.
Okay, that's Kenny Kunene. Enjoy your evening. Oh, we're talking diversity, and one of our friends is here, Fasiha Hassan. Has the surname changed?
Well, actually, this will be the first time I say it publicly, but it's Hassan Duma now.
Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, this is Mrs. Hassan Duma in the flesh, and it is actually the first time I've announced it. I've just gone to Home Affairs to change it officially.
Amazing. We're talking wearing locally produced outfits. Proudly South African is here again at the State of the Nation Address 2025. I know we've had this conversation. Young people, the role that have to play in creating jobs and fashion at large.
Yeah, so today it's a bit of both. It's a BRICS and a South Africa. So it's the I in BRICS from India and the S for South Africa. So the South African shout out I have to give is to Lisha Chotu. She's a local designer from my area in Homestead Park, from my home ward, actually in Ward 58. But this is also from India. So it was a little bit of a play on what we're trying to create in terms of the global order. But more important, this is the fun part, it's like a modern sari. So it's a pre-draped sari. Should I do one more?
You can do
Let's do one more.
One more. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Modern sari. Tell us about the detail.
So it's pre-draped, which is why it's kind of fun. So it's got the traditional vibe, but it's also got a few modern notes by making the jacket and, you know, giving it a bit of a young sort of feel.
Right.
So that's what we're trying today.
We spoke about BRICS. We're talking G20 opportunities there as well for people to play in that space. Young people. Are we having side meetings? How are we contributing to that?
Look, so G20, people don't understand it's a really big year for us. It may not come in a very long time. Very importantly, we have to get young people, but we also have to get creatives such as yourself to the front. We seem to only be focusing on policy, and I think there's a lot more that needs to happen to bring in people who have been historically marginalized into the process.
I love that. That's, do you want to say it one more time?
Mrs. Hassan Duma.
Mrs. Hassan Duma. She's looking absolutely gorgeous. We're going to discuss the detail of your dress and the colors. They look absolutely nice. It's the trends that are moving. You look gorgeous. The mix, love, 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 love. Keep supporting local. Mwah. Thank you. Oh, she looks absolutely nice. She does, ne? It's the detailing and the mix of India and all those things. I was talking about my outfit earlier on, and I was literally saying these are like recycled pieces of fabric, you know, that's there, and some of this Chitonga Shibelani that I've got on here. We're going to take a couple of guests, but before, I just want to do a quick catch-up with our CMO of Proudly South African, Ms. Happy Ngidi, and just get a sense of what she's been picking up on the streets, how many people she's seen, and how proud you are today.
I'm very proud. I'm local, and I'm lekker, and I'm proud.
How many people, like third installation, looking at all of this?
Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing to see the movement. You know, many people have made an effort. They look amazing, and they've heeded our call. Our call to action as Proudly South African in Parliament, which is a partnership. They have clearly heeded the call. They look absolutely amazing, and they're brave enough to tell us who dressed them.
Yes.
Because they are wearing local. Isn't it wonderful? It's
just
such a long journey.
I mean, I think it continues. It continues, and you've been pushing that narrative and that conversation. I'm happy to be standing right next to you, but I want to know who you're wearing.
I'm wearing Scalo Designs, babe.
Yes.
Scalo Designs. Must I do a twirl?
You need to do a twirl yourself. By the way, Scalo, you did the things there.
You did the things, Scalo.
You're looking absolutely stunning. I want to start grabbing more people, but you and I are on a job together.
We've got a call that we've got to talk to Minister Nogula.
Yes, we have to.
we've got
Yes,
to break her.
yes. I'm going to grab. You need to just follow in a second. I'm going to grab somebody else who is here, looking absolutely stunning, on our carpets. This is how we interrupt. This is what we do. This is what we do. This is what we do. I'll take comments and I'll be with you guys in a second. Yeah? Let's go. Let's go.
And of course, we have a lot of homework here in the studio with my fashion police and of course, Leonie. Palisa, we have a lot of people to go through, right? Let's go through Vili Okamp. He's the one who said that he bought a suit from Edgar's.
I like the tie. I thought it was a beautiful, subtle heritage print. I
Of
liked
course,
it, and
yes.
I'm glad that it's South African.
Leonie, are you happy that he bought from a local store?
Yeah, it was simple, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone got the blue tie brief, but yeah.
Let's discuss Minister Delil. Otis, what did you think?
Oh, yeah. I love the dress. I love the length. I feel like she could have accessorized it a bit different. The waistband could have been something a bit more edgy, just to give it a bit of character.
Okay.
And I mean, she always wears her hair down. I would have appreciated to see something different.
Oh.
If maybe she could have pulled it up or styled it or just made a bit of an effort. Because I mean, the look that she had today is exactly what we see all the time when we see her in Parliament.
Yeah. And Silla, are you of the same opinion?
Yeah, I think they could have went with like a gold belt.
Oh.
And I know Febro Sense is good as well with the heads. So I think if she gave her heads the same print, as that look up.
I thought it was age appropriate. I loved it, and I liked the styling with the glasses. I thought it was like the perfect woman finding the perfect coat. Is it a signature? Yes, but sometimes that's what it's about.
And out of 10?
I think it's a good 9. I thought it was a good fit.
Okay. Otsile?
I mean, I'll give an 8.
Perfect.
Because I mean, it could have been elevated just a bit, you know, just a bit. But it's beautiful. Could have just been elevated just a bit.
Alrighty, Silla. All right, Leonie.
I like the story behind it, so yes, 8.
All right, perfect. Now let's move on to the Imbongi. Of course, it is a traditional wear. She's the one who will be praising the president as he enters the chambers. Leonie, what were your thoughts, especially with the awareness on the tradition and culture?
Loved it. Loved it. We need to move away from this narrative that when we wear our traditional outfits, it's only on Heritage Day.
Yes.
No, we need to be proud and we need to own our culture, our heritage, and tell our story. That nailed it. Loved it.
And this would go great in the books of journalism. Now let's go to Kenny Kunene. You had a lot of comments going on here while we were watching, of course. Palisa, what were your thoughts?
I don't want to go to Kenny Kunene. No, I'm kidding. No, I mean, I think that he did what Kenny Kunene does.
Yeah.
And you know,
It's what you expected?
It's what I expected. Nothing. It wasn't the most responsible outfit. Let me just say that, considering the message, considering the issues that we have. Yeah, I found it quite irresponsible.
All right, Otsile?
For me, I was a bit let down. I mean, as someone that's going to be in parliament that speaks to growing our economy, how are you growing our economy by taking money out of our economy and taking it to other markets that are outside of South Africa?
Yeah.
We're trying to localize everything. South Africa is capable. We're able to manufacture suits that are even more superior qualities than what he's wearing. For him to boldly come and say that he's wearing all of these other brands and not even mention a single South African brand, for me that was distasteful.
Did you expect it though?
I mean, we know that's what he'd do, but I'm saying we are here as proudly South African to come and raise awareness. How's about we work on our South African economy?
Yeah.
How can we do that? By buying local. Let's make sure that whatever that we do, we keep the money circulating well within our country instead of taking our money elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's part of government now.
He is part of government. He should do better.
The hardest actually. Like buy the most expensive suit from a local designer.
Okay, so we're unhappy.
Yeah,
no, definitely
We're
unhappy.
unhappy.
I think it is the misuse of the platform. You can wear your outfits. If you can afford it, go, flaunt it.
Yes.
But when you have a platform and an opportunity to raise awareness, you use it,
And then looking past the fact that he's not wearing local, how is the look? Out of 10, Otsile?
No comment.
Are we now commenting on the look?
Yeah.
I think this is one look that doesn't even deserve for me to rate at all.
I'm shutting it right there. Of course, you can see that we have a very strict fashion police here, guys. I've been trying. This is the third time. And the criteria is tough. The requirements are getting even tougher. And when we're unhappy, we are unhappy. Of course, we are still live outside the Cape Town City Hall, and we are awaiting the State of the Nation address, which the President is scheduled to deliver at 7 o'clock. And of course, you can join the conversation at #SONA 2025. We have partnered with Proudly South African, and of course, we are encouraging everybody to wear local. Of course, I am wearing manto by the beautiful, lovely Palesa.
That's how you do it.
And of course, all the other presenters that have been with me here today have been beautifully dressed by Otsile himself and Sillo. Of course, then you can get their information on Instagram and have your say as well. Judge everybody who is coming through to the SONA and tell us what you think of the outfits and how you think it's important to ensure that we support local. Tammy is ready for us. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's see what Tammy has for us on the red carpet.
I hear you guys discussing pageants and Miss World. They're big conversations. We've just obtained the license to actually host Miss World globally in South Africa. And we're standing next to our winner. If you could kindly introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. My name is Valise Janssen van Rensburg, and not only am I the reigning Miss World South Africa, I'm an aspiring law youth representative as well as a youth development advocate, and I'm incredibly honored and privileged to be here with you this evening.
Who are you wearing?
I'm wearing the one and only Casper Bosman, an incredibly talented South African designer, very synonymous not only within this industry but in various fields, very creative and truly innovative. I'm blessed to be wearing his stunning piece this evening.
How important is youth involvement in the fashion space and the influence that you have, the pageant space? How important is that?
I think it's very important because it brings a youthful perspective and a fresh perspective at that. So to have young people infiltrate these industries, whether it be fashion, whether it be politics, any field that you could imagine, having a young influence and young perspective truly has the ability to change the world and the narrative that we currently live by.
Absolutely lovely. You look absolutely stunning. If you could just turn around so they can have a look at your outfit. Your bag looks lovely. Detail?
Yes, of course, by the one and only Carol Bauer bags. Proudly South African and such a statement piece to any outfit.
You look absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Please go and advocate for women and for lots of young people to get into all those spaces. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you at the next pageant.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Speaking about young people, we are now joined by one of the young deputy ministers in the presidency, Ms. Nongeba, who is not a new face. She's been here. The last time you were here, we were doing the first State of the Nation address, and then we did the opening of Parliament, and we spoke fashion.
Yes.
We're back.
Yes.
Talking proudly South African.
All the time, proudly SA. Today I'm wearing Can the Deputy Minister of Higher Education please get out of our face? Anyway, this year I'm wearing a young black designer, Asanda Makibi. And of course the inspiration is modern African, beaded African petals and everything. Also keeping it with the colors of my party, black and gold, and yeah, I always find it so inspiring to work with young black designers, and of course to support their work, to showcase their work, and also just the love that they put into their craft. So exciting.
What can young people do to innovate? We'll be talking about a lot of things, sustainability, fashion contributing so much money in the GDP. How can we get more young people involved?
I'm so excited about the Proudly South African campaign, precisely because, firstly we need to have awareness. Yeah. The importance about preserving South African jobs. Yeah. The only way that we're going to preserve South African jobs within the industry is through buying local and wearing local. So that's the first thing. But secondly, this entire week I was visiting different sites that employ young people. And one of the important, as part of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, a lot of important things that we are speaking to industry about is that we have to partner with industry as government and, seek these young people, train them, and after we've trained them, also place them in sustainable jobs. And that's one of the things that we will be championing, and hopefully the President will give the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative a shout out in his SONA tonight.
I hope that you are also leading that conversation, and I'm going to hold you accountable so that we're able to expand on this conversation about including a lot of young people and those programs with the NYDA, etc.
We are actually having a media launch next week after SONA. Once the President has announced it today, we're having a media launch next week where we're going to be unpacking the program, what it entails for young people. But in the meantime, I do want to encourage young people to go to soyouth.mobi, which is a zero-rated site to find all of government's opportunities for young people.
You look stunning. Let's look at your outfit. Turn around. You look so snatched for somebody who just had a baby.
Thank you so much.
Turn around. Let's see. She looks absolutely stunning. Thank you. Stunning. Okay, cool. Enjoy. Let's go. We're talking young people, and while we wait for the minister, we're going to take the Deputy Minister of Youth, Women and Persons Living with Disabilities, Steve Litsike, a friend of ours and a friend of Proudly South African. We're talking fashion, wearing local.
Wearing local indeed. No, thank you so much. There's a young man in Pretoria called Shola. Yeah. He does my local shirts. In fact, many of my shirts I get it from him. We speak about design. We speak about the kind of look and feel. So all shirts that you see are done locally here. And Pretoria, I support my hometown, my home city, and it's really about ensuring that young people in my own village and my own city, they can actually contribute to the economic growth.
How does the department have, or what plans do they have in getting more young people, persons with disabilities, participating in the space of contributing to the fashion world, right?
Look, I mean, there are incredible artists, everywhere, who actually are seeing this not just as their craft and their brilliance. It's really about making sure that we open doors of opportunities. And we've done that in collaboration with Higher Health, higher education, with as well as small business development. And we really have been reaching out with different young people in expos, exposing their own craft. And we look forward because G20 will be hosted in the country, and we've spoken about it. And really we said financial inclusion of women, youth and persons with disability is bringing people on board on a practical level where their craft can be sold to the world.
I always believe in the fact that we can produce anything. If we unite as the continent, as South Africans, as our people, we've got enough to produce everything here on the ground. I look forward to hearing some of the things that are going to be said at the State of the Nation today and connecting with you.
Thank you so much. Cool. G20, this SONA statement is really about bringing everybody a nation that works for all.
We're going to be a nation that works for all. We're talking about Pretoria people, and oh my God, here's me and Roses. You know, this was one of the, you won one of the greatest looks last year, and I think it was designed by BG, who was one of our local fashion police.
I'm wearing BG even.
Please kindly introduce yourself.
My name is Pinky Kekana, the Deputy Minister of the Department of Public Administration, and I'm here to display the capacity and talent of South Africa.
How important is it?
It is important because we, as South Africa, we're a brand, and there's talent, there's capacity, especially in this industry. So it is important for us to showcase one of our own, and BG has never disappointed me at all times.
Can we see your outfit? Look at the detail. Look at the detail. The roses there.
It's Sharon on the roses.
It's Sharon on the
on the roses.
You look absolutely stunning. I have 4 fashion police there that are going to be looking at your outfit, and they're going to give us like feedback on it. But you look absolutely nice. Good luck for tonight. I will see you at the after parties, and then we must make sure that government must hold people accountable, and then we must support local designers. Gorgeous. That's the Deputy Minister of DPSA, Ms. Pinky Kekana, looking absolutely stunning in another BG design. And we are now joined by the Minister of now it's Justice. You know,
Justice and Constitutional Development.
How's that playing a role in the fashion space?
Oh.
First of all, let's talk about who you're wearing.
This is done by a woman, black woman-owned shop, designer shop. She tailors, she does everything. Based in Pretoria in the CBD, Divine Touch. So you can see modernized touch of Xitsonga, my culture, so African, as part of us reaffirming that South Africa is within the African continent. So yeah, there it is.
How important is it supporting local?
Look, it's very important because we can't continue complaining about jobs. I mean, I look at her, what she's able to do, employing more people in there. I think she's got about 26 people, if I'm not mistaken, that she's employed, permanently working there. She's a black woman who's able to run a business. In terms of transformation for women participation in the economy, she's doing well, and we are there to support her, and that's why I put. Secondly, in terms of her contributing to job creation, it's there, but also being able to be proud about who we are. I'm a proud Xitsonga woman. So.
And can we look at your outfit? There's so much detail that's happening here. It's got a little bit of a tail, and then you can see the fabric that's here. That's Xitsonga. We're talking earlier to Minister Pemi, and we're talking about like fabrics, you know. And we're talking about why we don't produce our own local fabrics and why it's difficult to get those machines. We're talking T20. How are we going to make sure that we start having a big conversation that has got financial implications, and as the people who stand at the center right now of that influence with G20?
Look, the issue is around that the work is being done steadily in terms of ensuring that we can be able to protect. You know that during the master plans in terms of the industry, protecting the textile industry has been there in terms of support and being able to play local. So DTIC play a key role there in terms of making. But what these sectors can do, when government supports them, they want me and you to buy. Right. Because the market is important. So we should not order from abroad, come with. Importantly, and we must not go and ask for discounts.
Yeah.
We must pay the price that they are giving us. Because koshopong, how you reka anything, then you pay the price. So what is sometimes difficult is when people, when they buy from a local supplier, they want to negotiate a discount. That's not right. Let's pay the prices that they are saying because they deserve it, and they are doing a lot of work. It's hard work to be able to put the beads. Labor intensive. So you must be able to agree in the prices.
This is why we were talking about like justice and correctional stuff. We're correcting the prices and making sure that people are paying, and we'll hold them accountable. Justice will be served like you served your outfit today. We're going to discuss that. And before, we're going to quickly get joined by another great guest of ours in all black. Looking fabulous. That's our Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Gayton McKenzie. we've been trying to get a hold of him to come and, talk to us about like fashion. Look at them conversing. Hi, how are you?
Very good.
Good. Welcome to Proudly South African and Parliament TV. We're talking. It's the mix, right?
Trendsetter always, since I've known you. Trendsetter of note, man.
This is what I'm doing the interview here. You're looking gorgeous. Please, can you tell us who you're wearing?
I'm a very simple man.
Tell us who you're wearing.
I wear the suit I just put up.
Okay, so
I just put up a suit. I don't know, is it Woolworths or is it Brioni?
Yeah.
I just know, I just took it.
Let's talk about sports, arts and culture. We're talking about the creative sector. We're talking about fashion. How important is the department and where do you guys stand? What plans are being put in place for us to ensure that we're able to support our creative industries and fashion?
Fashion is very important. I mean, you can see, I'm a fashionable guy. I understand fashion, and I think that South Africa is the fashion capital of the world. We must just now get government support behind all our designers. We must make sure that this year, that South African brands like Amakosa, Galks Boy, those are big brands. And then you look at Galks Boy. I mean, like wherever you go, people are wearing it. You look at Amakosa, wherever you go, people are wearing it. And that's what I want to see this year. I want to see Tepo jeans. People must wear our local brands. Yes.
Do you have any other plans in place for us to be able to engage on that level of fashion? Earlier on, we were just talking about hosting the G20 summit.
Yes.
And all the multiple opportunities. And I think sports, arts and culture has the opportunity to kind of push that conversation across throughout all the months. What plans do we have to ensure that we're playing within the music, the influence, because there are so many intersections there?
No, definitely. I mean, we're launching one of the biggest, and I don't want to tell you the name because I suspect the president is going to talk about it, but you just listen to him. He's going to talk about what we are launching, but I can tell you now, this is the year for local designers, for the year of Amapiano, for the year of our local poets, the year of our local chefs.
Right.
We are going to make sure that they get the desired recognition and the deserved recognition.
Cool. And we're going to make sure that the next time you know who you're dressed by, and you at least maybe ask the wife to give you notes or dressed by this one and dressed by this one. But you look absolutely lovely. We're going to have lots of conversations and stay proudly South African.
Thank you. You look ravishing. Beautiful.
I try to represent you.
You are.
I try to represent the diversities of cultures in the country, and this is the whole thing. I mean, like, it's so impressive to be able to, see all of these expressions and how people have come up and shown up here on the red carpet. I'm seeing another beautiful outfit coming through, and I'm interested in talking about this beautiful outfit. Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you. You look gorgeous. If you could kindly introduce yourself to our audience.
No problem. I'm Vuyiswa Ramokhupa, MEC of Agriculture in Gauteng Province.
I love that. We're talking agriculture and we're talking fashion. The same world, right? Yes, because everything else, my teacher used to always say to me, there are two things you must remember, is that everything is either farmed or mined.
This is true.
We speak about carbon emissions that are there.
Yeah.
We speak about many opportunities that are there. Agriculture, the role that they're going to play in the space of fashion.
And sustainability, just as broadly, I mean, fast fashion has been one of the primary causes of the degradation, environmental degradation. So I think those two things very much go hand in hand. And agriculture in Gauteng in particular is a really exciting space because, I mean, that is really the epicenter of the economy. It is the cultural hub of South Africa. And it's also the pulse. It's the most populous province of them all. So, food security is obviously very high on the agenda, but also driving agripreneurs and agro-processors to really power up our economy.
I always say to people that we're missing out on so many opportunities, right? And I'm interested in some of the programs that you're going to develop and how you're going to allow fashion to play in that space. But I want to talk about your outfit. What is the inspiration?
Let me check for you. This is a Senegalese designer, actually, whose name is Jaina A. And for me, it's really about just an ode to the continent, celebrating African fashion, This is a designer who is influenced by both South Africa and Senegal. I've also spent some years in Senegal, and it's a place I also call home. So I thought, what better way to represent my love of the continent?
Can we look at the outfit? Can we turn around? She's looking absolutely gorgeous. We did speak about making sure that we're talking about agriculture and in the agriculture space. And you see, guys, fashion is so broad. Our people in the studio, I want you guys to have a look at this outfit again and then be able to give us some feedback. Please, if you guys are also out here, enjoy tonight. If you guys are out here at the SONA, please keep posting and also tag us at Proudly South Africa, and also ensure that you hashtag SONA 2025 and, you know, talk about wearing local, you know, wear local in South Africa.
Love your
You're looking great.
Am I looking great?
You're looking great.
I'm gonna go from the left. Yeah? Quick introduction.
Hello, I'm Ashley Stenhazen. I'm John's daughter. Nice to meet you.
What are you wearing?
I'm wearing my friend Leah's dress, and I'm wearing a Cape Cobra bag.
Is it locally produced?
Locally produced, Python skin, locally produced.
Love it.
I'm Terry Stenhazen. I'm very proud to be representing the Minister of Agriculture with ostrich skin bag. My shoes are from an amazing non-profit called Vintage with Love, and my dress is also proudly South African and South African green.
I love it. We're talking agriculture, Minister, and we were just talking now earlier on about the importance of agriculture in the fashion space.
Absolutely. I mean, we produce a lot of the raw ingredients for textiles. We do a lot of the stuff for the fashion space. You can see we're promoting the ostrich sector here. South Africa has got a big ostrich industry. We provided feathers for Lady Gaga's performance at the Olympic Games. We've now got ostrich leather. I was able to give the Chinese ambassador some ostrich steak the other evening at my house. So we're able to ensure that we're promoting South African agricultural goods, and that's also why we're wearing green. It's the color of agriculture.
I love it. G20, the involvement, fashion, let's talk.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think we should have an F20 here, Fashion 20 as well. See, we've got a P20, and I think we should be challenging those in their countries to move towards more local content, but also more sustainability around reusing and recycling, and the importance of that in terms of the bioeconomy in the world. And I think that's a very good message to send out.
I agree. I don't think we talk enough about the fact that also, fashion consumes literally, we're the second biggest consumers of water, right? And also we've been talking a lot about recycling and sustainability. I think that I am going to hold you to task, and I'm going to challenge you and our team to be able to come and have a conversation with you about wearing local, number one.
Wearing local.
Wearing local.
Very much about sustainability. I work with non-profits that work about sustainability. And thrifting. I'm a big thrifter. We are big thrifters.
I think we're running a whole business here. We're running a whole business. I've always been in the agriculture space. I'm joining the family business, and we're going to be working with women and non-profit organizations to ensure that we solve the issues around unemployment in the country and allow us to let fashion rule
the way.
As it must. Cool. Enjoy tonight. You guys look absolutely stunning. Thank you so much. Hello! Hi! I have to take both of you. You guys look absolutely stunning. I'm going to start there. Quick introduction here. Tell me about your outfit, who made it, and the inspiration.
So the dress is from Frida Couture. It's a South African brand, and the shirt I bought from my shop.
How important is it wearing local?
It's very important. We need to support local artists, because that's where they will get the most, people will see them so that they can go abroad. That's essentially what we want other people to see their work.
Absolutely stunning.
I am wearing Yamgela Isintu, a local designer, young, brilliant woman who took me back home. I am Kosa, and she decided to make me this amazing garments. And as she said, supporting local is absolutely critical. Also, there's so much talent in our country, and we don't have to lower our standards just to support local. Just simply going to a local designer, they can make you something stunning.
Education and fashion?
Education and fashion, well, one of the things that we're doing in the sector is to make sure that we are diversifying the curriculum. So we're not boxing children to just being saying that, oh, well, you know, this is what you need to do. We want the curriculum to also be inspiring to kids who may be skills orientated, who may want to go into fashion designing, who may want to acquire skills like a beauty industry. And so that's one of the things that we're doing in our schools of skills. And I think it's going to be good because not every learner is the same.
Yeah, and I think you guys have got a beautiful opportunity as education to be able to kind of push those conversations. We're talking about like a huge increase of matriculants, even if it's not just at basic education, just across. As a young person, as a young leader in the education space, what can we do to, you know, kind of bridge the gap between higher education, basic education, TVET colleges, and skills development?
Look, I mean, I think you've really hit the nail on the head, because there has to be synergy. If we're going to make sure that young people are getting into work, which is ultimately the goal, then we need to make sure that basic education is speaking to higher education, that there are clear pathways to TVET colleges, but also that we are partnering with industry to make sure that industries are ready to receive our learners. So there are great opportunities here. We just need to harness them, and not everything requires money. Sometimes it just requires willpower, the political will to do it, and also creativity.
I am going to hold you accountable, and I'm going to expect a program out of your department, and I'm going to ensure that you do that collaboration. Remember, we are now genuine, and then we are now collaborative. Today we spoke about like the diversity in culture. So I'm going to hold you accountable, and we're going to do programs around education and fashion.
Absolutely.
You guys look absolutely stunning.
Thank you
Enjoy
so much.
tonight.
Thank you so much.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Tag them, yeah? That beautiful skirt, tag them with collaborations, basic education, higher education, TVET colleges. People look absolutely stunning. Can I just throw back to the studio quickly so you guys can discuss a couple of these looks, and then I'll probably, if I can, sneak in one more interview before I say goodbye.
Tammy may be doing the most there on the red carpet, and we have our work cut out, right? A lot of homework, a lot of people that were on the red carpet. Let's talk about that black dress, the black and gold
With
dress.
the flower?
Yes,
the
the
black
one
and
with
gold?
the beads. And
Okay,
So I like the bust.
Just under accessorized, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
No
all.
earrings, no neck piece, beautiful dress, beautiful fit.
Out of 10?
An 8. It was a beautiful dress. It was just a little earrings and accessories that were needed. I thought it was beautiful.
No, I think the dress spoke for itself.
Okay.
Especially since the beads were detailed, were creating the detailing. I don't think she necessarily needed accessories because the bead weight was speaking.
I think she forgot them in the car.
You know.
I mean, I fully agree with you. The dress was stunning. I like the details and that it was sophisticated and just clean. And
Out of 10?
we'll still give it a 7.
Okay. So
9.
Leonie, out of 10? 8. Oh, okay. Now let's talk about the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. That is Steve Litike. She was talking about the shirts that they always make locally for them. What did you think?
I mean, it's very nice to see that there's people that are in high power that actually take
Initiative.
the industry,
Yes.
they take it seriously and they make an effort to be, growing the designers and supporting the designers. I mean, these are the same designers that are creating jobs.
Yes.
And if they're not going to buy from us as designers, how are we going to create jobs?
And out of 10, Stella, how much would you give them?
No, I'll give him a 10. Mainly because of what he said, the support and he buys a lot of shares from the designer.
Righty. Let's talk more about the black dress with the white roses. Right. Leonie, what were your thoughts?
I thought the roses were, the flowering was a bit overpowering. I actually didn't quite like it. But I loved that it was local. Loved Gigi's work. Not convinced with this one though.
And out of 10?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's not make sure. Let's
It's not make sure.
Okay. Palisa?
I thought it was a lovely dress for an award ceremony, not necessarily for the for this occasion. But a beautiful dress, a beautiful lady. And I love the message. I can't remember what she was saying. It was a couple of people ago. But 10 out of 10 for an award ceremony. For this one, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. And then the Tsonga-inspired attire.
The Tsonga-inspired attire.
Yes. What did you think?
I thought I enjoyed the effort.
Perfect.
Really enjoyed that. Gele gets a 10 out of 10. The rest I will let my designers
I like the play of the different fabrics. I mean, there was a play of about 4 different fabrics. There was the Tsonga fabric, it was the lace. I mean, there was a lining there, and I like the fact that the person that made the dress also understands the bust. Because the lady's got a bit of a bigger bust, and I like the fact that they made the right cup size. You see a whole lot of dresses, like the black and white that you're talking about. It wasn't sitting right on the bust. It was almost like it's falling off on the shoulders. The flowers at the bottom were a bit of a mix match. So for me, I would go for the blue dress more than the black and white dress.
All right. And out of 10?
I think I'll give it a 10.
Oh.
Is that a 10?
Wow.
I've got my reasons
You
on.
can see some of the percentages there. Wow. And guests are still arriving. Let's talk about Minister Gayton McKenzie. Sinla, what were your thoughts?
I couldn't really hear him, but I think the outfit was cute.
Okay.
But as Valisa said, I think you could push more to accessorize it, give it like an African beat,
Someone
something.
needs to be
Yeah,
standing there,
like a
handing over.
brooch.
Yeah, like a little beaded, just a touch of Africa.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And out of 10, Sile?
I mean, I think I'll give him 10 out of 10 for what he said.
Okay.
I like the fact that again he's pro South Africa.
Okay.
Can we work on improving our economy? Let's grow our economy. For me, I can never stop stressing that enough. If we buy local, and I'm gonna keep on reiterating the same thing. Buy local, let's grow our economy.
All right. And overall, let's talk about the outfits that we have seen. Right.
I think for me, it's not really about the outfits. I think it's about the overall attempt. It seems like 99% of the people on the carpet were wearing, local. Was it good? Was it bad? You know, that it really depends. So I think the overall carpet gets a 10 out of 10. People really, really tried. We heard a lot of South African punches. So the support is out there. It just needs to spread.
And Leonie, you of the same opinion?
Yes, similar. Fashion is so subjective, right? But for me, Pretoria won. There was a lot of Tshwane, a lot of Amapiano, a lot of... and then I'm wondering if everyone got the "we are wearing blue" memo.
Okay. Now you can see guests are still entering there. Of course, overall, do we then say that they've done it justice? Did members and guests are you wearing local justice?
I feel like with the initiative that Proudly South Africa has been pushing for quite some time, this year there's more people wearing local design.
Yes, definitely.
So the message is
good.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that they're getting scolded all the time to say, guys, let's support local, let's do local. And it's beautiful to see that more and more people came out wearing South African brands.
I'm told that Tammy has one more person for us. Okay. Hold still. Let's go back to Tammy on the red carpet.
Sure.
I mean, like, it's funny how 2 hours just goes by so quickly with just like observing these beautiful garments. I'm standing next to a very lovely woman. I would call her one of the ambassadors of wearing local. It's the DSG of the African National Congress. And no, she's not a stranger. Mom, Nomvula.
Thank you very much. I'm here affirming again my commitment to being a patriotic South African. My hair, my facial, done by 2 young women from Khayelitsha. The suit that I'm wearing is a statement because ordinarily it's supposed to be a pinstripe suit with a jacket and a pair of pants, but I've gone feminine.
I am looking at it.
And the reason is a pinstripe suit is said to be representing authority, decisiveness, and leadership. I'm a leader.
How important is supporting local?
It's quite
and creating jobs.
It's quite important because the 2 young women, particularly working also with Entle, have been able now to to get something that they had earned out of this effort. Secondly, we are growing the economy because part of what they must now do is to continue beyond doing for Nomvula. Because once people see Nomvula being dressed by them, other people will also make an attempt of reaching out to them. This is but part of promotion of the capacity of South Africa. We're quite an amazing nation. Who thought you can have a pinstripe suit in this particular fashion?
We've been talking the whole day about G20 and so many different programs. We're at the center of it. How are we going to increase the conversation around fashion and the multiple opportunities?
We must revitalize our textile industry because it collapsed because of foreign goods. We need to, in that industrial policy and the prioritization of industry, of industrialization and manufacturing. This is one of the very important ones. Remember also the beautiful thing about fashion is that you do what you like and you wear it in the manner that you want it, and therefore everybody has to apply his or her mind, and everybody has to give him or herself time, and thereafter you all celebrate.
I love the fact that you supported South African produced outfits and South African designers. You look absolutely stunning. Can you turn around for me one more time? She spoke about us revitalizing the economy and revitalizing the clothing and textile industry. I'm looking forward to some of the programs that you guys are going to develop, especially also with women, because I know you're passionate on women issues. You're passionate with inclusion as well, the LGBTQI community.
Yes. I'm looking forward to the statement that is going to be presented by the President. And for us, whether SONA or no SONA, we must remain committed to being patriotic and raise the flag by supporting everyone, because South Africa belongs to all those who live in it.
You look absolutely stunning. You rock this outfit.
Thank you.
Do you think I can have it when you're done with it today?
Anytime soon.
We'll exchange. I'll give you my spelani.
The problem is the color.
The problem is the color. I mean, we're talking color. Your colors.
But I don't come okay with an orange color. I'm a pink and a yellow girl.
She's a pink and a yellow girl. I know you guys in the studio are talking about trends and everything else that is all colors. Mam Nomvula looks absolutely, I can pick up, yes. This is the accreditation. Not that she needs one, but yes. She's looking absolutely stunning. Thank you for joining us on the carpet. And please continue to push the message of buying local and supporting local at SONA. Stick to it. We're going to discuss your look now. They're in studios. Guys, you heard her. She says we must speak. Can you believe that we've seen so many beautiful garments here at literally at the State of the Nation Address 2025? And we're about to end our live crossing here at the Parliament. And before we end our live, we just wanted to grab the portfolio chairperson of communications, Ms. Kusela Diko, to talk to us about the importance of communicating fashion. We're at Parliament. Third installation.
Yes, and you're looking absolutely fabulous as always.
You're looking fabulous. Who are you dressed by?
I'm dressed by Inami Vuyangona. The State of the Nation is very, very important, but I think more than anything, just in terms of the economic buzz that it brings, local designers are out here doing amazing things, and we have to help them and support them, not only during the State of the Nation, but generally. It's an everyday thing, looking hot, eh?
How are you going to ensure that in your world of communication and all these platforms that we have, we are able to spread that message, number one? How are we going to influence that big message also as part of the plans that we have for our G20 with some of the friends that we have within the summit? What role can comms really play?
It can play a lot, hey? I mean, at the end of the day, when you talk about communications, you're really talking at the center, the heartbeat of everything. So as we roll out G20, Government Communication Information Systems, which is one of the departments that I oversee, they're going to have to ensure that the message of South Africa is not just, towers, infrastructure, but it is our fashion, our tourism, the things that make us uniquely South African. So we'll be pushing that a lot. We want everybody to participate in this G20. You go anywhere in the world, you will see a person from South Africa, a person from Africa, really by, our fashion, and those are exports that we're really proud of.
We're talking detail of your outfit. Can we turn around and look at it? What inspired it?
you know that at heart I am a girl, a princess from the Eastern Cape, Mtembukazi proudly, Ndlunkulu kwaBhaca. So obviously my dress has got elements of umbhaco, but I wanted to jazz it up a little bit, you know, so bringing together that African umbhaco, giving a nod to it, but then the glam, because after all, it is the SONA, you do want to shine.
Okay.
And then we went to really try and find a waist, right? And tried...
Looking snatched.
No, but thank you so much, Tabby. And
thank you guys for your commitment to literally communicating the importance of us buying local. It's really great and incredible to see the diversity that we were able to present and to showcase here on the carpet. Thank you for joining us. I'm looking forward to hearing what's going to be said tonight. You look gorgeous, but I'm also looking forward to hearing what the people in studio are going to be saying about your outfit.
Thank you, darling.
Go enjoy it. That was the portfolio chair of communications in Parliament, Ms. Kusela Diko. We have had literally an amazing time. Guys, I can't talk to you guys. I can't stress enough how important it is for us to be able to just like buy local, to support local all the time. I've been hearing a lot of people talk about their commitments to how they're going to use innovation, and for us to be able to push the message of supporting our local people. Guys, it's been an incredible one. I've enjoyed this one. We did it again. We'll keep doing it. And we're going to be like policing you. We're going to be holding you accountable. We're going to be checking if you're wearing local. If I didn't get to speak to you, please continue to take pictures, post them, and hashtag SONA 2025. And also wear local at SONA. Hashtag wear local at SONA. Tag us at Proudly South Africa and ensure that you plug all your designers who are there. This has been an incredible edition of Proudly South African SONA presentation. I'm going back to the studio to our local fashion police experts, and I'm out. It's been great.
The fabulous Tammy on the red carpet here at hashtag SONA 2025. Just two looks, very briefly because we have to wrap it up. Balasa, Ms. Nombula Makunyan.
I thought the look was progressive. I thought her message was progressive. I thought she was trendy. I thought it fit well. There's a woman who's a leader in style and in grace, in style and grace.
Silla?
Good take on masculinity meets femininity.
Okay.
I like the tie. I like the quality of the shirt, the fabric.
Yes.
Yeah, she looks stunning.
Yeah. A rating out of 10, Ntile?
I'll give it a 10.
Yeah, she's a 10.
She made an effort, and I like the fact that they also balanced fit versus volume. How they've got godets at the bottom, they've got a bit of volume at the bottom, and everything else is well shaped. I like the contrast of the matte against the shine.
Yes. It's not overwhelming.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not overwhelming, it's just the right amount of shine and the right amount of matte.
Matte, yeah.
Sophisticated, it's beautiful. Oh, another thing, the tie.
Yes.
How the tie was cut with a bit of beading.
And of course, let's take a look. And right there, that is the former president, Kgalema Motlanthe, and his spouse arriving. And these are some of the VIPs that have been invited to attend the State of the Nation address. Of course, this is the first of the 7th administration, and especially under the GNU. And of course, we're looking forward to what the president is about to deliver in terms of his strategy for the year ahead. Of course, some of you have been following us and engaging in the conversation, telling us what your expectations are in terms of the SONA for tonight. The last look that we're going to look at, Ms. Kusela Diko. Leonie. Sorry, Ms. Kusela Diko, she was the one with the last person that Tammy had on the red carpet.
No one mattered after Nomvula Mokunyane.
Oh.
That was the look of SONA. It was sublime, it was gorgeous, it was effortless.
So if there were awards here, you think she'd take it?
Absolutely, hands down.
She's our winner,
Easily.
yeah, hands
I
down.
hope DSG is watching.
I cannot assess anyone before or after that.
Is it? Otsile, do you agree?
She's a winner for today.
Oh, is that?
She gets a 12 out of 10.
Okay, Balasa, you agree?
100%. You can see she had a lot to do with how it turned out.
So, final comment, DSG, Ms. Nombula Mokunyane,
She's a winner today.
she's the winner today.
I didn't know we were looking for a winner, but if we
4
were,
plus 4, she ate.
Let's wrap it up. DSG, I hope you are watching here And our local fashion police say that you are the winner for the hashtag SONA 2025. I guess we call it best dressed for hashtag SONA 2025. Of course, you're still tuned into Parliament TV right here on channel 408 on DSTV. Of course, you can talk to us on all social media platforms by following, subscribing, and liking at Parliament of RSA. Tell us what your expectations are. We are anticipating the State of the Nation address that President Cyril Ramaphosa will deliver tonight at 7 p.m. We're just almost 2 hours away. The VIPs are arriving and processions are about to take place. Of course, this includes the famous 21-gun salute to the President. You're still watching Parliament TV. This is my local fashion police. We have Palisa Mukubu, we have Silla from Scala, we have Otsile, and we have Leonie. Thank you so much for joining me, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is it from us. Cheers.
There's the hogger of the there's the hogger of the mic.
Ooh la la!
Much fella.
Watches our talent in fascination, a place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A real country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build with them.
More than 60 million different voices,
echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by Bread South Africa.
Having arrived. Of course, we saw the former president, Kgalema Motlanthe, arriving with his spouse there. So these are some of the things that happened during SONA that esteemed guests are asked to come by. Of course, another reason why we have the SONA is to hear what the president has to strategize in terms of the implementation of his plans and goals for the year ahead. Of course, there is the Navy Band, and of course, there are processions as we watch and build to the hashtag SONA 2025. It has been a busy day today. There is a guard of honor of all the students, the learners that have come, and they have formed a guard of honor. This is a tradition that has always been with the SONA throughout the years. Of course, these are pictures that are beautiful with all those uniforms from the different parts of, yes. Of course, now there's music outside, people are entertained, people are assembling outside, and this is the fun part of SONA. We're still awaiting the president to deliver the hashtag SONA 2025, and that is the State of the Nation address, the first under the Government of National Unity and the first for the 7th administration. You're reminded that we had the opening of Parliament address on the 18th of July 2024, and this coincided with International Nelson Mandela Day just last year. Of course, the biggest difference between the two, between OPA and SONA, is that the opening of Parliament address happens only once every 5 years after the establishment of a government. Of course, this happened right after we had all gone to the polls and voted on the 29th of May 2024. Of course, now this is SONA. And the difference here is that this happens annually, right? So this is where the president outlines his strategies, obviously flags some challenges throughout the year, and ensures that government will implement those strategies and goals. Of course, we're talking about his cabinet, the very cabinet that is held accountable by the National Assembly and by the NCOP members. This is done through the portfolio committees and the committees in the NCOP. You are still watching Parliament TV right here on channel 408, and of course on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Now that is the Junior Guard of Honor, and you can give us your expectations online and tell us what you think the president should focus on in terms of his State of the Nation address. Is it crime? Is it unemployment? We do have a lot of issues that have been voiced out throughout the day in our channel with different people from all over the country that have been sharing what they feel should be on that address this afternoon, this evening. Of course, it's scheduled for 7 p.m. We're still waiting the president. And of course, he makes a big entrance, and you will know when he is here. Of course, the speech will happen in about T-minus 45 minutes, and we will be enlightened by the president's strategy in terms of moving the country forward this year. Of course, there have been big events that have been happening. We have the Bella Act that was enacted. We have the NHI Act that also that has been enacted. So there have been big movements within the government over 2024 and over 2025. As we await what 2025 has in store for us, in store for us, especially in terms of service delivery, especially in terms of what you need at home.
Yes, Tabo, as you can see on the screen, we are preparing for the big moment, which is now 45 minutes away, and there's the military band starting making its way through as we are preparing for the president to deliver the State of the Nation address at 7. Those are the members of the South African National Defence Force from various units of the force that participate in the State of the Nation address. It is a tradition that the army fully participates in the traditions of the State of the Nation address.
And of course, this is after the fallen heroes of the SADCBP, of course, in the DRC. However, we did have an interview earlier, and the speaker did say that this is basically paying homage to the commander-in-chief. And of course, there have been outcries with regards to that, and the thought was that it shouldn't be done at all. However, it has been explained, and that the department is that this is paying homage to the commander-in-chief, and that is President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Exactly as you've just explained it, Sepo, the speaker also outlined this morning when I spoke to her. She also indicated that she had received a request from the Democratic Alliance for the number of soldiers, for the reduction of the number of the members of the SANDF that will be used during the State of the Nation address. However, as you had rightfully explained, the purpose of today for the South African National Defence Force is to salute their chief in commander, which is the President of the Republic of South Africa, and that does not have an impact on what had transpired in the DRC, as you had said.
As you can see there on the screen, the premiers of the provinces are walking into the City Hall, where we are expected to listen to the President address the nation this evening at 7 p.m. And yesterday, Parliament posted a question on its Twitter page where the question was, if you were to deliver the State of the Nation address, what are the things that you will address? And as we went through the tweets, some of the things that really came out are high employment rate, unemployment of doctors and medical professionals, and job creation, and youth unemployment and drug addiction. So we'll await in anticipation as well to hear what the President has to tell us this evening at 7 p.m.
Of course, these are the processions for the State of the Nation address. A beautiful sight, a lot of synchronization there, and it is such a sight to see. Of course, this happens only once a year, unlike the opening of Parliament address that happens every 5 years.
And to those who've just joined us, this is still the build-up to the State of the Nation address, which will be delivered by President at 7 o'clock. You can follow us through our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA and hashtag SONA 2025. And just to read some of the tweets that have come through, this one comes from Sol at Tabiso 0-012. He says, we move on and live our lives like today. We focus on what the President will be telling South Africa at SONA. And this one comes from Teliwela Magagula, where she says, the way ESCOM has no regard for the President, we have load reduction from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., no SONA 2025 for Eguruleni.
Oh.
So those are some of the tweets that have come through on our hashtag SONA 2025.
But of course, these are some of the issues that the President has highlighted in his previous State of the Nation addresses. And hopefully, then, these are some of the issues that he will touch on. Of course, those are the military processions that are taking place on your screen. A beautiful sight, a lot of synchronization, and an event that happens once a year.
And there, just on your screen, you can see those shots. The President is also expected to take the salute right there in front of the City Hall by the Mandela statue there. And also there will be the singing of the national anthem, also by the South African National Defence Force Band, as they honor their Commander-in-Chief, which is the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa.
A beautiful sight indeed, right outside the City Hall in Cape Town. We started off as windy, however, things have settled down. A perfect weather for a perfect event.
And as you can see, the high level of discipline being maintained by those members of the South African National Defence Force. Le nto le ibonakalisa ukuthi le sidibene ngayo namhlanje ubaluleka kwayo kuba yabona ukuthi kula madrone siwabonayo phaa eskrinini sethu amileyo alayinileyo aphana kumaintainwe the highest level of discipline because abalungiselela ukuthi bazosalutha the chief in command of the SANDF.
And also not forgetting the public participation element of it, that the junior guards, as you saw them there earlier on in the shot, just right next to where the members of the SANDF are standing, where they get an opportunity to come and witness such an august event. And it is a tradition that started in 1994 after our democracy was born, and it has remained a crucial element of the State of the Nation address.
And members of the judiciary are making their way into the chamber. Of course, SONA is one of the occasions where all three arms of state come under one roof, and that is the legislature, the provincial, and the executive, rather, and the judiciary. Of course, those are the justices of the Constitutional Court and the judge presidents of the High Court.
And indeed, they are led by none other than our Chief Justice, Ms. Mandi Samaya,
yes,
who succeeded Mr. Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, so leading the team of the judiciary there, and behind it, the President of the Supreme Court of Appeal and members of the Judge President and other members of the Constitutional Court.
And Judge Maya happens to be the first female Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa.
And of course, she has been pushing women empowerment, especially within the judicial sector, ensuring that women are empowered and that there is equality within that sector.
As you can see, that the step guard getting ready, lined up and ready to give the salute as soon as their chief in commander makes his way down. But we're still expecting some other dignitaries to make their way into the Cape Town City Hall.
And of course, you can let us know what your expectations are from the State of the Nation address that President Cyril Ramaphosa is scheduled to deliver at 7 p.m. tonight. Use the hashtag SONA2024 and follow, like, and subscribe on all social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. For more information, of course, on the work of Parliament and the work of the committees that are involved, you can visit our website at www.parliament.gov.za. It is indeed your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And as you had indicated for the hashtag of SONA 2025, I have another tweet here from Tliso Mputi. He says, we urge President Ramaphosa to prioritize eradicating teenage pregnancy, drug and gambling addiction and poverty. Let's work towards a society where hope, faith and opportunity flourish for all. That's a very good tweet, Tliso. Giving us his or her expectations from the President address tonight, urging the President to focus on eradicating teenage pregnancy. I think the tweet is motivated with the recent reports on teenage pregnancy, where one of the young children, I would say a child,
yes, children.
She was not in the teen yet, because she was 12 years old, that gave birth on the New Year's Day. So I think this tweet is probably motivated by one of those incidents.
And of course, you are watching the processions right in front of the City Hall in Cape Town. We are awaiting the State of the Nation address. And that is the famous statue of the late President Nelson Mandela.
And the statue, Tsepo, is there because 11th of February 1990, this is exactly where Madiba stood and addressed South Africans following his release from serving a 27-year term in prison. And he was standing there, and next to him was the president, the current president Mr. Ramaphosa, who was holding a microphone as Mr. Nelson Mandela was addressing the nation on the day following his release, as I have said. So having this event here also in the city, well, apart from the building having been gutted by fire, but having this event here also has its own significance in the history of our democracy.
A full circle moment for President Cyril Ramaphosa, having held that mic, as you mentioned, Tebinkosi, for the late President Nelson Mandela. I'm sure he's proud wherever he is. Of course, he's coming. The State of the Nation address has to be delivered at 7 p.m.
We are exactly 38 minutes away from that State of the Nation address and deliverance at 7 o'clock by the President. And once the President has delivered the State of the Nation address today, then the debates on the President's address, two-day debates, which will take place on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, and which will then be followed by the President providing responses to the issues that would have been raised by the members during those debates.
Of course, you can still join the conversation by using the hashtag SONA 2025 and let us know what your expectations are from the first State of the Nation address here in Parliament. It's the 7th administration, the first SONA, of course. And of course, we await the President to share his strategies, to share his key goals, flag those challenges, and share how his government will implement all that needs to be implemented to ensure that you at home get the service delivery that you deserve.
And also, as you may know, that Parliament has been hosting the State of the Nation address at the City Hall since 2022 after a fire that destroyed building of the National Assembly building and parts of the old Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. And we've been here since 2022. And as you might know as South Africans, that Parliament is currently under construction. The new Parliament, your Parliament. And you can also participate in how you'd like a Parliament to look by going to our website and sending through a WhatsApp message and the comments and how you would like your Parliament to look like. You are still live on Parliament, watching us from Parliament TV, channel 408, and we're coming also through all our social media platforms at Parliament of RSA. Follow us live there as we are waiting to hear the President deliver the State of the Nation address.
And of course, we can highlight that this is the 7th Parliament since the democratic dispensation of South Africa. We're just a little over 30 years of democracy, and each of those parliaments had different priorities. Of course, the first one was ensuring that the policies of apartheid were made rid of. And after that, it was all about nation building and ensuring that equity and human dignity is throughout the country.
And as Maseko had said, you can also participate in the making your contributions on the rebuilding of Parliament. That information will be available on our parliamentary website, www.parliament.gov.za. You can log in there, follow the prompts, and then you can make your contributions on how best Parliament can make your contributions in terms of assisting Parliament to rebuild its destroyed structures.
Now, some of the VIP that have arrived is the former chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. A.N. Masondo, and Mrs. Osondo. And we have the former deputy president, or former speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, and Mr. Homo. And of course, they were welcomed by Mr. Cedric Frolic, whom we had a conversation with here earlier on Parliament's TV. The former president of RSA, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, and a guest arrived earlier, of course, and the former president of RSA, Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, arrived earlier. So these are some of the guests, including the former president, Mr. Zuma, who arrived to the State of the Nation address. Of course, we saw those processions as members of guests and esteemed members arrived. So the idea is that everybody should arrive before the president does. And the president later on will be welcomed by the Imbongi, who will be singing praises just before the president takes the stage.
Another public participation element there that has remained a very important part of the State of the Nation address since the dawn of our democracy, and Parliament rotates the languages that get to where Imbongi gets to speak. So last year we used a different language, and this year it will be a Xhosa Imbongi, a 19-year-old female who will be ushering the president inside the chamber.
And I had an opportunity to speak to her earlier. Inako Mateza is the name. She hails from Aidutjwa in the Eastern Cape. She's 19 years old, and she will be the one that will usher the president as he makes his way into the assembly to deliver the State of the Nation address. We're looking forward to hear to her. When I spoke to her, she's a very confident young lady who's also informed us that at 19 years old, she already has a foundation that seeks to help other children from her community to also just to try and get them out of the streets.
And of course, that is the band right outside of the Cape Town City Hall. Take a listen.
And that was the performance by the Army Band, a great music item there that they just performed. And of course, yesterday I had a chance to speak to the choir conductor, Major Sipon Lovu, who informed me that there's a lot of work that happens in preparation for today's event. And as we had earlier, Tsebo, we were talking about the level of discipline displayed there, and he also spoke on that, if you see the members of the choir when they are performing, from the performance you can see that the level of discipline that is there within the SANDF. So that was the choir is conducted by Major Sipondo.
And it has been a lovely day today with the band playing almost all day and keeping people entertained throughout the day. And of course, this is part of the processions, and we are awaiting the President's State of the Nation address.
And the Cape Town weather also showing off there. Earlier on, we almost got blown away by the wind, but it decided to subside at this moment so that we can all enjoy this moment before we are blown away by the wind. And as Tsepo said, we are waiting the President to arrive at any moment now, and to take the salute in front of the City Hall, and also where we'll stand there as well when the national anthem, I almost said National Assembly there, is being sung. And yeah, at any moment now, the big moment of the arrival of the President.
It's likely that you would say the National Assembly, because we serve the National Assembly. It's one of the two houses of Parliament that we serve. We still expect to see the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lotrit, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Governor, as well as Mr. Paso, coming, making their way in, and conducted by protocolizing officer, Mr. Mandela.
And of course, this is a joint sitting, and that is why we have members of the National Assembly and members of the National Council of Provinces under one roof. And of course, the President has called the sitting, having liaised with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refile Mtsweni-Tsipane, for this auspicious event to happen.
And it's safe to say that today we will be hearing the first address by the President of the 7th Parliament and of the Government of National Unity, wherein he will be outlining government's priorities for the year ahead. We're sitting and waiting to hear what the President will say to the nation and later this evening.
And earlier on as well, when we were talking about the difference between the opening of Parliament and the State of the Nation address, because people might be wondering, we were here in July last year, but we keep on saying that this is the first State of the Nation address. It's because on the 18th of July 2024, when we were here, it was for the opening of Parliament, following the national and provincial elections that we had in May. That is when the President now addresses the nation on the long-term goals for the next 5 years of the term of Parliament. Today he is going to set goals, short-term goals for this year, and then again next year until the end of the term he will be giving the State of the Nation address, and this is the first State of the Nation address of the 7th Parliament.
And I think it's safe to say, and also to inform our viewers at home, that that would be the only agenda for today's proceedings.
Yes.
I think that previously Speaker has had to clarify that.
But the joint rules.
Yes, the joint rule, that today we only have that addressed by the President as the only agenda item. As I had said, as you can see there in your screen, that's the presiding officers, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Lotrit, and Mr. L. Govender, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, with Mr. Masi.
And of course, SONA 2025 will be held under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for the Realization of Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. Now, this theme encapsulates the transformational potential of parliamentary efforts in promoting inclusive, sustainable and collaborative approaches to global challenges, thereby advancing shared prosperity. Of course, it is conceptualized to align with South Africa's rotational hosting of the G20 in 2025. and Parliament's hosting of the Speakers Summit, P20 of the G20 National Parliaments. Now, these P20 summits play a crucial role in injecting a parliamentary perspective into global governance, raising awareness, building political support for international commitments, and ensuring effective implementation at the national level. Now, it is important to remember that it is crucial that we reinforce the sense of urgency that the South African Parliament and the broader African legislative sector possesses. We must send a strong message that Africa is not merely a passive field of action, but an equal, proactive and prominent player in global governance and public discourse.
And just to add on to that, that the P20 is a structure of the speakers of the countries of the G20. And as South Africa is now the leader of the G20 countries, the first African country, by the way, to be chairing the G20, it will now, the speakers will also have a structure called the P20.
And that is the Deputy President escort making its way into the Cape Town City Hall. And as you'd have seen in front that Tsepo, we had 10 motorbikes that were escorting the Deputy President. And we are expecting to see 20 motorbikes that will be escorting the Deputy President. And there it is, the Deputy President about to make his way out of that vehicle and into the City Hall.
And the Deputy President is Mr. Paul Mashatile. And those are the scenes that you are seeing. He has arrived at the hashtag SONA 2025. And of course, he is being met by one of the dignitaries of Parliament. And of course, he's going to make his way into the chamber as one of the VVIPs of the State of the Nation address.
All right.
He's been greeted as well by the Deputy Speaker and also by the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces before he makes his way into the chamber.
And once the Deputy President walks in, we can then expect to see the Speaker of the National Assembly as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who will be making their way and to wait for the President to arrive and to receive the President.
And of course, that is the Secretary to the National Assembly, Mr. Masibulele Kaso, and he is with the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, who is accompanied by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelie Lotriet, and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Les Govender.
And in the green dress is the Deputy President's wife, Mrs. Mashatile, there with the Deputy President, the Deputy Speaker, and the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Of course, we await the President's arrival now in much anticipation of what he has to outline in the State of the Nation address. The first in the 7th administration of Parliament since the elections, and the first since the establishment of the Government of National Unity.
We are exactly 19 minutes away from listening to the President of the Republic of South Africa delivering his first State of the Nation address for the 7th Parliament under the Government of National Unity. And I'm happy, Maseko, that you provided clarity to our viewers on today's event vis-a-vis the event that took place on the 18th of July in 2022. 2024.
Are you that
Yes. Which we had already indicated that it was an opening of Parliament address, an event that happens once every 5 years following the general elections and also the swearing in of the President.
Of course, then SONA represents the highest level of executive accountability within South Africa's constitutional democracy. Through SONA, Parliament fosters government transparency and oversight, uniting the nation across all divides and holding the executive accountable for realizing citizens' aspirations for a better life. Now, with that, Parliament's oversight agenda is guided by the policy priorities announced by the President during the opening of Parliament. Now, this year's SONA will take on added significance as it officially launches Parliament's oversight role in the implementation of G20 decisions. South Africa's G20 presidency prioritizes addressing pressing domestic challenges, including slow economic growth, unemployment, poverty, and inequality. It offers a unique opportunity to align international priorities with local legislative actions, enabling a coherent and coordinated approach to shared challenges. As such, SONA 2025 must spotlight South Africa's commitment to fostering dialogue on critical issues such as trade, technology, governance accountability, and the synchronization of global and local efforts to address national challenges through international collaboration.
Maybe it will also be nice to give our viewers just to listen to that musical item that is currently playing in the background. Such a wonderful musical item that is currently playing as we await the arrival of the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, who will receive the President. Let's listen to this musical piece.
The City Hall to do the 21 gun salute, and also for the singing of the national anthem.
Of course, this is the much anticipated arrival of the President as he is scheduled to outline his key priorities for the year ahead in his State of the Nation address. And this is scheduled for 7 p.m. Of course, he is with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, and the National Council of Provinces Chairperson, Ms. Rufile Mtsweni Tsibane, and they will be making their way to the podium right in front of the military procession where the 21 gun salute will happen, and the flyover, the famous flyover that happens each SONA. And this is a paying homage to their Commander-in-Chief.
And as you can see there on the screen, the President waiting. He is with the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, as well as the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Rufile Mtsweni Tsibane. And right in front of the President, you'll see those two, they are 8 camps, as they are called, 8 camps. They are there to assist the President and will stay with the President until he concludes the delivery of the State of the Nation address, even though the other members of the South African National Defence Force will withdraw as soon as the President has entered the chamber. But the 2 that are within the 8 camps will remain with the President. They will be outside the doors of the chamber whilst the President is delivering the State of the Nation address. Let's listen to sound.
esiyihlambulukileyo umongameli wesizwe. Ndiyekani ntateze nthathe njewule nanku umthako omnyama nje bosepho umbhayibhayi kwezopolitiko kalokuyani enye yokududuba bengazuqaba uzuthi wakunyuka loo ntaba ungalibali ukunyaka emva ukuzuthi wakudibana nemidlambila kwingcabo yentaba umemeza ucamaku madola amnyama eAfrika qhubeka kusiphatha ngezo zandla zingenamikhinqi nditsho wena sifuba sibanzi sokweleka abasweleyo xhalabali banzi lekothula imithole kwabasindwayo nditsho wena sangola hachivase muduhulu waralusiwelo Matamela, a hero with roots in Soweto, the son of the soil, a man of courage with strength and grace. You are the voice to the voiceless, an eye to the blind, and a shoulder to the disabled. Ndlovena babata yaleka namabantu bakho ulapho nje ubekwe ngokuthenjwa nditsho wena Ramaphosa Ntoka Samueli mawethu ilanga liyatshona amasoma khalisa amakhwelo iigusha ziququzelela ngasekhaya mandikuyeke my president mandikuyeke my cupcake ndirham.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, there will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. As we do that, may we please acknowledge our fallen members of the armed forces in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you, and please be seated. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84, subsection 2D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rule 13, subsection 1A, to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honourable the President to address the joint sitting. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members, can we please take our seats? Honorable members, can we please take your seat and allow the President to address the House and the nation?
Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Refilwe Ntsweni-Tsipane, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, Chief Justice of the Republic, Mandi Samaya, and Judges President, former President of the Republic, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, former President former President Kgalema Motlanthe, former Deputy President David Mabuza, former Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Baleka Mbete, former Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Lichisa Tsinodi, and former Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, Mayor of the City of Cape Town, Mr. Gordon Hill-Lewis, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, regional deans, and heads of missions, members of Parliament, and fellow South Africans. We gather here as we mourn the death and tragic death and devastating loss of 14 South African soldiers who were part of a mission to bring peace to the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. We pay tribute and bow our heads to Staff Sergeant William Eddie Ola, Staff Sergeant Mulahlehi Ishmael Mulahlehi, Staff Sergeant Shahlane Theophilus Siepe, Corporal Matume Justice Malisa, Corporal Renae Nemabulani, Lance Bombardier Itumeleng MacDonald Mureo, Lance Corporal Tseke Moffat Mulapo, Lance Corporal Metsi Stensley Raswiswi, Rifleman Sibatane Richard Chokwe, Rifleman Derek Maluleke, Rifleman Tsidiso Andris Mabele, Rifleman Calvin Louis Moahi, Rifleman Moketi Joseph Mobe, Private Peter Jacobus Strado. Speaker, I thank you for getting us to honor these fallen heroes. I have directed that a national flag be flown at half-mast in honor of these fallen heroes for a week starting from tomorrow morning. Alongside soldiers from other southern African countries, they lost their lives in defense of the fundamental right of the Congolese people to live in peace and security. They lost their lives not in the pursuit of resources or territory or power. They lost their lives so that the guns on our continent may be forever silenced. So we salute them. My fellow South Africans, this State of the Nation address is taking place as we celebrate 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter at the Congress of the People in Kliptown in 1955. The Freedom Charter is the cornerstone of our democratic constitution. It sets out a vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. It also sets out a vision of a country in which government is founded on the will of the people of South Africa, where the land is shared among those who work it, where the people share in the country's wealth and in all that the country produces and are all equal before the law. It is this vision that continues to guide us as we work to build the nation that we all want. It is the spirit of the Congress of the People that inspires us as we prepare for a national dialogue in which South Africans are once again called upon to chart a new path for our country. We must chart this path in a world that is rapidly changing. It is a world of both interdependence and competition, of cooperation and conflict. It is a multipolar world in which new countries are emerging to play a greater role in global affairs. We are seeing intensifying competition over issues such as trade, technology, and influence in global institutions. There are global fundamental shifts underway that affect every aspect of human life, from the growing impact of climate change to rapid advances in artificial intelligence, geopolitical tensions, and violent conflicts. In the face of these challenges, we are witnessing the rise of nationalism, protectionism, the pursuit of narrow interests, and the decline of common cause. This is the world that we, as South Africa, a developing economy, must now navigate. But we are not daunted to navigate our path through this world that constantly changes. We will not be deterred. We are, as South Africans, a resilient people, and we will not be bullied. We will stand together as a united nation, and we will speak with one voice in defense of our national interests, our sovereignty, and our constitutional democracy. By standing true to our values, by harnessing our unique strengths and endowments, and by forging a common purpose, we can turn these trying circumstances to our advantage and propel our country forward. As South Africans, we stand for peace and justice. We stand for equality and solidarity. We stand for a non-racial future, and we stand for democracy and tolerance as well as compassion. We stand for equal rights for women, for persons with disability, and for members of the LGBTQIA+ community. We stand for our shared humanity, not for the survival of the fittest. So this evening, let us speak of the nation that we want. Let us speak of the future that we want to build. Let us speak of the work that we as South Africans must do, and the work that we are doing to build that nation and to build that future. We want a nation united in its diversity. At many difficult moments in our past, we found strength in working together towards a common goal. Through partnership, we brought peace and democracy to our country, which was once troubled. We overcame apartheid, a crime against humanity that denied people their human rights, that deprived them of the land and livelihoods, that sought to strip them of their dignity, that humiliated them. Through partnership, we overcame a devastating pandemic and rebuilt our country in the wake of state capture as well. Together, we have built durable institutions that support our democracy, that protect our fundamental rights and promote the well-being of South Africans. We have built meaningful partnerships between government and business and labor and civil society and other social partners to drive growth and development. These stand as models of cooperation for the rest of the world. South Africans are continuing to work together to confront our country's challenges and build a nation that works for all. Guided by the wishes of the people as expressed in last year's elections, we have formed a government of national unity to give expression to our culture of cooperation. As political parties, we have set aside our differences and agreed to work together for the good of all South Africans. In the last week, we have adopted the Medium-Term Development Plan, which sets out a clear and ambitious program for the next 5 years. The actions contained in the Medium-Term Development Plan will advance our 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Our most urgent task is to grow our economy so that we can create jobs, reduce poverty, and improve the lives of South Africans. To undertake this task, we need a government that works for the people. We need a state that is capable, competent, underpinned by a professional public service. South Africans want a state that treats all people with dignity, humility, and respect. A state with leaders who are prepared to serve our people with complete dedication, and public servants who are ethical, skilled, and properly qualified. To achieve these objectives, we are strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission in the appointment of key people who direct the affairs of our state, such as Directors General, Deputy Directors General, Chief Executive Officers of SOEs and board members and other senior positions. We will introduce a graduate recruitment scheme so that we may attract the best and the brightest in the public service. A capable state must start where our people live and work. In many cities and towns across our country, roads are not maintained. Water and electricity supply is often disrupted. Refuse is not collected, and sewage runs in the streets. In part, this has happened because many municipalities lack the technical skills and resources required to meet our people's needs. Many municipalities have not reinvested the revenue they earn or collect from these services into the upkeep of infrastructure. Starting this year, we will work with our municipalities to establish professionally managed ring-fenced utilities for water and electricity services to ensure that there is adequate investment and maintenance. Many of the challenges in municipalities also arise from the design of our local government system. We will therefore undertake extensive consultation to develop an updated white paper on local government to outline a modern and fit-for-purpose local government system. We will also review the funding model for municipalities. We will do so because many of our municipalities truly do not have a viable and sustainable revenue base. We will work with traditional leaders in the implementation of local development programs. We will also seek to work with our traditional leaders in ensuring that they continue their own work as we give them the recognition as the natural and indigenous leaders of our people. We will expand our support to municipalities that require assistance, drawing on the lessons of the Presidential eThekwini Working Group. We are seeing great progress in eThekwini as we implement the district development model, which enables all key role players, as in government, business, labor, and community-based organizations, to work together. As we work to reform the public service and build the capability of the state, we will harness technology to transform the way government works. We will invest in digital public infrastructure to give South Africans access to government services anytime, anywhere, through a relaunched government gov.za platform. At the heart of this transformation will be the implementation of a digital identity system. Now, these measures will in the end transform the relationship between citizens and government and create one government that is accessible to every person at a touch. We want a nation with a thriving economy, an economy that benefits all. To create this virtuous cycle of investment, growth, and jobs, we must lift economic growth to above 3%. To achieve higher levels of economic growth, we are undertaking massive investment in new infrastructure while upgrading and maintaining the infrastructure that we have. We are developing innovative ways of funding infrastructure. We are engaging local and international finance institutions and investors to unlock 100 billion rand in infrastructure financing. A project preparation bid window has been launched to fast-track investment readiness. This includes revised regulations for public-private partnerships, which will unlock private sector expertise and funds. And government will spend more than 940 billion rand on infrastructure over the next 3 years. Now, this includes 375 billion rand in spending by state-owned enterprises. This funding will revitalize our roads and bridges. It will build dams and waterways. It will modernize our ports and airports and also power our economy. Through the infrastructure fund that we launched some time ago, 12 blended finance projects worth nearly 38 billion rand have been approved in the last year. These are projects in water and sanitation, student accommodation, transport, health, and energy as well. Construction of the M10 bridge in the Eastern Cape, the construction continues. This bridge will rise above the river between Port Edward and Lusikisiki and will become the tallest bridge in Africa. The Podihadi Dam in Lesotho will feed 490 million cubic liters of water a year from the Lesotho highlands into the Vaal River system, securing water supply to several provinces for years to come. Working with international partners, we are revitalizing small harbors, unlocking economic opportunities for coastal communities. We're also looking very closely at the harbor that we will build in the Northern Cape, in Bochubai, because that is going to be a game changer for the Northern Cape. We are steadily removing the obstacles to meaningful and faster growth. The economic reforms that we are implementing through Operation Vulindlela have created a new sense of optimism and confidence in our economy. Investors are looking at South Africa with much more interesting eyes as they see the reforms that we are implemented through Vulindlela. We have made progress in rebuilding and restructuring a number of our network industries. We are seeing positive results in the improvement of the functioning of our network industries, as well as the investment opportunities that are opening up and are being taken up by investors, leading to job creation. Working together with business, labor, and other social partners, we must now finish the work that we started. Over the coming year, we will initiate a second wave of reform to unleash more rapid and inclusive growth. Our immediate focus is to enable Eskom, Transnet, and other state-owned enterprises that are vital to our economy to function optimally. We are repositioning these entities to provide world-class infrastructure while enabling competition in operations, whether in electricity generation, freight, rail, or port terminals. We continue with the fundamental reform of our state-owned enterprises to ensure that they can effectively fulfill their social and economic mandates. Now, this includes the work underway to put in place a new model to strengthen governance and oversight of our public entities. We will ensure public ownership of strategic infrastructure for public benefit while finding innovative ways to attract private investment, to improve services, and to ensure public revenue can be focused on the provision of public services. We are in the process of establishing a dedicated SOE reform unit to coordinate this work. The measures we have implemented through the Energy Action Plan have reduced the severity and frequency of load shedding, with more than 300 days without load shedding since March 2024. Now, while the return of load shedding for 2 days last week was a reminder that our energy supply is still constrained, we remain on a very positive trajectory, whether people like it or not. We now need to put the risk of load shedding behind us once and for all. And the Minister of Electricity will speak about it in about 2 weeks or so when he presents to Parliament. We need to put that once and for all behind us by completing the reform of our energy system to ensure long-term energy security. The Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, which came into effect on the 1st of January, marks the beginning of a new era in our energy architecture. This year, we will put in place the building blocks of a competitive electricity market. Over time, this will allow multiple electricity generation entities to emerge and to compete. We will mobilize private sector investment in our transmission network to connect more renewable energy to the grid. The Minister will tell us that we still need to install 14,000 kilometers of transmission lines. We therefore need to mobilize finance from a number of sources to enable this to happen. As we reform our energy system, we are continuing to build successful multilateral partnerships in the global effort to halt the devastating impact of climate change. Our just energy transition is gaining momentum. Over $13 billion have been pledged by the international community, and significant private capital is being invested locally. We are determined to meet our carbon reduction commitments and will do so at a pace and at a scale that our country can afford. We are revitalizing our port terminals and rail corridors through the Freight Logistics Roadmap, which was adopted by Cabinet, leveraging private capital to restore our logistics infrastructure to world-class standards. Transnet's performance has stabilized and is steadily improving. We released a network statement in December last year, which for the first time will enable private rail operators to access the freight rail system that will continue to be owned by the state. Open access to the rail network will allow train operation companies to increase the volume of goods transported by rail, while our network infrastructure remains state-owned. This will ensure that South African minerals, the vehicles that we manufacture, our agricultural produce reach international markets, securing jobs and earning much-needed revenue for our fiscus. New cranes and other port equipment are being commissioned to speed up the loading and unloading of cargo and reduce waiting times for ships in our various ports. As we forge ahead with the reform agenda, an urgent priority is to ensure a secure and reliable supply of water across the country. Many people in our cities, towns, and villages are experiencing more and more frequent water shortages as a result of failing water infrastructure. It is impossible to live without water, as we all know, and it is impossible for the economy to grow without water. We are therefore taking a series of decisive actions to resolve the water crisis to enable our people to get water where they live, whether in townships or in the rural areas. We are investing heavily in expanding our water resources. Wherever one goes in our country, we often hear our citizens raising the issue of water continuously. So we are raising this issue to a much higher level. And like we did with electricity, I know and I am hopeful that we will resolve the water crisis that we have. Loko famba uya atindaweni to tala u kuma ku ri vakhegulu va rila hi yona mhaka leyi ya mati. Va ku byela ku ri hi hava mati, hi lava ku ri hulumeni a hi tisela mati, hi ta swi endla sweleswo. Hi lava ku ri mi tiva kahle laha mi nga tshama kona ku ri mati a ta va kona, hi ta wa tisa mi wa kuma. To date, the Infrastructure Fund has secured 23 billion rand for 7 large water infrastructure projects. We have ended delays in major water infrastructure projects like Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the Umkomazi Dam. Work is underway to prepare for construction of the Ntabelanga Dam on the Umzimvubu River to supply additional water for domestic use as well as for irrigation in the Eastern Cape. Within the next year, we will complete the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to unlock much greater investment in water projects. Through the Water Services Amendment Bill, we will introduce a licensing system for water service providers and remove licenses where providers do not meet the standards for quality drinking water. As part of our reform agenda, we will ensure that our focus on water is intensive and it speeds up. As we move ahead with our reform processes, we will continue to enhance our visa system to make it easier for skilled people to invest in our country and to grow tourism. This year, we will launch the electronic travel authorization system to enable a secure, fully digital visa application process. Now, this system will use artificial intelligence and automation to reduce the scope of corruption and enable rapid turnaround times for tourist visas.